Chapter 1 Uchiha Chiba, the super genius of the earth, traveled to the world of Naruto. Carrying super technology and super chakra came to Naruto. Absolutely manipulated chakra. Attached to the real thing, then king over it. Attaching to the concept, then playing time and space. A powerful mind allows him to reproduce ultra-modern weapons. Firearms, missiles, atomic bombs. There is nothing that can't be done without an atomic bomb. If so, then too. Konoha village, looking around, is suddenly a peaceful scene. Pengs cry. With a loud noise, a quiet corner of the village was broken. Cough 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 cough. A swift cough came from the room. Chiba hurriedly opened the window, and suddenly a puff of black smoke floated out of the window, and then slowly rose. Immediately, along with the black smoke appeared, there was also a small head. The little head was completely dyed black. If you don't open your eyes, you don't know that this is a face at all. After opening the window, Chiba breathed a sigh of relief, and suddenly a puff of black smoke came out of his mouth. If this scene was seen by others, it would be laughed to death. FK, I'm suffocating me to death. I still failed. Is it necessary to carry out such fine manipulations now? Chiba wiped her small face, revealing a delicate face. It seems that the amount of chakra is not enough. Well, there must be a way for the car to reach the mountain. In short, he thinks so. Chiba is the name of this little boy. As for the surname Uchiha Chiba, this is his full name. Although he is a member of the Uchiha clan. However, he is actually a traverser from another world, and once he traverses it is the protagonist configuration. Both parents are dead, and there are sisters and houses. Ahem. There is no sister paper for now. The house, Chiba looked at his dilapidated house, he built it himself. Of course, this is not the point is that he has gone through this matter. Chiba raised his head, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and looked at the clear sky. It looks like another happy day. He immediately took off his dirty clothes and came to the stream where he usually fetched water. Read more at hotantillnovel.xyz. Squat down and gently dip your palm into the clear water. Uchiha Chiba chuckled, then the corners of his mouth moved slightly. Get up. In an instant, something incredible happened. With the fall of the word chi, the clear water in front of him rose up, slowly floating in the air, forming a water ball with a diameter of 1 meter in front of Chiba. Immediately Chiba beckoned, and the water ball gently bathed his body as if he understood what he meant, and in an instant it washed away the stains on his body. And, by the way, the clothes were washed again. A refreshing feeling came. Chiba twisted his neck and made a crisp sound of rubbing between the bones. Immediately afterwards, he put on his wet shirt without hesitation, and then he snapped his fingers lightly. The clothes, trousers, and body that were originally wet dry out in an instant. And under Chiba's body, there are floating water droplets that were still on his body. After Chiba left with a whistle, the suspended droplets fell to the ground under the action of gravity, and finally merged into the earth. This scene is really weird. Of course, although it is very weird for others, for Chiba, it is simply commonplace. This is not to say what ninjutsu Chiba used. Just kidding, Chiba hasn't even attended a ninja school, nor is it a bloody limit. It's because of Chiba's chakra. Chakra is different from others. An absolutely manipulated chakra. Chakra was extracted when Chiba was 5 years old, and since then he has discovered what makes him different from others. His chakra can be attached to anything, and once attached, he can manipulate the attached things. And it is absolutely manipulation. Somewhat similar to Gaara's manipulation of sand, but Chiba's manipulation is not limited to sand, but any non-living creatures. Chiba once tried to invade his chakra against creatures, but found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't manipulate half a point. Although Chiba doesn't know why his chakra is so weird, but this should be the legendary cheat. But, doesn't seem to be too strong. Chiba thought so. You can't think about it like that, the strength is not in this ability, but in the person who uses it. Chiba has such self-confidence, although the ability of Chakra, which can manipulate any object, looks very tasteless. However, if the development is good, it's very powerful, and its potential value explodes. Although Chiba is very thoughtful, but the amount of Chakra is too small to allow him to do too many experiments. However, he was not in a hurry. All of these could be done slowly. He was still young, now only 5 years old, and he didn't even go to ninja school. Uchiha Chiba, what he lacks most is time. Going back to his house, Chiba tidied up and tied a leather belt around his waist. Then a dark thing was stuck on the belt. If there were modern people at this moment, I would be surprised by the 5-year-old kid in front of me. Because he is nothing else left on his waist. It's a small pistol. It's time to prepare the materials. The gunpowder is almost used, although it can be replaced by the detonation talisman, but the power is not good. While speaking, Chiba walked towards Konoha's bazaar after closing the gate. Here, I have to talk about Chiba's past life. There will be a pistol here, as well. Because on the earth once, Chiba was a genius, no, a ghost. Only 25 years old. It is in mathematics, physics, biology, medicine, and other fields that have reached the peak. Weapons manufacturing is even easier, as small as a pistol, as large as an atomic bomb, he has made. In the past world, he is said to have surpassed Einstein's existence in mind development. Although he passed, his mind and knowledge were brought over without reservation. The Chiba of the previous life, together with the current life, is crowned with the title of the Uchiha clan. And so, there is only one sentence that can describe him now. A super genius like no one before. Chapter 2: The Banished Uchiha Freak. Of course, whether it is a genius or not seems to be indistinguishable now. Konoha, on a huge square where the Uchiha clan is located. This square is a place for the Uchiha clan to play with the little kids. Almost all the children of the Uchiha clan have played here, so why say almost? Because one guy was excluded. That is naturally Uchiha Chiba. Not to mention that the inner soul is 25 years old, he can't play with the little kid. More importantly, Chiba himself did not live in the location of Uchiha, but in a forest next to Konoha. Of course, it was not that Uchiha Chiba wanted to move out, but was almost expelled from the Uchiha clan. To say why? Because Chiba almost blew up the entire Uchiha clan while fiddled with his experiments some time ago. Originally, Chiba exploded from time to time. The people in the clan endured it. After all, they were a child. Moreover, Chiba's parents were killed in the Third Ninja World War, so they couldn't say anything. But just a month ago, an unprecedented explosion occurred in the Uchiha clan, blowing Chiba's house into the air. Even the next room was affected. Now the Uchiha clan can blow up their hair. You said that you, a little kid, don't play well with other children in the clan all day long to make some weird things. Moreover, let's just play around. The problem is that you get an explosion from time to time, and the scale of the explosion is getting bigger every time. This can be tolerated. I can't bear it. God knows if there will be something more fierce one day. This is a threat to the survival of the entire Uchiha clan. You see, the severity of this problem rose in an instant. Then, our protagonist was very honorably forced to be expelled from the Uchiha clan. When Chiba knew about it, his entire face was black. At that time, in his heart, there was only one word to describe all the people of the Uchiha clan. Shallow. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. All geniuses are considered lunatics before they succeed. So, Uchiha Chiba endured it. Damn, if one day Lao Z finishes the UN bullet, I will plant a mushroom cloud on Uchiha. In the sky, the sun is shining, and Konoha's downtown is very prosperous. In addition to some ordinary residents, there are many ninjas who have returned from their missions. Chiba walks on the bustling streets of Konoha. Although he has been here several times, Chiba has to sigh, although Konoha is a ninja village. However, the size of the village is not inferior to that of a big city on the earth. It is now in Konoha's 47th year, and the Third Ninja War has just ended. The news of the victory of the Shinwukon battle some time ago seems to be vivid. Konoha also ushered in a time of peace throughout the whole body, and in this war, there are also many capable people. For example, what kind of golden glitter, Shisui, almost spread throughout the ninja realm, like a thunderous ear. Or Heitake Kakashi, the most prestigious genius ninja, got the Sharingan from the Uchiha clan, which greatly increased his strength. Although this news made Uchiha furiously claim to take Sharingan back, it was always thunder and rain. Needless to say, I know that it must have been suppressed by Konoha's senior management. After the war, Namikaze Minato, known as Golden Flash, reached the top of 4th Hokage with the youngest Naruto. At this moment, Konoha seemed to be standing on top again, and no shinobu village had the strength to compete with Konoha for the time being. Of course, Chiba knows that this is just a superficial phenomenon. Once the opportunity is caught, war will break out at any time. Just after the 3 wars, there are many unconvinced shinobi villages, such as the defeated Iwagakure, and the always strong Cloud Shinobi village. And this opportunity, I am afraid it will appear soon. Before long, Konoha's new protagonists such as Naruto and Sasuke will be born. At the same time, it also indicates that the Nine Tails invasion will happen. The untimely death of 4th Hokage and the losses caused by the Nine Tails attack will greatly reduce Konoha's combat power, coupled with the legendary 3 shinobi leaving one after another will make Konoha into a situation of insufficient combat power. And these will make Konoha lose all the advantages as the winner of the 3 wars, and at the same time, those forces that are eager to Konoha will not let go of Konoha's weak period. A brief peace will be replaced very quickly. Soon Konoha will be on the bar with Cloud Shinobi village again, and even Kirigakure will kick in sideways. Kirigakure almost sent 3 tails to Konoha for destruction at the beginning. Kirigakure and Konoha's beams have already forged. Of course, none of this has much to do with Chiba now. As the most hungry in the entire ninja world, they are also the most bitter Uchiha clan. What Chiba can do now is to improve his strength as soon as possible, otherwise he won't know how to be destroyed. Chiba walked on the street, and the eyes of many people who came and went were on Chiba's body, although Chiba's little boy-like face did not know how many passers-by eyes were captured. But the Uchiha logo is always cruel, it is a symbol of pride and power. Of course, I don't know the key point, but the key point is Chiba. Many people look down upon Chiba. No one in Kono knew that the Uchiha clan had a freak, which caused an explosion in 2 days, almost exploding the Uchiha clan. As a last resort, the Uchiha clan even expelled Chiba from Uchiha. Chiba lowered his head slightly. Damn, good things don't go out, bad things spread thousands of miles, this sentence is really correct. After a while, Chiba came to a ninja shop. From the familiarity, it was obvious that Chiba was not here for the first time. Those who come to visit the ninja shop, except for the ninjas who go on missions, are the little ghosts like Chiba who dream of ninjas. Little brother Chiba, what do I need this time? Seeing Chiba coming in, the boss recognized Chiba at a glance. Obviously, Chiba is a regular customer here. Chapter 3 Black Chakra. Boss, according to the above, give me 10 copies of each and a chakra paper. While talking, Chiba handed the note that he had already written to the boss. It is densely written with the materials that Chiba needs. More than last time. This time, even the boss was surprised. The little devil, who is usually about the same size as Chiba, buys 1 or 2 kono to play as a ninja game. But Chiba is a freak. Not only is there a lot of things to buy, but it doesn't seem to be compatible with ninjas, but almost all of them are the raw materials for making ninjas. Is it possible that he has to make his own ninja? Honestly. Brother Chiba, you buy so many raw materials, why don't you buy the finished product? You see, it is better to buy a detonator if you buy gunpowder. Although the detonation talisman is not something a 5-year-old kid should play with, but Chiba is a genius of the Uchiha clan, it is understandable. No, I need raw materials, I have my own plans, this is a deposit. With that said, Chiba took the money out in a painful manner. The money he used was left by Chunin's parents, who died in the 3 world wars, and the appeasement money given by the village and the clan, if they were counted as ordinary people. It was estimated that it was enough for him to spend decades, but Chiba waved his hand and now he has spent most of the money. Now Chiba doesn't have much money to spend, and the ninja school will start immediately. He doesn't want to miss it. After extracting chakra, Chiba will do ninjutsu, but he can't get ninjutsu at all, let alone take it from the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan almost removed Chiba from Uchiha, so you still want ninjutsu? Just kidding internationally. So Chiba, who is forced to start from the ninja school, the sooner you become a ninja, ninjutsu will be better. After all, if you want to control everything, there is only one prerequisite for all, with strong strength, nothing more. Whoever has the big fist is the boss. After the raw materials arrive, just send me to the old place. I will pay the balance. Thank you, boss. After Chiba finished speaking, he hurriedly left the ninjutsu shop with a piece of chakra paper. After a while, Chiba returned to his residence. However, when he returned, he greeted a guest. Chiba, are you back? En? Uncle you, why did you run here? Read more at hotantleNovel.xyz. Standing in front of Chiba is a forehead protector with Konoha and a man in Chunin costume. His name, Uchiha Month, is a comrade in arms of the father of Uchiha Chiba, who died. No, it should be said that he was a teammate of a small team. He witnessed the death of Chiba's father, and before he died, he entrusted Chiba, who was still 3 years old, to you, so that you could take good care of Chiba. And you also fulfilled Chiba's father's promise, treating Chiba as if he were treating his own daughter, if it weren't for Chiba himself to engage in some strange experiments in his opinion. I think I should live with the Uchiha family. Regarding Chiba's affairs, Moon is also appropriate to indulge. What Chiba wants to do, Moon should be satisfied as much as possible. After all, the parents died when they were only 3 years old, and it was a blow to whoever happened. You still know that I am your uncle you. It's been a month. You don't come back to see, if I didn't come back from my mission, I think you want to fly. Yep. I want to be side by side with the sun too. Chiba touched his head a little embarrassed, and explained with a wry smile. Sorry, busy, too busy recently. FK those weird things again. Uchiha smiled and cursed, and patted Chiba's head with some kindness. With this energy, it is better to contact shuriken or physical skills. If you put your mind on training, you will definitely become a powerful ninja in the future. Shuriken and physique are too simple for me, what I need now is ninjutsu. En? You can already extract chakra. You raised his eyebrows, and only a month later, Chiba extracted it. It seemed that he didn't play around with those things all day. En? It was only refined recently. Shuriken and physique are alright, what I lack most now is ninjutsu. Chiba looked at Uchiha with bright eyes, and even forgot about him, Uncle Chunin. To learn ninjutsu, well, this is not a natural ninjutsu library. Although it is only Chunin, it should be the best choice for Chiba now. I'm talking big, fiddling with these weird things all day long, Where do you have the time to train your hands? Uchihayu's words have not been completely finished yet. Chiba chuckled, then took out a bunch of shurikens from the ninja bag, holding several in both hands. He casually threw it at the distant tree. Uchihayu was taken aback, turned around abruptly, and then his pupils shrank. This. On the trunk of the big tree, dozens of shurikens lined up neatly, forming an S and B. Uchiha-moon's face turned black. He didn't want to scold Chiba anymore, and then murmured with a surprised expression. Throwing at the same time, this technique is at least Chunin level. When did you train, kid? Although there are questions in the words, there are totally undisguised surprises and gratifications. As for Chiba, he waved his hand in a furious manner. The main reason is that this is too simple, just practice it casually. Uchihayu's eyes narrowed slightly. Well, I used to practice secretly at night. Chiba immediately confessed. For Uchihayu, he respected from the bottom of his heart. Although he was only capable of Chunin, he treated Chiba like his own son. Hearing this, Uchihayu smiled relieved instead. This is his son, let me see how much chakra is in you. Speaking in surprise, Uchihayu immediately turned on his Sharingan, but there were only 2 Gyu. When he set his gaze on Chiba, he was completely stunned. This. Chakra. Black. Chapter 4 Absolute Manipulation. Uchiha Month is surprised. He flashed across the battlefield and saw countless chakras. Most people's chakras are blue, and there are few other colors. When Jinchuriki uses the tail beast's chakra, it is violent red. But now, Uchihayu looked at Chiba's small body, and it was filled with dark chakra. And every trace of chakra is slowly squirming, as if it has life, weird and frightening. To say that the first feeling of seeing this black chakra is cold and dark. It's like a collection of darkness. How could it be, this kind of chakra? It's incredible. Sharingan of Uchihayu squinted slightly, wanting to see this weird chakra more clearly. But at this moment, those pitch-black chakras seemed to have come to life, instantly incarnate into a beast with open fangs and pounced on Uchiha-moon. Uchihayu was taken aback and backed away quickly. When he reacted, his head was already covered with cold sweat. Turning his gaze to Chiba again, he saw the confusion on Chiba's face, and at the same time, the dark chakra slowly returned to Chiba's body. Uncle Yu, what's wrong with you? Uchihayu was stunned, and then reacted and took back Sharingan. Nothing has changed in Chiba. What a terrible chakra. Chakra alone is so aggressive. And it seems to be unconscious. Uchihayu murmured, looking at Chiba's small body, there was something more, it looked like. Chiba seems to have a special ability. Chiba, have you noticed any difference in your chakra? Of course. Chiba said calmly, he believed in Uchihayu unconditionally, and, this kind of thing is not impossible to say. My chakra can be attached to any object, and then absolutely manipulate them. Manipulate? Yes. Chiba nodded, looking at Uchihayu, he didn't seem to understand, so he took out another shuriken. For example, I can do this by incorporating a trace of chakra into the shuriken. Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. After speaking, Chiba slowly opened his palms, and then saw that the shuriken in Chiba's hand floated slowly. That's right, without any effect, it just floated in front of Uchihayu. Whoops! The shuriken flew at extremely fast speeds, surrounding Uchiha-moon. There seemed to be no restrictions at all, and all actions were controlled by Chiba. Uchihayu's eyes widened, and she looked at the scene somewhat inconceivably. Don't be surprised, there are more unexpected things you don't. Chiba smiled and said calmly. Uchiha-moon is an energizing spirit. Could it be that there are other effects? So he fixed his gaze on the shuriken flying in the air. After a while, his pupils shrank suddenly. I saw that the appearance of the shuriken has changed. It turned into a long needle-like shape, and then flew out, instantly piercing a big tree through. Uchiha Moon looked stunned. What a terrible penetrating power! Not only can it be manipulated, but also its form can be changed, to achieve the best attack effect. With a squeak, the long needle-shaped shuriken returned to Chiba's hand, floating above the palm of his hand. This state was somewhat similar to the Magneto in the X-Men. Uchiha looked at the scene somewhat inconceivably. Chakra upgraded, this is the only possibility he can think of. Moreover, this black chakra is definitely not that simple. The instinctive attack just now is much more terrifying than this. How? Uncle you. With this ability, I now have at least Chunin's strength. The only weakness is that the amount of chakra is too small, but he is still small, and the amount of chakra will increase as he grows. What's more, Chiba is still a member of the Uchiha clan. Although it can't compare with the perverted chakra amount of the Senju clan, it is definitely more than ordinary people. Good. 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 Uchiha you couldn't help saying 3 good words. Although there was no obvious compliment to Chiba, every word contains strong feelings. Your black chakra, besides being able to manipulate attached objects, does it have other abilities? Chiba was startled, and then replied. I don't know, I just condensed chakra soon I discovered this ability for a while. Really, then? Chiba, you have to remember, let alone other abilities that may exist, the abilities of manipulation alone already give you an innate advantage which is equivalent to not having in addition to the awakened Sharingan, you have one more blood inheritance limit. Moreover, what Uchiha you didn't say was that the black chakra was too aggressive, and the fangs exposed at that moment seemed to be instinctively protecting Chiba. He was sure that this black chakra was definitely more than just manipulating objects. Chiba, do you know your chakra attributes? Chiba shook his head, and then took out the chakra paper that he had just bought from his arms. He originally wanted to come back and test it. Only after knowing one's own chakra attributes can you do targeted ninjutsu training. Watching Chiba take out the chakra paper, Uchiha has a relieved expression on her face. She thought that Chiba had smashed some weird things since she was a child to waste training. But it doesn't seem to be the case. In this case, let's inject it into chakra. The fire attribute definitely exists, but I don't know if there are other chakra attributes besides the fire attribute. After all, the Uchiha clan is very good at fire style, and every clan has chakra with fire attributes. Without thinking about it, Chiba immediately injected his own chakra. However, the result stunned Chiba and you. Chapter 5 Outstanding Genius. N? What's the matter? Chiba, have you injected chakra? Uchiha asked with some confusion. Because, at this moment, the chakra paper in Chiba's hand has not changed in any way. Chakra paper, as the name suggests, it can detect the attributes of chakra possessed by ninjas. Chakra is divided into 5 attributes: fire, wind, thunder, water, and earth. Different chakra properties will react differently when injected into chakra paper. Fire attribute, chakra paper will burn. Wind attribute, chakra paper will be split in the middle. Thunder attribute, chakra paper will become crumpled. Water properties, chakra paper will get wet. Soil properties, chakra paper will shatter. If all 5 attributes are possessed, then it will appear that one area is on fire, one area is split, one area becomes crumpled, one area becomes wet, and the last area becomes shattered. However, when the chakra paper arrived in Chiba's hands, there was no change at all. No, Uncle you, I have injected chakra, he didn't respond. Chiba was stunned, Uchiha was stunned for a month. What's going on? For chakra's sake, let me see. Uchiha took Chiba's chakra paper and poured it into his own chakra. Then, the chakra paper burned. The chakra paper is okay. It seems that the problem is with your chakra. If the chakra paper doesn't work, then just try ninjutsu. Although the chakra paper cannot detect the chakra attributes of Chiba, considering Chiba's weird chakra, it seems reasonable that ordinary methods cannot detect it. Uchiha looked around. There were forests. Obviously, he wanted to use fire-style ninjutsu, but, this environment. Chiba saw through Uchiha's thoughts at a glance. Uncle Yu, come with me, there is a pond over here, let's go over there. Uchiha nodded. That's good, but I can use the great fireball technique at most. I have to perform the task. Although the Uchiha clan should have the chakra with fire attributes, your chakra is too special. It's better to test it? Well, I understand, Uncle Yu. Chiba nodded, and then took Uchiha to the pond where he usually bathed. It was not so much a pond as it was a stream. There is also a small waterfall in the upper reaches. Chiba was also a little excited, but this was his first experience with ninjutsu. Of course, I don't ask you to learn it all at once, after all, you are only 5 years old, and you didn't even go to ninja school. Having said this, Uchiha paused for a while. He remembered a genius who had never met Uchiha in a century. It was said that he had easily learned the great fireball technique by just looking at it. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. And, like Chiba, he has never attended a ninja school. Okay, Chiba, you look good. Coming to the bottom of the waterfall, Uchiha gave a cold snort. While humming coldly, his hands quickly formed a seal. After a while, the seal was over, and he opened his mouth and vomited lightly. Fire style. Great fireball technique. In an instant, a huge flame was ejected from Uchiha's mouth, at least 10 meters in diameter, burning the air. After 5 or 6 seconds, the huge flame slowly disappeared under Uchiha's control. After all this was done, Uchiha turned around. Listen, Chiba. The order of the great fireball technique is. Uchiha is preparing to hand over the seal order of the great fireball technique to Chiba. After all, Chunin seal speed is too reluctant for a child who does not yet have a Jonin school. Moreover, Chiba probably doesn't even know which seals there are. However, this sentence just came to the lips, and it was deeply blocked back. Because. Shoo. This was the sound of a quick imprint, and immediately after that, Uchiha's gaze was astonished and surprised. Chiba and Uchiha, who had perfectly memorized the order of the great fireball technique formation and completed the formation, opened their mouths and spit lightly. Could it be? A touch of disbelief appeared on Uchiha's face. Fire-style great fireball technique. A calm voice came from Chiba's mouth. Then a huge flame was spit out from Chiba's mouth. The size of the flame is no smaller than Uchiha's, and the range of power and spread is also very impressive. It is almost perfect to use the ninjutsu of great fireball technique. The flame roasted the air and the water vapor rippling under the waterfall, and the surrounding temperature became a bit hot at the moment. This. Uchiha's pupils suddenly enlarged a little, and there was a deep shock in his eyes. 2 words popped out of my mind. Genius. FK, he is definitely a genius, no less than the rare Uchiha that came out of that clan in a century. At this moment, Uchiha's heart was full of shock. He didn't expect that the little devil who hated the clan, and often played strange things, had such a talent. Just taking a look, he didn't even know which seals he had, and he had completely learned this ninjutsu. Uchiha has no vocabulary to describe this kind of talent. The huge flame continued to bake air and water vapor. Uchiha's face also showed a strong surprise. But in the next second, this surprise was replaced by a black line on his face. Because the great fireball spit out from Chiba's mouth immediately began to change shape. In the air. It will become an S for a while, and it will become a B for a while. Uchiha didn't know what to say. He looked at Uchiha Chiba and suddenly had such an evaluation. The Uchiha clan is a genius that has never been met in a century. But unfortunately it's a funny comparison. However, this is fine. He looked at Uchiha Chiba, who was playing with great fireball, with a loving smile on his face. Your son has grown up, and is an out-and-out genius. You should feel at ease wherever you are. Uchiha Moon has a hunch that Chiba will become extremely powerful, even surpassing Uchiha's ancestors. Chapter 6 Left by Father. After a while, Chiba finally took the flames back. Although he also thought that if ninjutsu is used, it can be manipulated only because of chakra. However, Chiba was also horrified when he could really control it as he pleased. It seems that the applicability of my chakra is very wide, even ninjutsu can be directly manipulated. Just imagine. When you have a very powerful ninjutsu, what is the most worrying thing? That is not hit. Naruto in the original book is a very good example. When I first practiced Rasengan's Shuriken. Although the power of Rasengan's Shuriken is very powerful, it is the ultimate ninjutsu that uses the changes in the nature and form of chakra. It can be said to be a one-shot ninjutsu, but this ninjutsu used a very fatal weakness at the very beginning. It is not easy to hit the enemy. But if this kind of ninjutsu is used in Chiba's hands, there is no problem of not being hit. Even if you dodge, ninjutsu will run after you. Uchiha was startled, and it seemed that he hadn't reacted from the previous horror, until Chiba raised his little hand and shook it in front of him. Uchiha reacted. Uncle Yu, even if you are surprised, you don't need to be so exaggerated. No, I just remembered something from the past. About my parents? Chiba asked Mingli. Uchiha didn't look at Chiba intently, thinking that this kid was so sharp. Honestly, Uncle Yu, you don't have to worry too much about me. If you can't even accept this kind of thing, then it means I'm just so dash. Hey. You kid, you're not big, this mouth is quite good at talking. In that case, I'll give you these things. Uchiha smiled. Chiba gave him too many surprises today. Unlike himself, he already knew that Chiba was destined to be on the path of the strongest. He should not be delayed by some considerable external factors. While talking, Uchiha took out a scroll. Slowly spread out, and then make a seal. Peng's cry. Under a puff of smoke and above the scroll, a small box appeared. N? Uncle Yu, this is. Read. More at hotentalnovel.xyz. This is your father, prepared for you when you were born. I said it was given to you when you waited for your Jonin school. After speaking earnestly, Uchiha handed the small box to Chiba's hands. Okay, time is almost here, I have to go to perform the task. You kid, come back and have a look when you have time. Is that girl Quan still talking about you? Hearing this, Chiba nodded. N. I see, Uncle Yu. When leaving, Uchiha seemed to think of something, and then turned around, not forgetting to remind. Remember, train well, don't let your talents go to waste. Your father has always believed that your future achievements will be far above him. At least he has always expected so. After speaking, Uchiha disappeared from Chiba's sight. Holding the small box in his hand, Chiba felt so heavy for the first time. Although the time spent with my parents is not long, blood is thicker than water after all. Even if you are sorry for anyone, you can't be sorry for your parents' expectations. Chiba nodded secretly. Now that chakra has been refined, it is necessary to train well, and to research things, and it is best not to fall back. As for what Chiba usually studies, no one knows. But then, I used fire ninjutsu, that is to say, my chakra is fire. Chiba muttered to himself, and then took out the remaining chakra paper from his pocket. Quietly injected into it. Raging. In an instant, the chakra paper burned to ashes in front of Chiba. FK. The black line on Chiba's face, your sister. You just injected chakra and you didn't respond, now it's okay again. Chiba didn't care much about this episode. He now wants to know what's in this little box. Chiba immediately sat on the ground, thinking, this is probably the only thing left to him by his parents in this life. Not surprisingly, Chiba could already guess what was in the small box. After opening it, Chiba did not expect it. It contains some basic ninjutsu. The lowest level of 3 body technique. Clone technique, transformation technique, and body replacement technique. Chiba was not disappointed either, although it is a low-level ninjutsu, but there is all this strong fatherly love. This can be regarded as a relic left by Chiba by his father inadvertently. After 3 body technique. It is a series of commonly used fire-style ninjutsu. After all, considering that the Uchiha clan is very good at fire style. However, the levels of fire style ninjutsu are not high, and they are all C-level fire style ninjutsu. For example, Great Fireball Technique, or Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique, are among them. It looks like this was originally what my father wanted me to learn when I was in the Joninja school. The level of ninjutsu is not high. Besides, the graduation requirements of ninja school are very simple, that is, take a transformation technique. Of course, there is only fire styles ninjutsu. But in fire style, there is also a C-level illusion. Chiba took them out, although the level is very low, but for him now, it is very useful. And in the end, only a scroll was left in the small box. Huh? N. Chiba was taken aback, then picked up the scroll curiously. Opening it cautiously, Chiba's pupils shrank and a look of surprise appeared on his face. N. This is the real good thing. This scroll. Amazingly, it is B-level ninjutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. Shadow Clone Technique is a B-level ninjutsu developed by Konoha's second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Ninjutsu, originally used for spying, can create the same body as the caster, and chakra will be evenly distributed to each clone. Unlike ordinary clone techniques, Shadow Clone produces entities that can attack and use various types of ninjutsu. After the Shadow Clone is released, the memories that the Shadow Clone felt and experienced will be passed on to the body. Chapter 7 Shadow Clone Technique. Throughout the history of Naruto, although the Shadow Clone technique is not too brilliant, it is compared with those A-level and S-level ninjutsu. Shadow Clone technique does not seem to be very impressive. However, if used well, this is a plug-in. See Uzumaki Naruto, the original protagonist of Naruto, only had 2 ninjutsu from the beginning to the end. Rub balls and multiple Shadow Clone technique. Moreover, if the amount of chakra is sufficient, Shadow Clone technique is still a practice cheater. N. It's not bad. Unexpectedly there is a B-level Shadow Clone technique. Putting the scroll away, Chiba made up his mind inwardly. Watch it, father. One day, I will let you take the name Uchiha Chiba to resound in this world of ninja. The little boy, at this unremarkable time, has an exaggerated goal. No one knows what will happen in the future. However, the most important thing now is training. Start with 3 body technique from the very beginning. Chiba opened the scroll of 3 body technique and looked at the content inside. The actual operation process and application principle of these 3 ninjutsu were described in detail above. He even drew the seal that ninjutsu said it needed to be made. But what makes Chiba's egg hurt? Except for the painted seals, other chakras are flowing, he can't understand. FK. This is embarrassing. It seems that the Jonin school is also very necessary, at least the basic knowledge must be mastered. However, even though Chiba doesn't know what those words are written in. However, Chiba is very clear about the ninjutsu itself, that is, to extract chakra from the body, and then use the seal to urge it out. Just need to know this. Chiba then refined according to the flow of chakra drawn on the scroll, and then moved, and started to seal according to the gesture on the scroll. Clone technique. Peng's cry. After a burst of smoke, beside Chiba, a person exactly like him suddenly appeared. Not bad, read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. Well, it's a lot simpler than expected. The reason why ninjutsu is not easy to learn is not the knot seal, but the amount of chakra. Depending on the ninjutsu that needs to be activated, the amount of chakra extracted is different, and the harmony of physical energy and mental energy is also different. It's not that the more chakra you use, the stronger the ninjutsu, it's just a third-rate approach. The best way is to use the most suitable chakra to urge ninjutsu to maximize the power of ninjutsu. If the amount of chakra is extracted too much, not only will it not be able to control ninjutsu well, but it will also cause chakra to be wasted in vain. But if the amount of chakra is reduced, the power of ninjutsu will be greatly reduced or even useless. Therefore, for all ninjas, to learn a ninjutsu is more than just remembering the order of the ninjutsu. It is more necessary to use your own body to remember the refinement of this ninjutsu chakra. Therefore, for ordinary people, ninjutsu is learned through repeated training for a lot of time, and this repeated training is to let the body remember the amount of chakra extracted by ninjutsu. The reason why those geniuses can learn ninjutsu in one go is to a large extent in controlling chakra, far beyond ordinary people. This may be difficult for others. But for Chiba, it is the simplest thing. Let alone Chiba itself is a genius. More importantly, Chiba's control of his chakra is like controlling his own hands and feet. So, almost at a glance, Chiba can easily learn most of ninjutsu. This is where Chiba's most powerful advantage at this stage lies. Within 3 minutes, the three-body technique was learned by Chiba. However, other ninjutsu Chiba was stunned. Even the sea-level fire-style ninjutsu, Chiba is confused, although Chiba is a genius, especially in terms of mind. But there is nothing wrong with things that have not been touched at all. Forget it, let's put fire style and illusion first, just do shadow clone arithmetic. After all, shadow clone is B-level, but the requirements are not high. The reason is very simple, because the amount of chakra is evenly divided. Immediately, Chiba opened the scroll of shadow clone, and after reading it again, he remembered the imprint by heart. Quickly seal the shadow of shadow clone, and then separate their chakras. Shadow clone technique. Peng. Next to Chiba, there was an extra person who was exactly the same as him. Unlike the previous clone technique, this one had substance. It's really necessary to see the Jonin school, at least some basic knowledge needs to be learned, such as the operation of chakra or something. Moreover, only after knowing the most basic knowledge can we innovate in ninjutsu. After all ninjutsu is derived from basic knowledge. Complex things are derived from simple things. This is the truth that no world will change. What's more, this is especially true for Chiba, who was an out-and-out genius in his previous life. At this time, the sky gradually dimmed, and time passed without knowing it. Stop here today, and come back tomorrow to study things about this special chakra of yourself. After all, after today's Uchiha month, Chiba also believes that his chakra is definitely not trivial. Thinking this way, Chiba rushed back, and when he returned, he caught 2 fish in the creek and regarded it as dinner. Night. The bright moonlight shone on Chiba's face, his face was on the campfire, and he was grilling fish. And his shadow clone is continuing to study in the house. Sitting in front of the campfire, Chiba took out his dark pistol, wiped it with his sleeve, and said to himself, "Hee, who knows, this little thing that doesn't look great can even kill a jonin accidentally." Chapter 8 Chakra, the Self-Protector. The next day, when the first glance was on Chiba's face, Chiba woke up. Chiba didn't sleep very well last night. He thought a lot about his chakra conjecture, but in the end, the more he thought about it, the more outrageous he got. Somehow fell asleep. After getting up, Chiba immediately washed. After finishing quickly, Chiba is ready to get something to eat and go out. After all, he wants to confirm some conjectures about his chakra today. However, when I was about to go out, I suddenly remembered something. No way, where did my shadow clone go? Chiba murmured. He remembered that he hadn't lifted the shadow clone technique. It just disappeared. Chiba thought for a while. Since shadow clone disappeared, the memory of shadow clone should return to the body. After a while, Chiba looked dazed, and he understood the reason why shadow clone disappeared. FK. Shadow clone's chakra is exhausted. Chiba's face is really a big daze. Do you want to be so funny? Shadow clone disappeared because chakra was exhausted. And Chiba didn't seem to let shadow clone do anything. No, something must have happened to shadow clone last night. Just let shadow clone do some research. It will definitely not disappear after exhausting chakra. That is half of Chiba's chak. Just kidding. Chiba thinks he has a small amount of chakra, but that is for his own requirements. He is a member of the Uchiha family. Although the amount of chakra is not comparable to that of the Senju family, it is not comparable to ordinary people. Although Chiba is only a 5-year-old kid. That is to say, shadow clone lost chakra because of something? Or rather back. Chiba's face trembled suddenly, and a guess in his heart about chakra was spontaneously born. Could it be that? Without saying anything, Chiba immediately formed a shadow clone print. With Peng's sound, a shadow clone appeared immediately beside Chiba under a puff of white smoke. Your task is to help me buy an early, well, let me think about it, just buy a LE ramen. After shadow clone received the order, he left in a hurry. If the guess is really correct, then the final result read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. 5 minutes later, Chiba's shadow clone came back smoothly with the ramen that Chiba's body needed. At the moment when the ramen was handed over to Chiba, Chiba's shadow clone turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared in front of Chiba with a sound of peng. Ha, it really is. Chiba felt it, and the chakra in his body immediately increased. That is to say, the remaining chakra in shadow clone had returned to the body at this moment. Chiba was shocked by the news. After all, shadow clone has a very big disadvantage that chakra must be divided equally, and after shadow clone is removed, the chakra that is not used by shadow clone is wasted. However, if you put it here in Chiba, the remaining chakra of shadow clone can still come back. It's incredible. Chiba recovered from the shock, sat down on the spot, and began to enjoy the ramen. Yeah. I have to say, Yul's ramen is really delicious. Chiba ate up immediately and even drank the soup. After he was full, Chiba stood up. Shadow clone was used again. This time, Chiba did not give shadow clone a task, but manipulated chakra. If things are really the same as he thought, then back really back. FK. This chakra is really awesome. Chiba actually manipulated the chakra of the shadow clone and returned to his body, leaving only the necessary chakra in the shadow clone. To be more serious, what Chiba is doing now is subverting shadow clone technique, the ninjutsu itself. 8-9 is not far from 10, but it needs to be confirmed. Chiba's eyes flashed sharply, and his heart suddenly made a living. He immediately issued an order to shadow clone. Later I will lean on that tree to sleep, remember, wait until I fall asleep. What do you want me to do? Shadow clone spoke. When I fall asleep, attack me with this stone. Remember, don't start your head. If I guess wrong, it hurts. Shadow clone nodded immediately. Although he didn't know what the body was going to do, he just had to do it. After doing all this, Chiba just as said, lying under the big tree in front of him, closing his eyes and starting to fall into a false sleep. Chiba's shadow clone sits 10 meters away from Chiba, holding the stone that Chiba gave him. 10 minutes later, Chiba successfully fell asleep. At this moment, Chiba's shadow clone moved. He quickly raised his right hand and threw the stone in the direction of Chiba in the direction of his shuriken investment. Whoops! The stone flew to Chiba's belly at a very fast speed. It should hit Chiba, who is sleeping, in the next moment, and wake him up. But at this moment, something strange happened. The soil beside Chiba turned into fluid with lightning speed, like lightning, forming a high wall in front of Chiba. The stone slammed against the high wall made of mud, without touching Chiba's body at all. At this time, Chiba also woke up, with a smile that really appeared on his face. It seems that my guess is correct. My chakra does have its own consciousness, and this consciousness also has the function of automatically protecting the master. So why does all this happen? Because before going to bed, Chiba quietly injected part of his chakra into the mud around him. What Chiba wants to guess is what would happen to his chakra without knowing it. That's why Chiba chooses to accept danger while sleeping. Obviously, Chiba's conjecture is correct. His own chakra has his own consciousness, and this consciousness automatically protects the Lord. Chapter 9, Uchiha Spring. A few days later, Chiba used various methods to verify his guess. However, apart from Chakra's automatic protection consciousness, which was discovered on the first day, no other weird phenomena have occurred in Chiba for the time being. However, due to the experiments in the past few days, Chiba has used Shadow Clone a lot, and also conducted a lot of physical exercises and other training during the experiment. Almost every day in the middle of the night, Chiba returned to his temporary residence almost when Chakra was almost exhausted. When Chakra woke up the next day, Chiba found that his body had some black stains, and it was accompanied by a foul smell. After Chiba's observation, only when Chakra is exhausted, will it appear in the recovery process, and it is getting less and less every day. In other words, these black stains should be toxins accumulated over the years from his tiny body. Chiba discovered a new ability of Chakra, that is, he can temper his body. And this kind of tempering appeared during the process of checking the formation. To sum it up, to put it simply, his chakra has a filtering function to filter the toxins in his body. And it is for this reason. Chiba's physical ability has been almost exponentially improved in a frenzied manner in more than a week. Of course, the amount of chakra has more than doubled from the past. After all, the extraction of chakra comes from the reconciliation of physical energy and spiritual energy. The Uchiha clan inherently inherited the powerful spiritual energy of Sage of Six Paths, plus Chiba is traversing, the souls of the two generations make his spiritual energy far beyond the ordinary Uchiha clan. Therefore, Chiba's spiritual energy is extraordinary. Therefore, the energy of the body is increased, and then chakra will naturally increase rapidly. To put it bluntly, just by virtue of physical skills, Chiba at this moment is probably far superior to ordinary genin. It may be difficult to reach genin. However, at this rate, it is easier and more enjoyable to achieve genin in physical skills before the Jonin school. There are still less than 3 weeks before the start of school. On this day, Chiba woke up from his sleep as usual. As usual, there were a lot of black stains on the body, but compared to the first day, it was very few. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. In other words, there are fewer and fewer toxins in Chiba's body, which also means that Chiba's strength is at a different stage every day. Well, although the amount has decreased, it still smells so bad. Chiba couldn't help but slapped his nose, and then took off his shirt, revealing his strong muscles. Although Chiba is only a little over 5 years old, it is due to his own chakra filtering and crazy training of physical skills. Chiba's little body has started to grow muscles. His skin is very white. It is modern, plus Chiba's little boy-like face, a proper little white face. At this moment, every muscle on his body is not very conspicuous, but the lines are well proportioned, and every trace is very perfect, a little more fat and a little thinner. And, if you observe carefully, you can feel a kind of masculine beauty. On this point, Chiba sighed slightly. Sure enough, the world of Naruto can't be measured by common sense. This development is far beyond scientific knowledge. For Chiba, who was once a pure scientist, it has exceeded the limits of the human body, but it is relieved to think about the physical fitness of the late ninjas. Damn, this call can't be lost at the starting line. Chiba opened the door, as usual, and took a shower by the river when he came together, although he could manipulate Chakra to directly control the stains from the body, which has the same effect as taking a bath. But it's better to take a shower. After almost half a month of practice, this has become Chiba's habit. But when he opened the door, he was stunned. At the door, there was a small figure sitting. I am combing my regular hair. Sitting on the high steps at Chiba's door, a pair of calves dangling, shaking back and forth. Well? Why is this girl here? Chiba was stunned, obviously a little surprised. Hearing the movement behind her, she immediately turned her head and showed a surprised expression. Brother Chiba. You big lazy, finally woke up, they have been waiting for you for a long time. Chiba put the clothes on his shoulders, ran over smilingly, and sat side by side with her. Sorry, I don't know you will come here suddenly, next time you come, you have to notify me first. Koizumi. Uchiha Spring is the name of this girl. The little girl looks very delicate, and she knows that she grew up as a beauty. Naturally, she is the daughter of Uchiha Yu, and she can be regarded as Chiba's childhood sweetheart. You are so embarrassed to say, Brother Chiba. I won't come back for a long time, I miss you. What taste? Uchiha Izumi blinked his eyes curiously, then leaned close to Chiba's body and sniffed. Brother Chiba, your body smells so bad, and why don't you wear clothes, what is the dark thing on your body? I really hate. While speaking, Uchiha quickly pinched her little nose, and deliberately made a very disgusting expression on her little cheek. Hearing that, Chiba's small face turned black. His first feeling was that this girl's reflection arc was slightly longer. Chiba shrugged helplessly, then stood up. It's not the time to talk, anyway, let me take a shower first, and I'll be back soon. After speaking, Chiba got up and walked in the direction of the creek. Seeing this, Uchiha quickly trot all the way to keep up. Wait for me, Chiba brother, I want to go too. Chiba paused, and the steps he was about to fall also stopped in the air. With a weird expression on his face, she turned her head and looked at the little girl Uchiha Spring, and said inexplicably. Are you sure you are not kidding? Chapter 10 Low Profile. Hear what Chiba said. Uchiha was also startled suddenly, a trace of confusion appeared on his small face, as if he didn't react much to Chiba's words. After a while, Uchiha reacted, and his face flushed with a sigh. Ba ba ba. Chiba brother, you big villain, talk about things that are not ashamed or impatient. Chiba was amused by Quan Lori. Oh? Did I say anything that is not ashamed or irritable? How do I remember that I only said the sentence, are you sure you are not kidding? Hearing this, Uchiha-kwan's small face also began to change. By the way. I see, you made up for the so-called shamelessness, right? Brother Chiba, you. Uchiha-kwan was speechless by Chiba. He raised his hand and pointed at Chiba, not knowing what to say, he was in a hurry. Huh. Chiba, you big bad guy, you know how to bully. Uchiha Izumi mumbled Akatsuki and stomped her feet fiercely. Then he rolled his little face to one side. Ignore you anymore. Hey. Koizumi, I'm kidding. But I'm already angry. Uchiha-kwan said reluctantly. Then you get rid of your breath first? I'll go and wash first. My body stinks and uncomfortable. After speaking, Chiba ran away without waiting for Uchiha-kwan to react. Uchiha-kwan did not expect Chiba to run away. I was so anxious that I stomped my feet quickly. I'm so angry, Chiba brother, you big villain, wait for me. While shouting, Uchiha-kwan also trot to follow. After a while, Uchiha-kwan finally followed Chiba to the creek, pushed aside the jungle, just to see Chiba stand up from the creek. The stream ran across Chiba's flawless body. From a distance, every muscle seemed to contain a huge amount of energy. Seeing this scene, the little Uchiha-kwan was stunned. There was an inexplicable touch in his heart. Although I don't know why, at this moment, he thinks Chiba is so handsome. After washing off the stains, Chiba Quilo's upper body was revealed. I didn't expect Chiba to be so unexpected. He is only 5 years old. What did you eat and grow up with? Naturally, Chiba didn't know what Uchiha-kwan was thinking. After all, in his understanding, the 5-year-old kid knew something. However, he ignored the fact that the little ghosts in Hokage are all very precocious. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. Chiba jumped out of the creek, wiped the water stains on his face, snapped his fingers, and instantly dried out. At the same time, Chiba still holds 2 crucian carps in his hands, which are obviously just caught. Otherwise, with Chiba's ability, there is no need to jump in for a bath. Come on, Koizumi, Chiba will make your favorite grilled fish. Hearing Chiba calling her, Uchiha-kwan reacted, and then staggered and ran over. After Chiba sets up the firewood, he is ready to make a grilled fish habitually. After all, Uchiha-kwan often followed Chiba when she was young. What she likes most is Chiba catching him fish and grilling them for her. Hey, I miss this after I haven't eaten it for more than a month. Wait a minute, Koizumi, it's ready soon. And Uchiha Izumi didn't seem to hear her. She looked at Chiba with straight eyes, and then said in surprise after a while. Brother Chiba, what have you done recently? Chiba was startled. En? What did you do? Uchiha-kwan immediately raised his little finger and pointed at Chiba's upper body, and said in a somewhat unbelievable way. You have muscles. It's normal for men to grow muscles. Are you normal? Absolutely abnormal. Uchiha Izumi looked at Chiba weirdly, then lifted up and poked Chiba's abdomen with his index finger, which was the abdominal muscles. This is real. The black line on Chiba's face. This is still fake. It's unscientific. Uchiha-kwan scratched his head without understanding. You still know science. Chiba almost spat out old blood. Isn't this what Chiba brother often talks about? Well, Chiba was defeated by this cute little loli. At this time, he had set up the firewood, and immediately began to seal at a very fast speed. Fire-style great fireball technique. A mini fireball was immediately spit out from Chiba's mouth. As long as Chakra's output is limited, this is easy to do. And seeing this scene, Uchiha Spring next to him was even more shocked, and immediately shouted. Brother Chiba, you really learned ninjutsu. What is real? You know. Upon hearing this, Uchiha-kwan nodded. My father went home some time ago, and the gods babbled that Brother Chiba, you are a genius who has never met in a century. He said that you learned the great fireball technique by just looking at it. I didn't believe it. It turned out that this is all true. Uchiha-kwan said excitedly. She is really very happy. After all, Chiba's reputation in the Uchiha clan is not very good, and a child his age is working hard at throwing shurikens or physiques. Only Chiba was playing some strange things, and from time to time some explosions were made. Therefore, in the eyes of others, Chiba is not doing business properly. You must know that this is Konoha and this is Ninja Village. A ninja doesn't learn what a ninja should learn, but instead does other things. It's not what it means to be insecure. Therefore, not only adults are disappointed with Chiba, but Chiba is not to be seen among children. Uchiha-kwan worried about Chiba, but didn't know what to do, and now that Chiba brother who knows her turned out to be an out-and-out genius. How can I make her unhappy? Ahem, Koizumi, low-key and low-key. Chiba said calmly, then took out a handful of kunao, used his own chakra to form it into a thin needle shape, put the two fishes separately and put them on the fire for the test. By the way, Chiba brother, the ninja school is about to open, don't forget the time when you arrive. I know, by the way, what about you? School is about to start, should I be able to extract chakra? Chapter 11 Might Guy. Hearing Chiba say this, Uchiha-kwan was very proud to stand up to his completely undeveloped mob. Very confidently patted his own fierce chamber, and said confidently, Of course, how could I lose to Chiba brother? I have trained both shuriken techniques and physical skills. It's just that Chakra's refinement is not smooth enough. She smiled and sat next to Chiba. I don't know why, she just likes to be with Chiba. Maybe she is used to Chiba's humor, likes to make jokes, and there is a hint of maturity between jokes. Therefore, after contacting Chiba, when in contact with other children of the same age, she will find that those children are very naive. So, she enjoys the time with Chiba very much. Really, when you wait for your chakra refinement to be extremely smooth, I will help you with special training. Okay, Chiba brother, you can't fool around then. When have I lied to you? Just kidding. As a man you have to stand upright and make a promise. Although this sentence is a bit pretentious, Chiba himself thinks so. If you want to become strong, sometimes you have to resort to all means. But you can't lose your heart. It will only become extremely sad. For example, Uchiha Obito is a very good example. The two of them just talked and laughed for a day, and being able to chat with this beautiful girl with them, relax and make Chiba very satisfied. He doesn't have many relatives in this world, but they are all people he cherishes. Therefore, he must protect them in this dark ninja world. Protect this little girl who followed her all day long and called herself Chiba brother, who admired herself a little. Therefore Chiba must become stronger than anyone else. He knows what will happen after this ninja world. He doesn't think he has the protagonist aura like Naruto or Sasuke. At the age of 15 or 16, the whole ninja world will be hanged. However, he also has his cheat. To gain a foothold in this ninja world, two things are necessary. First, the congenital conditions. To put it bluntly, it's a blood problem, don't you see? Naruto is always fighting with the Ryudeo family in the end. The Fourth Ninja World War was very magnificent, but if you think about it carefully, it seems to be Konoha's civil war, which has nothing to do with other ninja villages. They are all fighting soy sauce. To put it bluntly, it all revolves around the Uchiha and Senju clan. Therefore, in the ninja world, in order to gain powerful power, the innate conditions are very important. Fortunately, Chiba has this innate condition, and he descended from the Uchiha clan. Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. Second, have a strong heart. This is essential. Only when you have a strong heart can you make progress, and you can be a master if you endure hardships. What's more, Chiba also has his own special absolutely manipulated chakra as a cheat. Although Chiba has not fully discovered the potential of this chakra so far, Chiba has a feeling. What he saw now was just the tip of the iceberg of the power of his own special chakra. After sending the little girl Uchiha Spring back, the sky gradually darkened. Chiba walks in Konoha Shinobi Village, as if it were a walk. He looked up at the bright moon and sighed slightly. Who would have thought that this moon is just a container that seals 10 tales made by Sage of Six Paths with planetary devastation? Who could have imagined that 10 years later, 10 tales, which was originally sealed in the moon, would run out and endanger the world again? Thinking wildly like this, Chiba walked towards his temporary residence. Bang bang bang. It was at this time that Chiba was attracted by the sound of a collision outside the village. Following the sound, Chiba walked over curiously. The sound came from a temporary practice range. It seemed that someone was training. But, it's so late, who is still training? Isn't this nonsense? Chiba almost has an answer in his heart. Coming to the periphery of the practice range, in the center of the practice range, there is a wooden stake, which is used to train physical skills. At this time, a sweaty teenager in a green tights was hitting the stake with all his strength. Every fist, every kicking technique, every move can set off a violent whirlwind. Just standing in the distance, Chiba can feel the pressure of this person's punches and kicks. While training, he still didn't forget to mutter, "Yeah. I lost my duel with Kakashi today. I have to punch 10,000 times and kick 10,000 times. If you can't finish it today, then I will run around the village 10 laps tomorrow." Obviously, there is only one person in Konoha village who is dressed like this, who works so hard, and who has such strange regulations. Might Guy. Although Chiba knows that Might Guy is very hard-working, seeing Chiba with his own eyes is still a bit shocked. The sweat swayed from his body, and so desperately to set rules and limit himself. So far, Chiba feels that he has worked hard enough, but compared with Guy, it seems to be a lot worse. Diligence can make up for one's weakness, this sentence is really correct. Might Guy is an ordinary person in Naruto. There is no backstage and protagonist's halo like Naruto. There is also no Uchiha bloodline as powerful as Sasuke. Not to mention the talent of Kakashi's white teeth. However, he firmly believes that hard work can defeat the genius, and it is precisely because of this that he regards the genius ninja Kakashi as his opponent. And it is to catch up as the goal of one's life. Anyone who has seen Naruto knows that Kakashi was definitely a wicked genius during his youth. He graduated at the age of 5, Jonin was 13 years old, and he developed the S-level ninjutsu Raikiri alone. No one can break this record so far, even Uchiha Itachi, who has never met the Uchiha clan in a century, has not been able to achieve it. Although in the later stage, Lin's death caused Kakashi's whole body to fall into a state of decadence, resulting in no increase in strength at all. Otherwise, with Kakashi's talent, it would be beyond the existence of Sunin in the story of Shippuden. Might Guy, who has no talent and no backstage, worked hard in obscurity and slowly caught up with Kakashi's pace. Even in the late stage, the 8 inner gates formation broke out. In terms of strength, Uchiha Madara, who once suppressed the 6 states, shocked countless audiences. Countless people suddenly turned to fans. Respectfully call it Guy King. Any effort is worthy of respect, and Chiba is naturally so. He silently looks at the training Might Guy. The sight did not leave in the slightest. His unforgettable genius brain allows him to accurately remember Might Guy's every move. Want to become a true pinnacle powerhouse? Not only must have the talent that is stronger than others, but also surpass others in hard work. Chapter 12 Duel. If the stupid bird flies first can make up the gap in talent, then the wise bird that flies first will become a disc, reborn from the ashes, and be promoted from a bird to a phoenix. Although the current Chiba has not been able to turn on Rinnegan, the movements of Guy in the Chunin period during training can still be captured by Chiba with his eyesight. Of course, if it's actual combat, it might be different. Chiba is almost certain that Guy's wrists and ankles are definitely adding incredible weight. That was weight training. Once the next step, Guy's speed will increase several times. It looks like Guy is training these several moves repeatedly. Let's see here first. It will not be without a chance in the future. After silently memorizing these tricks, Chiba returned to his makeshift home alone. No words for a night. In the next few days, Chiba trained his physical skills in a targeted manner. In terms of ninjutsu, Chiba doesn't panic. With the particularity of his chakra, even A-level ninjutsu can be easily learned. As far as Chiba is concerned, he is born to use chakra's form changes to the extreme, so the direction he needs to work hard is to change the nature of chakra. Therefore, Chiba put ninjutsu aside and took the lead in training physical skills. Physical skills are the basics, and Chiba does not intend to fall. In a clearing by the creek, two figures shuttled quickly. Did they hear a BG sound? Chiba played against his shadow clone. There was a heavy muffled sound between his fists and feet, and Chiba's physical fitness is now completely different from before, and it has increased dozens of times. Every punch and every kick has a heavy force. Although it is not as good as Might Guy, it is only a matter of time to catch up with him. Leaf Hurricane. Chiba kicked the shadow clone with pure physical skills, sweeping the place with his right leg, and even the whistling sound of the wind was picked up. However, Shadow Clone has exactly the same physical fitness as Chiba. Almost the moment Chiba attacks, Shadow Clone also made exactly the same actions as Chiba. The lower part of the right leg kicked and swept across. In the same Leaf Hurricane, the legs of the two slammed together, and with a sound of peng, the two suddenly separated under the impact of the reaction force. And at the moment of division, the two of them had not had time to land before they heard the extremely fast sound of Fire Style Great Fireball Technique. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. Fire Style Great Fireball Technique. Raging. Two huge spherical flames suddenly spit out from Chiba's and his shadow clone's mouths. The fireballs collided, and immediately set up a wall of fire for several tens of meters, instantly submerging both of them. Chiba couldn't let go of this opportunity, and the free right hand immediately took out 4 kunai, and threw it fiercely. Bang 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 bang. There was the sound of metal collision in the flames. After the flames dissipated, Chiba and Shadow Clone stood at each other. Between them, there were 8 kunai lying peacefully. This is the end of the battle. Hey, it's really not easy to do, not only physical skills, ninjutsu, but also the same idea. Chiba shook his head. Just now in the fight with Shadow Clone, he felt like he was facing a mirror. Whatever he used to attack, the other side would use it back. However, the actual combat training with Shadow Clone allowed Chiba's abilities to improve rapidly in all aspects. Who? In vain, Chiba's expression flashed icy, and he reacted almost instantly. I don't know when, Chiba's hands had already taken out 8 shurikens, and he threw them to one side. The shuriken flew over and sank into the jungle. But Quakeka. What sounded was the voice of a crow. How is this going? Chiba frowned. He clearly felt the feeling of being watched. But it was a crow that flew out? He couldn't figure it out. Not only could his chakra be absolutely manipulated, but it also had an unusual sense of inscription. After all, he had an automatic consciousness of protecting the Lord. Therefore, under Chiba training, Chakra's sense of crisis can be passed on to Chiba itself. Could it be the crow clone technique? Uchiha Atake. Chiba murmured, but gave up the idea in an instant. The current Uchiha Atake is about the same age as him, not to mention the crow clone, and he doesn't even know how to do ninjutsu. It can be said that the current Chiba absolutely crushes Uchiha Atake. And just as Chiba guessed, the crow's crow suddenly became noisy. Quakeka. In the jungle, it was not a crow that flew out this time, but a group of crows flew out, flying over Chiba's head, showing a circling posture. Chiba's eyes narrowed slightly. He already knew who was coming. After the crows flying around him, a figure taller than Chiba walked towards Chiba slowly. He is a teenager who looks like a teenager. He wears a black high-necked shirt on his upper body, a ninja short sword on his back, black trousers, and Chuangjang is wearing leggings. The black hair is tied to Konoha's forehead protector, and at the same time, the Uchiha clan emblem is embroidered on the clothes. Uchiha Shisui. Chiba's face is calm. What did Uchiha Shisui come here to do? After all, the current Uchiha Shisui is very talented. Before Uchiha Atake grew up, he was the first genius of the Uchiha clan at this time. Moreover, at a young age, He even broke the title of Shanshen Shisui, and when I was young, I had Mangekyo blood will eyes and possessed the strongest illusion distinguished heavenly gods. In the original book, Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, two great geniuses, can be regarded as teachers and friends, and Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharinan was caused by Shisui's death. Chiba was a little confused. The genius of the Uchiha clan, Jonin, ran to his little devil to release the crows. What did he think? Or, what other purpose does he have? Thinking of this, Chiba's expression changed slightly. You are Uchiha Chiba. Uchiha Shisui walked to Chiba's face with a smile, and said with a smile, there was no malicious intent between the words. On the contrary, I appreciate it very much. Chapter 13 Uchiha Shisui. Don't be nervous, I've heard of your name, you just often engage in some weird clansmen who make explosions in your clan. Drafting girl. Chiba couldn't help cursing inwardly. Uchiha Shisui was here to find fault. Seeing Chiba's little face gloomy, Uchiha Shisui realized that what he said just now was very rude. Sorry, I didn't mean that. I know. Chiba waved his hand, his face still calm. I don't know why Shisui-kun are here? As Jonin, you should usually have a lot of tasks. There was a smile on Uchiha Shisui's face, and Uchiha Chiba didn't say anything. He still knew Shisui's character. I just heard that the clan who moved out is a genius who has never met in a century. Even our Uchiha clan's signature ninjutsu, Great Fireball Technique, was learned by just looking at it. Well, I'm more curious, so let's take a look. Chiba raised his eyebrows. FG. What the hell, this makes the Uchiha clan known to everyone. Uncle Yu is too such a thing. However, that little girl is right. Yours is indeed a genius. You were in a battle simulation just now. Wait, little girl. A little girl told you these things. Yeah, she is called Uchiha Spring, and she says with pride that her brother Chiba is a genius who has never met in a century. It seems that she likes you very much. The black line on Chiba's face turned out to be Uchiha-kwan, this little girl. You believe in this kind of thing too? I don't have a good reputation in the clan. It is estimated that even if Koizumi said that, no one would believe her. No, it is precisely because of excellence that makes you behave differently. Even though I don't know what you are doing with the weird things you do, you must have your own purpose. Uchiha Chiba was silent. Indeed, after 5 years in this world, no one understands what he did, and what he got was always cold-eyed. Chiba has never cared about it, and making a fortune is the kingly way. Others talk about it, just do it by himself. This is the first time that everything Chiba has done has been confirmed. It turns out that it is because they are both geniuses that they can understand. You don't care about their vision, as long as you do something, they will see it differently. Chiba stunned Shisui. He didn't need someone to look at him differently, he only needed to get power, reputation, and everything were vain. But despite saying that, Chiba nodded. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. I know that. But, by the way, I just observed it with Sharinan. Your Great Fireball Technique's Chakra running route is a bit distorted and not perfect. If you follow the regular route, you should be able to perform several times the power of this ninjutsu. Uchiha Shisui made a suggestion and said. Chiba looked at Shisui, then fell silent. Check, the Chakra route is not perfect. He obviously simulated Uchiha-uki's ninjutsu perfectly. But the power of ninjutsu hasn't diminished. Chiba said suspiciously, the Great Fireball Technique he used was exactly the same size as Uchiha-u's. No, it is already lowered for you. If you have any doubts, see how I sorted out the Chakra route. There was a smile on Uchiha Shisui's face. Shoo. Immediately, the seal of Great Fireball Technique was formed at an extremely fast speed, and he checked the place compressed on his chest, and spit out suddenly. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. Raging. Suddenly, a fireball that was a full circle larger than Chiba's great fireball technique was spit out from Shisui's mouth. After a few seconds, it slowly disappeared under Shisui's manipulation. How? Chiba nodded thoughtfully, and at the same time made the seal of great fireball technique at an extremely fast speed. This time, he used the running route of Chakra that Shisui taught him, which was only slightly different from what Uchihayo taught him before. Fire-style great fireball technique. Raging. In an instant, a huge fireball 3 times the size of the previous Uchiha Shisui rose into the sky, and instantly swallowed everything in front of Chiba. The surrounding temperature rose in an instant. FK. Chiba couldn't help but shouted, and at the same time ninjutsu stopped. He was stunned and looked back at Shisui. Mr. Shisui, are you sure this is the original power of the great fireball technique? No need to remind Chiba, even Shisui himself was stunned. He clearly felt that the great fireball technique used by Chiba had not only widened its scope, but had also increased its temperature a lot. No, the great fireball technique you used is beyond the scope of this ninjutsu itself. To be honest, this should be caused by your black chakra. Chiba cannot deny it. He is not surprised that Shisui knows his chakra. It is not a secret that his chakra color can be seen as long as Sharingan is turned on. This great fireball technique itself is just a C-level ninjutsu. You can use it with B-level power. It can be seen that the quality of your chakra is very high. Uchiha Shisui sighed a little. Chiba is not only a genius, but also possesses such a high-quality chakra. It can't be said to be a genius anymore, it's a monster. In other words, using the same ninjutsu, my ninjutsu will be far more powerful than others. Well, that's understandable. Damn, unexpectedly there is such a plug-in. Because Chiba rarely uses ninjutsu, after all, he now also knows Shadow Clone and Great Fireball technique, so he hasn't discovered this characteristic of chakra until now. Looking at you, it seems that you are very unfamiliar with the chakra root. You should be 5 years old now. In the near future, you should go to the ninja school to learn. Then you can focus on learning the knowledge of chakra operation, which is very practical. This is also the key to creating powerful ninjutsu. The reason Shisui would say this is because he believes that with Chiba's talent, he will never be limited to learning ninjutsu created by others in the future. He may create his own ninjutsu himself. Moreover, your chakra is really special, whether it's quality or purity, it's like a filtered essence. It's really special. Uchiha Shisui used 2 specials in a row, and he really couldn't find a vocabulary to describe it. Perhaps you can make good use of this. As for how to do it, you should know better than me. Okay, I should also say goodbye. Obviously I just came to have a look but said so much nonsense. Uchiha Shisui said with a smile, just like the big brother next door. How can it be nonsense, Shisui? Your words have benefited me a lot, I remembered it, thank you. Shisui just smiled, didn't say much, nodded towards Chiba, and then his figure flashed, disappearing into Chiba's sight. Chapter 14 Chakra is immortal, Shadow Clone is forever. Seeing Uchiha Shisui's departure, Chiba looked calm. He didn't think Shisui would have any other purpose when he came here. It should be just like what he said. He had heard about himself from Quan and came out of curiosity. After all, with Shisui's character in the original book, Chiba really can't think of some small moves. Chiba shook his head, not thinking about it. The advice given by individual stocks Shisui is undoubtedly valuable. It also made Chiba learn about another ability of his own chakra. With the same level of ninjutsu, Chiba will use several times the power of others. As for the previous great fireball technique, it can only be said that Uchiha has no perfect mastery. The difference between Uchiha and Shisui's great fireball technique is not that big, but if Chiba uses it, the difference is like heaven and earth. This is because the foundation of chakra is different. Moreover, Chiba is also looking forward to going to the ninja school more and more. Although all the basic knowledge is learned in the ninja school, it is the most needed for Chiba now. Now Chiba's need for ninjutsu is not very big, and even more so after learning that his chakra is far more powerful than ordinary people. There is definitely no need to worry about ninjutsu in the future. The most important task now is to develop your own physical skills and chakra abilities. Training physical skills is to increase one's strength, and the other is to increase the amount of chakra. Although even if Chiba doesn't care about him, the amount of his chakra will increase with his own growth, but he will not just sit back and die. Chakra comes from physical energy and spiritual energy. Chiba's mental energy is very huge, so there is no need to worry at all, so you only need to improve your physical fitness, and Chiba's chakra volume will increase exponentially. Why does the Senju family have a huge amount of chakra? The amount of chakra owned by first generation is even comparable to that of the tail beast, because of its huge vitality. Chiba believes that after he raises his physical fitness to the top, chakra will not lose to the Senju clan. However, this seems a bit difficult at this stage. Chiba can feel that the amount of his chakra is very scarce. After so many days, the amount of his chakra has obviously increased dozens of times more than it was at the beginning. But he barely reached Genin's level. This is also the only shortcoming of Chiba's chakra that Chiba has discovered at this stage, that is, while having high quality, the quantity cannot keep up. Therefore, Chiba's physical skills must not be lost. Moreover, from Shisui's words just now, Chiba has a new guess about his chakra. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. With the same ninjutsu, the power used by yourself will be far superior to others. This is the case with the Great Fireball technique, so what about Shadow Clone? Thinking of this, Chiba immediately made a seal, and then separated a Shadow Clone. He went back and forth a few times next to Shadow Clone, watching carefully. That's not right, logically speaking. Even the ninjutsu of Shadow Clone should be improved. Chiba tilted his head, a little confused. He didn't see how his Shadow Clone was different from the others. Wait, Chiba suddenly thought of a key point. Shadow Clone is almost equivalent to the body, because chakra is evenly divided. Therefore, Shadow Clone's moves, thinking, ninjutsu, and even the amount of chakra are the same as those of the body. So, what is the only difference between Shadow Clone and ontology? At the same time, that is also a huge weakness of Shadow Clone. Defensive power. A rush flashed in Chiba's eyes. That's right, the biggest disadvantage of Shadow Clone is its defensive power, which is different from the main body. As long as it is slightly attacked, Shadow Clone will be cancelled. Since your own chakra can improve ninjutsu itself, for Shadow Clone, could it be said? Chiba narrowed his eyes, then took out a handful of kunao, which turned into a black blade under the control of his chakra. Whoops! A cold light flashed. An arm of Chiba's Shadow Clone was chopped off by Chiba, but Shadow Clone did not disappear, and even his expression did not change. Sure enough, it didn't disappear. Chiba was overjoyed. Before he was happy, he saw the dark eyes appearing where Shadow Clone's arm was cut. It was a shadow. In the next second, the pitch-black chakra spread from the wound of Shadow Clone and merged into the wound of the broken arm. Just under Chiba's stunned expression, the broken arm that was just cut off by Chiba was connected. FK. Chiba couldn't help cursing. This F***ck is open. Even he himself was shocked. After this attack, Shadow Clone was already very heaven-defying without disappearing. This turned out to be restored. Chiba has a feeling that he has become a RMB player, and this chakra is his top-up plug-in. Chiba hurried over and squeezed the place where Shadow Clone had previously broken his arm. It was intact and no wound was visible, as if the knife just hit him. It's so strong, doesn't that mean, unless I recycle chakra, otherwise chakra will not die, and Shadow Clone will live forever? This is beyond the scope of the ninjutsu of Shadow Clone. Shadow Clone itself is a B-level ninjutsu, and Chiba is absolutely A-level power. No, if it is tough, it may not necessarily be S-level. Could it be that your chakra is not to increase the power of ninjutsu but to increase the level of ninjutsu? No, the level of ninjutsu is also set artificially, so it's better to enhance the image of power. However, if you really want to say it, it is that Chiba's chakra has made ninjutsu itself undergo a qualitative change. Your own chakra can make Shadow Clone immortal, and Shadow Clone will live forever. What about my own ontology? At this moment, a crazy idea suddenly popped into Chiba's mind. If you chop off your own hand, will chakra automatically connect it to him? Chapter 15 Test Chakra. No, it may be a bit extreme to think this way. From another perspective, if he is injured, Chakra will heal himself like Shadow Clone. It shouldn't work. Chiba shook his head. Shadow Clone can be cured because Shadow Clone itself is made of Chakra. But his body is different, no matter how special his Chakra is, it can't change the reality that he is a human being. If this kind of Chakra can really be like Shadow Clone, Chakra is immortal and Shadow Clone will last forever. Then this ability is not called healing, but regeneration. Is it possible? Obviously impossible. However, Chiba still had the mentality of trying, took out a handful of kunao, and gently stroked the back of his hand. In an instant, a small wound appeared, and a drop of blood dripped down the back of Chiba's hand. After a while, the blood in the wound had coagulated, but there was no tendency to heal. Sure enough. Chiba was not disappointed either, he had no hope in the first place. Then in addition to this, Chiba has another conjecture. He noticed a sentence Uchiha Shisui said before. Your chakra is really special. Whether it is quality or purity, it is like a filtered essence. It's like a filtered essence. Chiba has been trying to figure out the meaning of this sentence. Because Chiba knows that his chakra has the ability to filter his own body, but according to Chiba's current understanding of his own chakra, the filtering ability is definitely not limited to the body. After all, in that case, it is too narrow and does not conform to this chakra law. Chiba had been thinking about one thing before, and that was why the chakra paper was not detected when it was first used. Chiba will not classify it as a malfunction of the chakra paper, because after using the Great Fireball technique, the remaining chakra paper did detect that Chiba's chakra is a fire attribute. The problem is here. Why can't I detect my chakra attributes before? Why does it work again afterwards? During this period of time, something must have happened to change his chakra. After all, what chakra can't detect attributes? The only thing Chiba did during this time was to use the Great Fireball technique. There are a total of 7 variations of chakra. Fire, water, wind, thunder, earth, yin, and yang. Only the first 5 types can be detected by chakra paper. In other words, your own chakra is of yin and yang attributes. Chiba shook his head. Impossible. If it were yin and yang, it would be impossible to explain the sudden appearance of fire attributes. Then Chiba can make a guess. Your own chakra has no attributes. Some are similar to the tail beast or the fairy chakra, and there is no attribute change. Moreover, this kind of chakra is extremely powerful, and its power is several times that of ordinary chakra. After Chiba used fire-style ninjutsu, chakra was automatically filtered to become chakra with fire attributes. Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. Because of this, after Chiba uses the Great Fireball technique, its power will make Shisui dumbfounded. It seems necessary to do a little experiment. Chiba stroked his chin. Then I came up with an idea in my heart and used my own chakra to attack ordinary chakra. What would happen? Sharp dividing line. Night fell quickly. The sun was about to set, pulling the entire shadow of Konoha over the old elders. At this time, Konoha's original bustling streets became sparsely populated, and at the same time, many night markets also began. This kind of thing, whether it's a ninja performing a task or a training student, has returned home. However, there is only one person. In the training outside Konoha, he sweats and keeps training his physical skills. That was Konoha's hardest ninja might guy. Bang bang bang. His fists kept hitting the huge wooden stakes used for training, and each punch made a muffled sound. It can be seen that every attack of Might Guy is very aggressive and calm, which is also a symbol of his being a master of physical skills. After continuous high-intensity training at a speed that his eyes could barely keep up with, Might Guy wiped the sweat from his forehead, then took a deep breath and stopped. Well, 10,000 punches, I'm done today. Might Guy smiled, satisfied that his training goal was achieved, but at this time, a shadow appeared on the ground. Kakashi. Might Guy was a little surprised at Kakashi's arrival, but after a moment he showed a surprised expression. He jumped in front of Kakashi, and raised his right hand sideways. Kakashi, come to a duel. Okay, that's what I meant. Kakashi didn't talk nonsense, and nodded. This made Might Guy a little surprised. The usual Kakashi has no motivation for the game. I didn't expect to be so proactive today. But Might Guy can't manage so much. Since Kakashi is so motivated, isn't it right? Then, take it, Kakashi, leaf hurricane. Might Guy swooped in at an incredible speed and used a continuum of upper and lower kicks against Kakashi. Kakashi's face condensed. Immediately reacted, before Might Guy used leaf hurricane, he punched in the weakest part of the move. Interrupted? Very well, as expected of Kakashi. Might Guy was not surprised at all, he could easily crack his physical attack at such a speed. This is the Kakashi he knows. Might Guy was about to continue his attack, but Kakashi suddenly accelerated. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Kakashi made an action that Might Guy was too familiar with. After spinning at a high speed in the air, the heel attack ended quickly. Even my physical skills have been copied. It's amazing. Might Guy looked serious, crossed his hands and took Kakashi's Leaf Great Whirlwind. Peng's cry. There was a muffled noise at the place of the attack. Might Guy's legs didn't understand, but Might Guy felt this powerful force. Moreover, he felt that in the series of attacks, it was not training, but talent. Stabilizing the blow, Might Guy grinned, and suddenly exerted force under his feet. It's time for me to attack, Kakashi. But at this moment, an unbelievable chill came. That icy chill even made Might Guy feel dead after all. Moreover, the bitter cold came from Kakashi in front of me. Might Guy's pupils shrank, and his eyes suddenly fell on Kakashi. If he is not optimistic about paying back, he was startled at first glance. In front of his eyes, as if there was an illusion, Might Guy faintly saw a black phantom beast, opening his fangs at him. Then bite down. In the next second, Might Guy suddenly felt that the chakra in his body was disordered, as if he had received some shock. Peng flew upside down with a cry. The moment he flew out, Might Guy adjusted his posture and landed steadily. He didn't know what he was attacked by. However, this was not his full strength. He placed his hands on the wristbands tied to his feet, and he couldn't retain his strength against Kakashi. He was thinking of this, but at the moment he raised his head. Kakashi gone. Might Guy was left alone in the wind. Huh? What about the Kakashi people? Chapter 16 Devouring and Filtering. At this time, at the other end of the forest, Chiba is having a campfire, and over the campfire is roasting the game that Chiba caught from the forest during the day. In addition, he is holding a bowl of eel ramen packed in his hand. The little days are only so moist. Chiba's appetite is getting bigger day by day, perhaps because of Chakra's influence. After all, the consumption is here, and his body is still tense and strong. The energy needed by the body comes from food, so Chiba's appetite at this moment is much larger than that of his peers. After a while, Chiba finished his ramen noodles. At this time, the game on the campfire was almost ready. Chiba quickly took it down and took a bite at the grilled golden barbecue. Well, it tastes good. Chiba nodded, and it was at this moment that Chiba's pupils shrank. A huge chakra returned to his body. Shadow Clone is back. But it was the moment when Shadow Clone's chakra returned. Behind Chiba, flames and thunder suddenly rose. With Peng's sound, a blast occurred behind Chiba, leaving traces of flame and thunder respectively. Chiba was stunned, and even the game barbecue he was holding fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, Chiba checked the chakra in his body, and he was overjoyed. FK, it's hanging up again. Okay, what happened? Chiba looked at everything in front of him and began to analyze it. However, the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. According to the situation, he felt that his chakra was somewhat heaven-defying. First of all, this afternoon, in order to confirm whether his chakra has the function of filtering chakra, Chiba came up with a way. After all, his own chakra has been filtered according to guesses, so Chiba wants to try other people's chakras. Therefore, he separated a shadow clone, and then turned into Kakashi to find Might Guy. Although not necessarily able to play Might Guy, Chiba's focus is not on combat, but on experimenting with chakra. Therefore, when Chiba's shadow clone used Kakashi's identity to fight Might Guy, it released Chakra's fangs against Might Guy at the best time. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. Although Chiba knows that his chakra is useless to creatures, the target this time is not Might Guy, but Might Guy's chakra. Originally, Chiba planned to use his own chakra to wash Might Guy's body again, and wanted to see if it could really enhance the quality of chakra through filtering. But what Chiba had imagined was completely beyond. Chakra didn't wash chakra at all, but just like a hungry beast, rolled up the chakra on the most surface of Might Guy, and then swallowed it. After learning this information, Shadow Clone immediately judged that the mission was completed and could go back, so he immediately contacted Shadow Clone. Therefore, the chakra of Shadow Clone and even the chakra of Might Guy who swept over returned to Chiba's body. At the same time, Chiba's guess is right, his chakra does have a filtering function, not only can filter the body to make the body stronger. It can also filter chakra to make chakra pure. Therefore, after Might Guy's chakra was pulled down, Chiba's chakra started to work and instantly filtered it. All the fire attributes and thunder attributes are filtered out, leaving the most essential part into Chiba's own chakra. Therefore, Chiba can feel it, although very little, but his chakra has indeed increased. Unexpectedly, I discovered a new ability, it can be proliferated by devouring chakra. This inevitably made Chiba think of Hoshigaki Same Hata. The Same Hata broadsword has the ability to absorb chakra from the enemy, and can transfer the absorbed chakra to the owner who uses it to heal. However, after Chiba's chakra was swallowed, it was not used immediately, but the external chakra was filtered, leaving the most essential part. It can be said that this ability is an upgraded version of Same Hata, with the ability to refine the essence of chakra. Moreover, Chiba looked at the fire attributes and thunder attributes filtered by her chakra that she could not use. Some ideas. My chakra really has no attributes, it's not right. If the guess is correct, it should be able to become any attribute. Chiba made a bold guess about his chakra. You can use fire style yourself, so it should be of fire attribute. But his own chakra filtered out the fire attribute of Might Guy's chakra. This shows what? This shows that Chiba's own chakra has no attributes at all. But it can be transformed into any kind of attribute. Because Chiba used fire style ninjutsu before, chakra turned into a fire attribute during the period of use. This is why Chiba used chakra paper to detect fire attributes after using the Great Fireball technique. The reason could not be detected before. That is to say, theoretically, I can use all the ninjutsu in the world. Moreover, one's own chakra can be transformed into 5 basic attributes. What about yin and yang attributes? Is it the same? You must know that you belong to the Uchiha clan and have the blood of the Uchiha clan. If you have chakra, who has the yin and yang attributes? Chiba couldn't imagine it. He had underestimated his chakra before. At the beginning, I simply thought that my chakra could only be attached to objects for manipulation. However, it now appears that what he saw was just the tip of the iceberg of his own special chakra. Moreover, there are even more unknown areas waiting for him to explore. However, he knew that his chakra was strong. But there is one biggest weakness. That is the lack of quantity. But now that he knew it had the ability to devour chakra, Chiba changed his mind. Then, Chiba did a series of tests. And finally found 2 important places. First, when you devour chakra, your chakra cannot leave your body. Secondly, shadow clones' devouring speed is far not as fast as the body. Chapter 17 Ninetales is coming. No one knows what will happen next. In the darkness, there seemed to be a kind of traction of fate. The disaster is often only a moment. And the only one who knew of this disaster is Chiba in the entire Konoha shinobi village. Although I don't know the exact time, Chiba knows that Ninetales will attack Konoha shinobi village in the near future. Before knowing that his chakra had the ability to swallow, Chiba thought that when Ninetales attacked, he would just hide with most of Uchiha. After all, Chiba knows that he weighs a few kilos now. Even if he is a genius, chakra is heaven-defying. But before he grows up, in front of the overwhelming power of Ninetales, he is still an ant. Chiba never scorns himself, but after learning that his chakra can swallow chakra to increase his chakra some time ago, Chiba changed his mind. In the view of Chiba now, Ninetales is like a natural chakra treasure house, inexhaustible. For human chakra, the amount of Chiba swallowed is not only limited, but also filter out the attribute part, and finally compress it to become the same black high-strength chakra like itself. There is not much left in the end. But the tail beast is different. The chakra of the tail beast does not have attributes. It can be said that for Chiba, it is directly swallowed, then compressed, and then assimilated into its own chakra. Therefore, Chiba does not intend to let go of this Ninetales attack. Although with his current strength, he is an ant in front of Ninetales. No, it is estimated that even an ant is not counted. However, if you make good use of your own chakra and your own research hole cards, you may not be unable to implement your plan. After all, Chiba didn't want to defeat Ninetales or anything, he just fished in troubled waters when Ninetales attacked the village. Therefore, after discovering the secret of chakra, Chiba stopped training, but shut himself in the room, and began to study without sleeping and eating. Tonight is another peaceful night. Chiba is still preparing in the research room. No accident, it can be completed tonight. Nobody knows. At this moment, on the wall at the entrance of Konoha Shinobi Village, there is a spiral of weird twists and waves. A man wearing a black cloak and a mask, as if returning from hell, stood on Konoha's city wall. A gloomy aura exuded from this person's body, and the killing intent was permeated. No one noticed his existence. He quietly raised his head. His face was wearing a mask with a single eye. Under a single eye, a scarlet pupil, a black jade like a tadpole, looked down at the entire Konoha Shinobi village with an unknown quarter. Immediately stepped out, with the twisted ripples released by Scarlet Cherry Non, the man's figure disappeared in the spiral twist. The brightly lit Konoha Shinobi village, at this time, seems to be peaceful. Read more at hotantulnovel.xyz. In the bustling downtown and nightlife shop, the ninja who returned from the mission is relaxing and drinking a small wine. But in the next second, in the dark corner of Konoha that no one noticed, a cold voice suddenly sounded. "Okay, come out, Ninetales summoning technique." In an instant, an unprecedented sense of depression fell from the sky. It's like an unknown darkness born from hell. Many Mingan people may have a foreboding. Ninja Dog began to get irritable. Ninja Cat also seemed very impatient. Peng. A huge white smoke erupted from the center of Konoha Shinobi Village, and with a muffled sound, a huge monster with 9 blood-red tails suddenly appeared. Ho 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 dash. As soon as it appeared, the blood-red 9 tails monster uttered a terrifying roar, and its hideous face was undoubtedly exposed. In that angry roar, the 9 blood-red tails swept towards Konoha Shinobi Village like the Optimus Prime. At this moment, the brief tranquility of Konoha Shinobi Village was broken. Disaster has already occurred. 9 tails, it's here. On the outskirts of the village, Chiba finally got everything ready. According to the passage of time, Obito will bring 9 tails to attack Konoha in the near future, and Chiba does not want to let go of this opportunity to increase chakra. Although the risks are great, high risks have high returns. On the road to becoming a strong one, it is impossible to stand at the top without experiencing danger. After preparing everything, Chiba breathed a sigh of relief and was ready to fall asleep. However, he found out. Can't sleep. I have insomnia. No matter how he turns over and over, he just can't fall asleep, as if something is pressing on his chest, making him panicked. And, over time, this feeling became more and more obvious. Something's wrong. What is going on with this feeling? Chiba did it, not drowsy. At this moment, there is only one feeling in my heart. Irritable. Faintly, there was a feeling of extreme anxiety permeating Chiba's mind, and at the same time, chakra in his body seemed to start to move around. Swish. The pitch-black chakra spewed out of Chiba's body and instantly covered Chiba's surface. As if protecting the master Chiba. Chiba's face trembled. This is his own chakra's automatic master protection function. This automatic protector cannot be controlled when Chiba is unconscious. In other words, as long as a sense of crisis is sensed, or Chiba is about to face danger, chakra will automatically jump out. And his own chakra became like this. He was surrounded and protected, and Chiba had met for the first time. Chiba frowned. Whether it was the inner restlessness or chakra's abnormality, it foretells what is about to happen. A very dangerous thing is about to happen, and the sense of crisis is so great that even his own chakra reacts. Wait, could it be said? There was a flash of light in Chiba's head, just thinking of it. Peng's cry. With a burst, the roar of 9 tails resounded throughout the Konoha Shinobi village. Chapter 18. Don't worry. Boom boom. The roar resounded in Chiba's ears. Even if Chiba lives in the outskirts of Konoha Shinobi village at this moment, he can feel the disaster like coming. The house within a radius of tens of meters instantly collapsed under the sweep of 9 tails' tail, turning into fly ash. The whole world seems to be spinning around. At the same time, the chakra rising from Chiba's body seemed to boil, almost solidifying into substance and encircling Chiba's body. From a distance, the pitch-black chakra was draped on Chiba's body like a tailed animal. Click. Originally, this house was temporarily built by Chiba. It was already shaky under the shake of 9 tails. In an instant, a huge crossbar fell straight on Chiba's forehead. At this moment, Chiba's attention was all focused on Konoha village, and he didn't even react. However, Chiba's chakra was the first to respond. At that moment, he reacted to all objects that would threaten Chiba's safety, at a speed that couldn't even react to the nervous system. Chiba's chakra showed unprecedented aggressiveness. Chi 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 chi. The moment the huge falling crosswood touched the black chakra, it seemed to have been disintegrated and turned into fly ash. It was really whiffy. Under chakra's automatic protector, all objects threatening Chiba were manipulated and forcibly broken down. Chiba himself was frightened by this scene. Good, so strong. This kind of defense is completely alternative absolute defense for non-physical arts, and while defending, it is also the strongest attack. The forcible decomposition of the object made Chiba think of the dust escape of Liangtianping Onaki. Chendun is a kind of enchantment ninjutsu, which can decompose all the creatures touched in the enchantment into subsized substances. Although Chiba's chakra cannot decompose living things, Chiba's ability is strong enough to crush dust escape in terms of speed. Dust escape the seal is still needed, but as far as Chiba is concerned, how fast his mind can turn, how fast chakra can decompose objects. But this consumption is also a bit exaggerated. Coming out of the house, Chiba immediately saw the huge blood-red fox, making a terrifying roar and destroying Konoha Shinobi Village. Uchiha is still on duty, he doesn't need to worry. However, Chiba is worried about the little girl Uchiha Spring. Don't be okay, Koizumi. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. In a panic of worry, Chiba left part of himself and Chakra rushed to the village as quickly as possible after preparing the things. Roar roar. I'm afraid the roar is echoing. Konoha village at this moment is simply hell. Uchiha looked at everything in horror, she was completely panicked, she just slept as usual. But after being awakened by the roar, the world has completely changed. That monster ruined everything. She ran away desperately, but separated from her mother, and even further away from the evacuees of the Uchiha clan. Mom, Dad. Brother Chiba. She was crying and was too frightened. After all, she was only 5 years old now, and she was still a girl. Ho 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 ho. There was another earth-shattering roar, and this time, this roar seemed to echo in the ears. Uchiha was taken aback, and when he raised his head, Ninetales had already appeared next to her. Her heart trembled suddenly, and she ran away in fright, but even the aftermath of Ninetales' tail wave made the earth tremble. Uchiha-kwan's heart was terrified, and she was so frightened that she couldn't run fast. She turned her head and looked at the monster in horror, but the pupils of Ninetales attracted him. It was a pair of blood-red pupils, surrounded by 3 pairs of guya very strangely. This is Sharinan. Boom. At this moment, one of the tails of Ninetales was unbiased, ready to sweep towards her. Uchiha Spring was terrified, but now there is nowhere to escape. Faced with the huge tail of Ninetales, even if it is slow, she can't hide it now. Uchiha-kwan stood there, shivering with fright and even afraid to move. She closed her eyes, as if giving up, dying. This is the only thought in her heart at the moment. But at the moment when Ninetales' tail was about to swept over, Uchiha-kwan's eyes went black. In an instant, the earth swelled, like a tsunami, flooded toward the blood-red tail swept by Ninetales. Idiot, what are you doing? Why don't you run? Boom boom boom. The earth swept up like a tsunami and hit the tail of Ninetales with a fierce impact, but this kind of impact was not painful for Ninetales at all. However, at the most critical moment, Ninetales' attack was off track. Ninetales' tail swept across Uchiha Spring's side, gusts of wind rolled up. It was Chiba who prevented Ninetales from attacking. Reluctantly allowing Ninetales to attack and deviate, Chiba immediately picked up Uchiha-kwan and jumped away from the violent Ninetales at the moment. Ho 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 dash. At this moment, seeing that his attack was inexplicably blocked, Ninetales seemed even more violent. Koizumi, why didn't you follow the evacuation team to evacuate? Chiba's voice rang in Uchiha Spring's ears. Uchiha-kwan suddenly opened his eyes and saw that Chiba was holding himself and escaping quickly, and behind him was Ninetales, who was constantly mad. After seeing Chiba's face, Uchiha-kwan couldn't help it anymore. He cried out with a wow, and hugged Chiba tightly around his neck. Chiba, Chiba. I'm so scared. Don't be afraid, it's okay, I'll take you to a safe place right away. Don't cry. At this time, Ninetales seemed to be eyeing Chiba. The huge blood-red tail swept behind Chiba. Damn it! What's the matter? Chiba was frightened. Chapter 19 Opportunity here. Chiba couldn't bear the huge body of Ninetales even with a tail swept over it. For the current Chiba, even a light touch is fatal. At this time, the black chakra on Chiba's body seemed to respond. It turned into a beast and showed its fangs at Ninetales. Shit. Damn, chakra is provoking. Chiba was shocked by everything in front of him. Obviously, his own chakra actually reacted to Ninetales. No, it should be a provocative behavior against Ninetales' malice against him. No, my chakra seems to be attracting Ninetales. Ninetales is now under the control of Uchiha Obito. He doesn't even have his own will. He only does one thing, and that is destruction. Follow the original will of Ninetales. However, now Ninetales seems to be attracted by its own chakra. No, it resonates because your chakra is very similar to Ninetales' chakra. After all, if the special abilities developed by Chiba's own chakra are excluded, his chakra seems to be a highly concentrated version of Ninetales' chakra. It is not unreasonable that Ninetales will be attracted to be completely beastly. Chiba immediately suppressed Chakra's provocative behavior with his own will. Chakra would make such a move, it is the will to protect. After all, Chakra does not have will, and will not succumb to powerful forces, and will not understand that its provocative behavior will attract the justice of Ninetales even more. After all, its will is to protect the master of Chiba. Chakra was taken back into his body by Chiba. Then, at the moment when the foot is on the ground, a large amount of chakra is transferred into the ground through the sole of the foot. In an instant, as if a big wave is scouring the sand, the thousands of earth flooded towards Ninetales like a tsunami. Chiba was standing on the top of the waves of the earth, and under the impetus of the huge waves, he leaped suddenly, barely evading the attack. Can't go on like this, Chiba said in a deep voice, just barely changing the trajectory of the Ninetales attack twice, which has consumed a lot of chakra. If this continues, his plan will fail. When 4th generation Minato and Obito came back from the fight, Chiba didn't even have a chance to drink soup. Koizumi, don't be afraid, I will send you to the evacuation site now. Uchiha Izumi was surprised, as if she could hear the meaning of Chiba's words. Wait, Chiba brother, how about you? Are you not together? Read more at hotantillenovel.xyz. No, I still have things to do. No, Chiba brother, what are you talking about? That monster is so terrible, I saw many people swept to death by his tail. Chiba brother, you can run away with me. No, he is staring at me. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Uchiha-kwan was shocked, and she had a bad feeling in her heart. Before she could react, Chiba suddenly put his hands under her armpits. Lift her high above his head. Sorry, Koizumi, it may be a bit rough, don't blame you Chiba brother. That sentence, that voice, that determination contained in the voice. No, Chiba brother, what are you going to do? Although I don't know what Chiba is going to do. However, in Uchiha Izumi's little heart, there is an extremely unknown premonition, and even he can hear what kind of enlightenment is contained in Chiba's words. This is not like the tone that a 5-year-old child can use. Don't worry. Noting that Chiba, who Uchiha-kwan was worried about, smiled at Ling Ran. He did have a desperate desire to die, but he would not die. This comes from his absolute confidence in all aspects of his abilities. Sorry, if I succeed this time, I will practice shuriken with you. Forgive me, Koizumi. At the moment after saying this sentence, Chiba instantly stared at the dual model to the maximum, as if all the power of his body was concentrated on his arms. With a scream, Chiba threw Uchiha Spring out. At the moment Uchiha Spring was thrown out by Chiba at an extremely fast speed, the ground instantly lifted up a piece of mud and flew past Uchiha Spring at a faster speed. He will catch Uchiha Spring the moment she hits her ground to avoid injury. Ho 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 ho. The roar of Nine Tails followed. The roar that was so close at hand surprised Chiba. I don't know when Nine Tails has come behind Chiba. The huge tail that swept across seemed to cover the sky from Chiba's eyes. At that speed and size, Chiba is impossible to avoid. Hey, you can't waste Chakra like this or you will be planted here. Chiba gritted his teeth. Although he said so, he released a large amount of Chakra in an instant and merged into the earth again. This time, Nine Tails swept one of his own tails, making Chiba feel like a mountain smashed against him. Chakra in the body seemed to have felt a fatal crisis and started to move around. With the current strength of Chiba, it is simply not enough to block the attack of Nine Tails, and it is already doing his best to get Nine Tails' attack off track. It was when Chiba was ready to change the trajectory of Nine Tails' attack and avoid this attack. The next moment, Chiba's pupils shrank suddenly. Whoops! A huge stick slammed straight into Nine Tails' chest. Peng's cry. A huge muffled sound echoed in Chiba's ears. Nine Tails' attack stopped abruptly, and not only that, the stick that soared up into the sky instantly released an incredible power. So he pushed Nine Tails and forced Nine Tails out of the territory of Konoha Shinobi Village. A rush flashed in Chiba's eyes. This is third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen shot. At the same time, Chiba was very excited. Opportunity is here. Chapter 29 Tails. Chiba took out a few black kunao from his pocket. Then Peng's cries were combined. Under the manipulation of his black chakra, it instantly turned into a mask of no face. Time is running out, now fourth generation is being dragged by Obito, and third generation is heading in the direction of Nine Tails. And Chiba wants to get the chakra of Nine Tails without knowing it, only during this time period when the third generation heads to the direction of Nine Tails. This means that Chiba must dare to reach the position of Nine Tails before third generation. For Chiba, who has not even attended a ninja school, it is simply a fantasy. Just kidding, Chiba, a little devil head, and third Hokage are better than their feet. There is also a limit to arrogance. But if you make good use of your own high-density chakra, nothing is impossible. Chiba took out a scroll, the faceless mask exposed the corners of Chiba's mouth. Chiba bit the scroll in his mouth. Now, it's time for gambling. Chiba snorted coldly. Spreading his hands, two strands of high-density black chakra were instantly released between his hands. Chakra became an elastic filament, and instantly wrapped around the two big trees diagonally opposite Chiba. Then it formed the appearance of a slingshot. Chiba's feet were welded to the ground fiercely, and then in the next instant, Chakra, who manipulated the filaments, contracted unrestrictedly. Immediately afterwards, Chiba suddenly placed his feet welded to the ground. Peng's cry. Chiba is like a cannonball, flying in the direction of Nine Tails at an incredible speed. Regardless of the distance or angle of flight, Chiba has been carefully calculated. Almost instantly, Chiba came to the top of Nine Tails. Ho 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 ho. Damn human beings. Suddenly being hit by the third generation stick, Nine Tails instantly roared, and he couldn't wait to destroy everything. At this time, the tiny figure of Chiba appeared in front of Nine Tails. Nine Tails suddenly became furious. It was this ant who had blocked his attacks several times before, but now he dares to approach. Can't forgive me absolutely. The angry Nine Tails opened his mouth wide, and in an instant, a huge chakra ball kept converging in its mouth. It takes almost a second to condense into a huge high-density chakra aggregate with a diameter of more than tens of meters. This is Tailed Beast Bomb from Nine Tails. Chiba can clearly feel it. The density of the chakra of this Tailed Beast Bomb is higher than the density of his chakra. Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. Very dangerous. Don't say it was a hit, now he will be killed even if he is wiped out. No, it's Tailed Beast Bomb. That direction is the direction of the village. The direction that saw the Tailed Beast Bomb launched by Nine Tails was the Konoha Shinobi village. After seeing this scene, all the ninjas were about to split their sights. However, they didn't notice it at all. The goal of Nine Tails is not Konoha Shinobi Village at all, but the tiny figure in the sky. Konoha Shinobi Village is just behind Chiba. Ho 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 dash. The huge-tailed beast bomb was launched instantly with the power to destroy the world. Go straight to Konoha, no, to be correct, go straight to Chiba. And it was at this critical juncture that a figure appeared on Konoean's head, a white imperial robe with the words 4th generation carved on the back. It's 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. He took out the special kunao engraved with Flying Thunder God technique, and waited for the arrival of Tailed Beast Bomb. As long as the Tailed Beast Bomb enters the range, he can use the Flying Thunder God technique to transfer the Tailed Beast Bomb to other places in an instant. But, after all, he has no chance to use Flying Thunder God technique. The huge-tailed beast bomb instantly expanded in Chiba's pupils. This time, Chiba truly experienced the smell of death. It was a kind of coldness as if Shinigami was gently stroking his back. But in Chiba's pupils, there is no confusion. Benefits and risks are always proportional. If you want to gain a powerful force, Chiba will not believe that there is no danger. And so, in the next moment, Chiba removed the scroll that was biting on his mouth and immediately opened it. This storage scroll was previously given to Chiba by Uchiha to hold his father's relics. Solution: Peng's cry. After Chiba took the next seal, accompanied by the appearance of a white mist, Chiba's shoulders instantly carried a huge steel-cast object. One is more than 10 meters long and more than 1 meter in diameter. If a modern person saw this scene, he would be frightened. They would definitely think that Chiba is thinking of going to death with 9 tails. That's a missile. That's a genuine missile. Although due to conditions, the missile is much smaller than the modern one, and it cannot be launched by itself. But if this F***ck is blown up, a few lives will not be enough to pay. Chiba immediately patted the two ends of the missile, and the 2 missiles were suspended in the air instantly. Not only that, on Chiba's head, there are 3 missiles exuding a sense of shock. There are 5 in total. It is all Chiba's hard work over the past few years. Under the restriction of this condition, Chiba is able to do this, and it has already lived up to the reputation of genius. Come on, fire your first shot. One day, the reputation I want to make will ring through this entire ninja continent. Whoosh! 5 missiles instantly hit the flying-tailed beast bomb under Chiba's control. 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato is standing on top of the Hokage rock with the kunao engraved with the Flying Thunder God technique, waiting for the arrival of tailed beast bomb. However, a puff of white smoke in front of 9 tails in the distance caught his attention. His eyes narrowed slightly. That is. In the next second, an earth-shattering explosion resounded throughout the Konoha Shinobi village. The huge wind crushed, and knocked the entire ninjas of Konoha Shinobi village to the ground. At this moment, the entire Konoha Shinobi village was shocked. Chapter 21 Devour 9 Tails Chakra. That is how the matter. What happened? What sound, what is going on? That foul explosion, what the hell is going on? Both civilians and ninjas were caught in panic. Because the explosion just now was too huge. It's just incredible. Don't be surprised, Namikaze Minato. He was already planning to use the Flying Thunder God technique to take over the tailed beast bomb of 9 tails, but it exploded in the middle of the way. Wrong. This kind of power is definitely not something that 9 tails tailed beast bomb can release. The effect of the explosion just now is more than twice the power of tailed beast bomb. It looks like something happened. I have to go over and take a look. As soon as the voice fell, Minato's figure disappeared in the Hokage rock. The action is incredible. It deserves to be called golden glitter. Ho 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 dash. The blood-red tail of 9 heavens pushed away the smoke, revealing the huge body of Nine Tails. Nine Tails almost completely withstood the huge explosion just now. Tailed beast bomb and missiles exploded at the same time, even Nine Tails was enough for him. The angry roar heralded the weakness of Nine Tails at this moment. Although most of the explosion was endured by Nine Tails. But Chiba is also close to the center of the explosion, and it is impossible to be unharmed. Countless oil under Chiba's manipulation rolled up layers of waves and wrapped Chiba tightly. Except for the remaining chakra used to devour Nine Tails' chakra, Chiba almost exhausted all of his chakra. All the defenses in front of Chiba were blown away by the explosive wind pressure, and at the same time, the impact of the remaining waves also severely injured Chiba. Wow! Chiba spit out a mouthful of blood. Stepping on the suspended soil, there was a scream from all over his body. However, what shocked him was the injury is smaller than he calculated. According to initial calculations, Chiba equates the power of the missile with the power of Nine Tails' tailed beast bomb, which means that Chiba has simulated the explosive power of 10 missiles. At that level, if the distance is far enough and the defense is full, Chiba will be seriously injured. However, now, the injury is much lighter than expected. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Whirring. Chiba panted and raised his hands to look at his body. In the body, a visible whirlwind surrounds, as if forming an invisible armor, indestructible. This is. No, now is not the time to think about this. You have to start when Nine Tails is hit by a missile. Otherwise everything you did before will be vanished. The next moment, Chiba's pupils released Lingran and enlightenment like a beast, releasing all the remaining chakra outside of his body. It instantly turned into a hungry humanoid beast and pounced on the Nine Tails that couldn't move at this moment. Ho 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 ho, damn human, what was that just now dash? Nine Tails let out an earth-shattering roar. The huge explosion, even he caused huge damage. Fortunately, this is the strongest Nine Tails. If you change to the first few tail beasts, such as One Tail, Two Tails, or Three Tails, you will probably lose consciousness. Damn humans, absolutely can't let him go, absolutely can't let him go. Nine Tails showed fierce fangs, and the blood-red chakra appeared on the whole body as if it was boiling, healing the wounds that had previously appeared due to the explosion at an extremely fast speed. As long as there are 3 more seconds, Nine Tails can act and immediately kill the little devil who threw the strange thing. However, in the next moment, it didn't take Nine Tails to fully regain its ability to move. In the pupils of Nine Tails, a small black beast was reflected. It was a man wrapped in black chakra all over his body. Rushing to the body of Nine Tails at an extremely fast speed, as if seeing the victims of an oasis in the desert, they are greedy, revealing the most terrifying fangs. Facing the delicious chakra underneath Nine Tails, I bite it down and swallowed it. Ho 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 dash. Nine Tails roared to the sky, and he suddenly felt that the chakra in his body was passing by in an incredible way. Chiba was also extremely shocked. Although Nine Tails' chakra is attributeless, it is guessed that it will be swallowed very quickly. But I didn't expect it to be so fast. You must know that Might Guy's very few chakra was swallowed before, but now the chakra that swallows Nine Tails is hundreds of times faster. Raging. So hot. My body is so hot. Chiba absorbed the chakra of Nine Tails at a very fast speed, but the violent chakra was not something his own chakra that he had few left could suppress. However, Chiba thought that he couldn't think of so much, and he could eat as much as he could. This is a rare opportunity to increase his chakra. Within a few seconds, Chiba almost filled the limit of chakra that his body could hold. At this moment, Chiba is surrounded by red and black chakra. A pair of blood-red chakra ears grew from the head, and Nine Tails grew from the back. From a distance, it looks like a little fox. Because his own black chakra is too small, the absorbed chakra cannot be completely converted, so Chiba has to temporarily store it in his body. Wow! Chiba vomited another mouthful of blood, and started screaming all over. It's already the limit. Can't absorb it anymore. Don't be too smug. Human beings. Suddenly being absorbed a large amount of chakra, Ninetales was already angry. Almost at the moment of recovery, one of the Ninetales turned into the strongest weapon. It fell heavily on Chiba's body. Looking at the tail of Ninetales that came flying, it zoomed in his pupils. Can't hide. With his current body and chakra at his disposal, he couldn't hide or stop him. The moment the tail fell, the invisible armor surrounding Chiba instantly formed a whirlwind to protect Chiba. The next second, with a loud noise, Chiba was knocked out. Simultaneously. Summoning technique. With Peng's cry, a huge toad descended from the sky, suppressing Ninetales to death. Fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato is here. Chapter 22 Root. Call out. It's like a cannonball. Chiba in the blood-red Ninetales chakra was blown out by a tail of Ninetales. Chiba suddenly felt as if his internal organs had been shattered. There was a scream from all over. Chiba's gaze suddenly changed, just like when he was shooting a movie. With a boom. Amidst the huge smoke and dust, Chiba finally fell to the ground. The sky full of smoke swallowed everything in front of him, and Chiba's figure was buried. Hoo 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 hoo. In the smoke and dust, Chiba lay calmly on the ground, covered in blood. It can be said that there is no good place on the whole body. Ninetales almost killed him at that moment. No, Ninetales will definitely kill him. But the result? I'm still alive? Why? Chiba panted hard and looked at the sky through the smoke, very puzzled. Not only this, Chiba discovered this when the missile first collided with Ninetales' tailed beast bomb. This time, he was able to keep his consciousness alive, not just relying on the Ninetales shirt on his body now. More importantly, the invisible armor that has been in the most critical situation before. What the hell is that? Chiba didn't figure it out, nor could he figure it out. It was the invisible armor that cancelled most of the impact and had a very strong defense. No, now is not the time to think about this. I must find a way to assimilate Ninetales' chakra, and also deal with my own injuries. While murmured, Chiba was manipulating his very rare chakra and blending it into the blood-red chakra of Ninetales. Assimilation. Immediately afterwards, Chiba's black chakra began to slowly erode the blood-red chakra of Ninetales. All the impurities are filtered out, and the most essential part becomes its own black chakra. About Ninetales, Chiba doesn't have to worry about it. Fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato has arrived, and Ninetales may be sealed soon. In such an emergency, no one will come to take care of the little man Chiba. Chiba took off the intangible mask from his face with some difficulty, and lay it on the ground, unable to move. At the same time, the blood-red chakra of Ninetales also healed Chiba's wounds extremely fast. For this reason, Chiba deliberately slowed down the speed of his chakra assimilation. Because I have too little chakra, the speed of assimilation is very limited. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. However, at this speed, the injury has almost recovered, and chakra can be assimilated. Chiba smiled contentedly. Although he almost died many times tonight, he got more than he paid. His only weakness, chakra's lack of volume, should be overcome tonight. The quality of chakra plus the quantity, think about it, it's so amazing. Chiba got up from the ground, and under the recovery of Ninetales' chakra, his body could move. Let's leave this place of right and wrong. The roar of Ninetales can still be heard, although the fourth generation has arrived, but if there is any accident, then FK it. It was the moment Chiba was about to leave. The three Konao flew from a blind spot. Chiba didn't notice it at all. Going straight to Chiba's feet and back. That angle is to destroy Chiba's ability to move. Chiba didn't notice it at all. After all, who cares about him as a kid? and in such a crisis, he should go to Nine Tails. The 3 Kono directly hit the target. However, what is surprising is that it did not penetrate Chiba's body, almost 1 centimeter away from Chiba's skin. Kyo's tip seemed to be pierced into the mud, and all the impact was cancelled out in an instant. Whew! Chiba's nerves tightened in an instant. He blocked his face almost subconsciously. At the same time, a man with a cat face mask appeared in front of Chiba, who was from Umbu. Chiba snorted inwardly, secretly saying that it was not good. This is bad, I was seen. That is Chakra from Nine Tails. What is your relationship with Nine Tails? Umbu's man said calmly. But Chiba could feel the killing intent in his tone. This is definitely not Umbu. Chiba's complexion condensed. Umbu, directly under the 3rd generation and 4th generation units, is absolutely confronting Nine Tails on the front line. There is no time to come to such a place. And looking at this Umbu's behavior, it was obvious that he was hiding from the side, and he was observing something. Think about it, hiding in the dark, the guy who didn't take action when Nine Tails attacked the village, it's the root. Chiba reacted immediately. It must be the old guy Danzo, but he is very attached to Nine Tails. How could this kind of thing not be dispatched? Now it is estimated that the whole village is full of eyeliners. This is in trouble. I definitely can't let this guy go back alive. Otherwise a catastrophe is imminent. Just kidding, the Uchiha clan was once Madara-controlled Nine Tails, so Danzo detained a Nine Tails and attacked Konoha because they did a shit basin. Now that Chiba is wearing the Nine Tails tail coat, F***CK can get it. Danzo's old DK hasn't checked Chiba upright. But, can you beat it? Can't be beaten absolutely. Even Chiba can't beat him in his heyday. Chiba is a kid now. A little bit more interesting is the special Chakra, which has not been developed yet. Moreover, now because of the assimilation of Nine Tails Chakra, there is no room for it. The desperate situation is simply a mortal situation. Chiba is sure that this guy at the root will definitely take him back alive, and God knows what Danzo will do to him. Although Chiba could not beat him, but there is only one chance. The palm of Chiba's face covering his face was already seen anyway. Immediately afterwards, he gently placed his hand on his waist. To be correct, it is on the pistol. Only one moment, one chance. This is a gamble. Chapter 23 Headshot with a shot. The body's ability to move is restored. Not to mention a member of the root of Umbu, maybe the current Chiba can't even do an ordinary ninja. Overwhelming despair. However, it is not without chance. There is a single breakthrough in this mortal game. The only vitality is hidden in his waist. What I prepared was the small black pistol that I had always carried with me. Although Chiba's age, and still in the village, it is impossible to encounter any danger that needs a pistol to solve. But Chiba still carries the pistol with him. And today is the time to come in handy. In any case, there is only one chance. And this time, the opportunity must be unexpected. As long as it misses the first time, Chiba will never have a chance again. This is a gamble. On the opposite side, the member with the masked root also took out Kono, and it seemed that he definitely didn't intend to let Chiba run away. Chiba gently placed his left hand on the pistol handle on his waist. At the same time, leaning over and quietly holding a Kono in his hand. At this moment, the member of the root in front of me moved. Using the instant technique, he came to Chiba's face almost instantly, and Chiba didn't react at all. There was a puff. A Kono entered Chiba's abdomen, and the blood immediately stained Chiba's clothes. Wow! A mouthful of blood was spit out. Chiba felt that his brain was blank, and the members of this root were definitely Jonin degree. He once played against Jonin's Might Guy. Although he can't beat Might Guy, he can barely keep up with Might Guy's movements, but his skill, whether it is power or speed, it far surpasses Might Guy. Moreover, he is more ruthless than Might Guy. The point that he didn't stab Chiba was probably to capture Chiba alive. After all, Chiba now has Chakra with 9 tails on him. The most important thing is to knock out information from Chiba's mouth. This is Danzo's consistent style. It was so easy to succeed, and the members of this route were surprised. So weak. He murmured, he thought it would be some powerful and tricky enemy, but he didn't even evade the first one, which unavoidably surprised him. Chiba gritted his teeth and raised his head, staring at him fiercely, and then the kunao of his right hand was cut towards him. However, he easily resisted it, and then kicked Chiba out of the abdomen with a kick. Sure enough, this kind of skill is not even genin. But I didn't expect to have Chakra from 9 tails. It seems that he has a lot of secrets in his body, and he must be captured by Danzo. Cough 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 cough. Chiba coughed twice and got up from the ground, clutching his stabbed abdomen, blood flowing from the wound. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Chiba now has a Chakra, but he can't use it. My own Chakra is too small, even the amount of resistance to attacks is not enough. 9 tails Chakra cannot be controlled, at least Chiba cannot be manipulated before assimilation. This is troublesome. Chiba glared at the root staff fiercely. He picked up kunao again, and didn't intend to escape at all. He knew that it was useless to escape, even if he escaped. Chiba, who saw his face, absolutely couldn't stay in Konoha. The only thing to do now is to keep the members of this route shut up forever. The dead cannot speak. The killing intent permeated Chiba's body. This was not something that a dying person could radiate. Rather, Chiba now looks like a humanoid beast. With this momentum, the members of that route are all a little hairy. This kid is too weird, let's control him first lest knights have many dreams. The members of Gen murmured, and immediately took out kunao again, and threw away the blood of Chiba that was stained with kunao. Whoops! The opponent used the instant technique again, and the current Chiba couldn't see the opponent's movements at all. The Chiba now looks like a lamb to be slaughtered. Jonin's movements are not something Chiba can follow. Damn! Chiba was frightened. It only takes a chance and a breakthrough, and he can kill this Jonin in one hit. But, Jonin couldn't give him such a chance. With this blow, this route will definitely make Chiba lose consciousness. Chiba stood there, although his body did not tremble, but his heartbeat was fast to the extreme. A fierce pressure struck Chiba. The only trace of Chakra left in Chiba's body began to jump, because it also felt a fatal threat. However, this Chakra can't do anything, too little. In the next moment, a cold light flashed. Chiba's pupils have shrunk to the extreme. Ruined. At that moment, Chiba couldn't see the opponent's movements at all, but the sharp point of kunao expanded in Chiba's pupils, and Xena couldn't react at all. And the breath of death became more and more intense. Anxious, Chiba's eyes widened to the fullest, staring fiercely at the kunao that was slashing towards him. Kunao's trajectory cannot be captured at all. In less than a second, Chiba seemed to have spent a century. Every moment, Chiba's mind flashed a way to keep himself alive. But all will not work. Thoughts were born in the heart, and thoughts were destroyed in the next second. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. It's getting closer and closer, and it only takes a moment for Chiba to lose consciousness. Then Chiba's life will end here. However, at the moment when Kiwa was about to strike Chiba, no one knew that from the desperate darkness, closed eyes opened. Those blood-red eyes, with a trace of monsters and evil charm, were born from the darkness. I saw it. At that moment, Chiba did see Jonin's movements that he had been unable to capture before. At this moment, he saw an outline. As the line of sight changed, Chiba's eyes contained a gouge jade, spinning at an extremely crazy speed. Sharinan! Root exclaimed. Puff! Blood splattered the ground. Time seems to be frozen at this moment. The members of Gen froze. Chiba gasped for breath. You turned out to be a member of the Uchiha clan. Gen exclaimed. His attack was blocked by Chiba. Kumu penetrated Chiba's right palm and was firmly held by Chiba. It was the moment when the root exclaimed. Chiba suddenly raised his left hand, and the pitch-black muzzle was on his forehead. The members of Gen were taken aback and didn't understand what happened, but Chiba's evil pupils made him unforgettable. I won this gamble. Farewell root. What? Peng's cry. Fantasy gunfire sounded, and blood splattered Chiba's cheeks. Chapter 24 Transformation and Rebirth. Peng's cry. The first shot of Naruto World was fired. And the soul of this bullet is a Jonin of Umbugen. At the same time, at the most critical moment, Chiba was saved. Blood splattered Chiba's cheeks. But Chiba didn't even blink his eyes. And in the root member's forehead, a blood hole appeared. He stared at Chiba before he died. You. He still didn't say it after all, and in shock, his consciousness fell into a permanent deep sleep. However, since his hand was still held by Chiba's right hand, it did not fall down. Chiba's evil Sharingan stared coldly at the members of the dead root. Then raised his right hand, gently placed it on Gen's mask, and quietly pushed it, and the body slammed to the ground with a bang. At the same time, Chiba also fell to the ground. Panting heavily. Whirring. Win, I win. How to win? At the last moment, he actually saw Jonin's movements clearly. If it weren't for that momentary reaction, I'm afraid Chiba himself would be lying on the ground now. This is indeed a gamble, but Chiba is right. After a short break, Chiba did not dare to stay too much. I sat up, clutching my wound, and the wound was slowly recovering under the power of Nine-Tails Chakra. However, because of the aggravation of the injury, Chiba slowed down the assimilation of Chakra. He dragged his shaky body to his feet. Fortunately, his Chakra has repeatedly tempered his body, making his body far beyond his peers, otherwise I don't know how many times he died this time. Thinking about it, I don't know how many times my Chakra has saved myself. Puff. Chiba tore off a piece of cloth from his clothes, and then wrapped the wound on the palm of his right hand. I left here with my tired body. As he left, Chiba seemed to remember something, and looked back at the corpse on the ground, with cold eyes flashing. After a few seconds, Chiba quickly made a familiar seal, and then took a deep breath. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. Raging. The fire engulfed Gen's body in the flames. With his back to the flame, Chiba limped out of this place of right and wrong. No one knows that this moment is the first step taken by this obscure future superpower. There was a boom. The sound of a huge explosion came from the back mountain of Konoha Shinobi Village. Along with the huge and violent Chakra eruption, the wind pressure of the explosion can even be felt by Chiba, which is thousands of meters away from Beijiwan. Thinking about it now, Chiba felt like a chill, and he could survive the explosion without missing arms or legs. He looked at his body, which strange invisible armor. Most of the impact was offset by the armor. Moreover, the first sneak attack by the root was also resisted by the armor. What the hell is that? Chiba didn't want to understand now. Could it be his own Chakra? But Chiba couldn't think of how to do it. Fourth Hokage used Flying Thunder God technique to transfer Nine-Tails to the outside of the village. For a while, the figure that once stood on the Konoha Hokage rock exuding golden light left an indelible influence and eternal brilliance in everyone's hearts. At last, Fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato died. He sacrificed himself and sealed the Nine-Tails demon fox that destroyed Konoha on his son. That was the birth of Uzumaki Naruto. This legend of the ninja world ended his life tonight. He was simply a jealous talent, accompanied by a sacrifice of golden glitter. As if God was pitying him, the sky slowly drifted with heavy rain. Sharp dividing line. This catastrophic night is finally over. At noon the next day, Chiba woke up from a dark sleep. Chiba opened his eyes slowly, and cut into Chiba's eyes dazzlingly, making Chiba unable to open his eyes. Here is, where? Chiba finally sat up, blocked the sunlight with his arms, and then changed chairs around for a while and found that it was a familiar environment. Here, the cabin where Chiba usually lives? Chiba rubbed his head and recalled the situation last night. That's it? I came back here after killing that root member last night. Chiba didn't take refuge with the Uchiha clan. Just kidding, he wore a nine-tails blood-red tailcoat and dared to run everywhere. Unless Chiba doesn't want to live anymore. Chiba twisted his neck, made a crisp bone sound, crackling all over his body, and an unprecedented sense of comfort spread to every cell in his body. It seems that every cell is leaping for joy, singing loudly because of being reborn. So cool. Stretching, Chiba couldn't help but sigh. He took a deep breath, but his face suddenly changed. FK, it smells so bad. Chiba leaned down to take a look, and suddenly realized that his body was slimy, and his whole body was covered with black dirt. It seems that these are all the dirt filtered out of my body last night. Unexpectedly, even if it is filtered every day, there is still so much more than usual. Is it because the amount of chakra has increased? Chiba has no time to think so much. Immediately turned over and got up, took off his clothes and rushed to the stream, then jumped in without thinking. After washing, Chiba walked up from the stream. He looked at his body. The contours of the muscles are clearer than before. Although they are small, they contain powerful strength and explosive power. Chiba's muscles are not the kind that is big, but the kind of muscles that look thin in clothes and have flesh when they are undressed. This is the most perfect muscle, every line, every muscle, is so perfect. Chiba washed his face and faced the sun on his back. Feel the changes in your body and chakra. As if he was born again. Chapter 25 Sherinan in the Dark. Although I walked back and forth at Gaimangwan many times last night. However, he did not lose his life. Moreover, it seems that the biggest beneficiaries of Nine Tails' attack on the village are not Obito and Madara. It's Uchiha Chiba. Chiba used her chakra to get rid of the water on her body, and the clothes on her body were immediately dried. After putting on the clothes, Chiba sat on the bank of the creek. Looking back now, last night was really close. If he hadn't seen his movements clearly in the final duel with Jen, I'm afraid Chiba wouldn't be able to wake up today. So here comes the problem. Why would I see his movements clearly at that moment? Chiba doesn't believe in the so-called protagonist aura. Anything that has an effect must have a cause. Therefore, he poked out his head quietly, his head reflected in the clear stream, and immediately refined his chakra, and gathered it on his eyes. Next second, Chiba's pupils were rendered blood red, and a pair of evil and strange eyes reflected on the surface of the stream. There is a small tadpole-like go jade on it, dark as ink. The evil eyes are so cute to Chiba. Sherinan. Sure enough, Sherinan was turned on. Chiba felt like a dream. It's incredible. Because it was in battle before, and it was still a life and death battle, Chiba didn't think about this. Although this is the guess, but when you actually see it, it feels completely different. Looking at my evil and sorrowful Sherinan reflected on the creek. The corners of Chiba's mouth formed a curve. Chiba is a member of the Uchiha clan, and it is not unusual to be able to turn on Sherinan. But this is not the point. The point is that Chiba is only 5 years old. Chakra was only able to be refined not long ago. This is definitely a milestone in the history of ninjas. Although I dare not say that there will be no one behind, it is definitely unprecedented. Uchiha Itachi opened his eyes at the age of 8 and is known as the genius of the Uchiha clan that has never been met in a century. And what about Chiba? Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Only 5 years old, Chakra was only refined not long ago, but now he is eye-opening, although it is only a single Guyu. Uchiha Itachi is a rare genius, so what is Chiba? A ghost in 1,000 years. Cannot imagine. If Chiba's situation were known to the Uchiha clan, it would be a sensation. Chiba really wants to see what kind of awe-inspiring expressions those guys who say they are not doing business will show after seeing their achievements. However, Chiba immediately calmed down and started sharing on at the age of 5. It is best not to let other people know the secret. Originally, Chiba didn't intend to hide everything. If it was put before, what if Sharingan was opened at the age of 5? When others know, they will know. If you even cringe to open a Sharingan, how can you become the strongest? But after the incident last night, Chiba admitted that he was persuaded. However, he did not feel embarrassed. This was something related to his life, so he shouldn't be careless. He frankly confronted Ninetales and killed an Umbu of Gen. Danzo would definitely track it down. In this limelight, Chiba still don't want to be this early bird. Although Chiba is confident that he will not be found, there will be no impermeable walls in the world. It is better to keep a low profile in the near future. Thinking of this, Chiba didn't think too much. He slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the blood-will eyes had disappeared. At this moment, Chiba seemed to think of something and raised his eyebrows, looking at himself in the creek, a flash of inspiration. FK. Why can't you use Sharingan? You have to use it. Use it, and it's still an upright use. As long as it is not discovered by others. This world Chiba doesn't know if there is any, but on the previous Earth, this is super fire. The artifact that can hide Sharingan is named Cosmetic Contact Lenses. Ha ha ha, I'm such a genius. When the time comes to create a cosmetic contact lens, most people will not find it at all, unless they meet peers, such as Byakugan and Sharingan users. Otherwise, you won't find it at all. Okay, solve another problem. Chiba had 2 big gains last night. The first is to turn on Sharingan. The second is the large amount of chakra I absorbed from Ninetales. After filtering and compressing the chakra he absorbed, it turned into his own black chakra and entered his body. Chiba sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes closed tightly, and he began to refine his chakra. After a while, he opened his eyes suddenly. In his eyes, a surprised look shrank. Chakra, sure enough, it has increased a lot. Yesterday, Chiba's chakra couldn't even reach half of Genin's, and now chakra has surpassed Genin. Of course, there is still some distance from Chunin. At the same time, Chiba also sighed that he robbed so many chakras from Ninetales last night, and after filtering and compressing, it became so few. It can be seen how high the level and concentration of Chiba's own chakra is. If Chiba's chakra can reach the shadow level, what a strong he will become. I can't imagine, Senju Hashirama Uchiha Madara, it seems that it's nothing more than thinking about it now, haha of course, that's a joke. Chiba immediately stood up and made a preparatory move, aiming at the open space in front of him, his eyes staring. The next second, there was a scream. Chiba rushed out like a cannonball. The speed is at least double that of yesterday. Immediately afterwards, Chiba snorted coldly. Leave hurricane. Leave great whirlwind. Shouted. Suddenly, there were gusts of wind in the air, and Chiba slowly fell to the ground, unable to conceal his inner joy. It has been enhanced, and the speed has at least doubled. The power has also been doubled. My physical fitness has indeed increased by more than 1 level. Chapter 26 What is Invisible Armor? Chiba checked his current situation. Got Sharingan. Chakra has grown more than tens of times, and has surpassed the ordinary Genin level, and it is still a while away from Chunin. Of course, Chiba's chakra is completely different from ordinary people's chakra. Physical fitness has been greatly improved. Both speed and power have more than doubled. The night when Ninetales attacked the village was a bumper harvest for Chiba. Now Chiba doesn't need to worry too much about physique, his physical fitness is far better than that of his peers, and of course physique is the same. And the only weakness, the lack of chakra, Chiba also used Ninetales' chakra to make up for it. Now the only thing Chiba lacks is ninjutsu. That is, some theoretical knowledge of ninja school. Chiba is not busy either, after all, the ninja school is about to start. However, because of the Ninetales attack on the village, the school opening may be postponed, but Chiba is not a person who can't stand his temper. Therefore, Chiba has enough time to adapt to all the results he achieved last night. Before the ninja school started, Chiba didn't plan to train anymore. After so long of training, it was time to relax his body. However, during the break, Chiba must find a way to figure out one thing. That was last night, what was the invisible armor that saved his life several times? Was it a brand new ability from Chakra? Chiba must figure this out. Because, from the experience last night, Chiba understood that invisible armor possesses extremely strong defensive power. Especially for the impact of explosions, it is extremely defensive. The defensiveness for sharp things is much lower. If it is clear what this invisible armor is, and Chiba can control it, then it will be beneficial to Chiba without any harm. This defense is very tempting. Perhaps from another perspective, the defense against explosive shocks can even be absolute defense. However, the problem is, read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. How to figure it out? Without telling how to get it out, Chiba doesn't even know what that thing is. After thinking about it for a long time, Chiba didn't think of a reason. In desperation, I had to put this question aside. Anyway, I won't be busy for this time in the future. Moreover, if this is really one of Chiba's abilities, he wouldn't just run like this. So Chiba got up and ran towards the refuge of the Uchiha clan. Entering the village is in a mess, and many places are turned into ruins because of Ninetales. However, when Chiba passed by Ramen, he found that the restaurant of Ramen was not destroyed. Chiba's face turned black. The F***ck rumor won't be true. It's rumored that the signature of Yulaku Ramen is a shop that can't even be destroyed by Liudeo Pen Super Shinra Tianzheng. And Uncle Il is the legendary Datong Muyil. Chiba is considering whether there is something to do in the future if he can come to a ramen to avoid the limelight. Chiba interrupted his thoughts speechlessly, and suddenly started thinking about it all of a sudden. Chiba shook his head and hurriedly ran towards the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan was almost destroyed, but there were not many casualties. This is the best thing. Chiba shuttled among the crowd, looking for the figure. After a while, Chiba found her and hurried over. "Koizumi, are you all right?" The little figure trembled, then turned around, looked at Chiba pitifully, and then tears flowed down. Chiba was startled, but before he could react, Uchiha-kwan rushed towards him, clasped Chiba's neck tightly, and choked Chiba to death. Wow! I was so sad to cry. Only then did Chiba realize that his spring sister was so strong that she almost didn't choke him. Looking at Uchiha Spring, who was crying and crying, Chiba felt her small body tremble, and Chiba gently hugged her head. "Don't cry, Koizumi, isn't I back here?" "Brother Chiba, UBD, Big BD yesterday was obviously so dangerous, and he ran away alone, causing me to worry about you so much." "Okay, don't cry." Chiba wiped the tears from the corner of Uchiha Spring's eyes. Although she was still a little girl, she knew that she was a beauty when she grew up. "When I cried, it was almost like Iwa brought rain. You don't look good when you cry, but you should look good when you laugh. Come on, give Grandpa Ellie one." Puff. Uchiha-kwan was amused by Chiba and scolded with a smile. Brother Chiba is really not serious, but don't do such dangerous things in the future, okay? Uchiha-kwan was really scared. Last night she saw a lot of people die in front of her. This is a hell for a 5-year-old girl who witnessed it with her own eyes last night. When Chiba sent her away and stayed alone, Uchiha-kwan felt that his world had collapsed. The whole night was spent tremblingly, and pictures of Chiba's death continued to appear in her mind. However, to her relief, Chiba seemed to be fine. However, what Uchiha-kwan didn't know was how hell Chiba went through last night. A few days later, all the ninjas attended 4th Hokage's funeral, and the Golden Glitter sacrificed himself to save Konoha. 3rd generation blew another wave of the will of fire to the younger generation. At the same time, planning for a new situation has also begun. After this Nine-Tails attack, the Uchiha clan was completely targeted and assigned to the edge of the village. Chapter 27 Ninja School. 1 month's time. The rebuilding of the village was successfully completed. The geographical distribution and construction of each ethnic group whose situation has been destroyed is almost complete. Obviously, the Uchiha clan who were sent to the marginal area were squeezed out by the Konoha high level. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku wants to change the situation, but he has no idea what to do. In desperation, as long as this matter is suppressed. In this month, Chiba did not do any training, but was very relaxed as if on vacation. After a period of high-intensity training and a few laps in the Ghost Gate, it is necessary to rest and relax. However, the research on weapons Chiba has not fallen behind. Every day, Chiba will allocate the necessary amount of shadow clone for scientific research. Although in this world of Naruto with enough personal abilities to heaven-defying, it seems that technology is not very eye-catching. But the night when Nine-Tails attacked the village, Chiba tasted the sweetness. Sometimes, high-tech weapons can also play an unexpected role. Without missiles, Chiba would never have a chance to swallow Nine-Tails' chakra. If there were no pistols, Chiba might have been grabbed by the root guys, and now he might be locked in. Science and technology are the primary productive forces. This sentence is really correct. As for what to study, mainly with great power. And during this period of time, Chiba also practiced the shuriken technique with the little girl Uchiha-kwan when he was free. Although Kwan's talent is not as good as Chiba, the Uchiha clan, who is also a genius, is naturally much more talented than other ordinary people. After Chiba's on-demand broadcast, the shuriken technique is very impressive. Moreover, 3-body technique also learns very fast. In addition, Chiba also strengthened her physical training. Because Chiba understands that a ninja, ninjutsu, and physique can never be left behind. Without any aspect, it will become a weakness in future battles. Therefore, Uchiha-kwan's strength is also rapidly improving. And with the passage of time, the time for the opening of the ninja school is approaching. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Because there is no training, except for Shadow Clone's research in the cabin, Chiba himself lives in Uchiha Springs home. Ninja school will start one day. Chiba and Uchiha-kwan's family are eating. When the food was almost wiped out, Uchiha Izumi took a sip of wine and said with a smile. Time flies so fast, you two have reached school age. Tomorrow is your day of school. N. Go to school tomorrow to report and classify. Chiba nodded. Well then, I have no task tomorrow, so I will accompany you two little guys to the school to enroll in registration. Ninja school enrollment is usually accompanied by parents. This is the custom. However, since Uchiha Chiba's parents have died, now Uchiha Yu can be regarded as Chiba's father, so he naturally accompanied him. You have to study hard and take care of yourself when you arrive at the ninja school. Chiba, I will leave it to you. Chiba put down his chopsticks and made an okay gesture to Uchiha Yu. Wrap it on me, Uncle Yu. I will take care of Koizumi. Who wants you to take care of, idiot Chiba brother? Father, I can take care of myself. Hee, I'm talking nonsense again. When you are in school, learn from Chiba brother. Don't forget, your shuriken technique and 3-body technique were taught to you by your Chiba brother. Speaking of this, Uchiha sighed a little bit. Chiba's talent is indeed terrifyingly high. This is not the Jonin school. 3-body technique, fire style, etc. have been learned. Even shadow clone technique can be learned. The talent is indeed terribly high. I know. Uchiha Izumi muttered. We, Chiba, are so handsome, we don't know how many girls we will fascinate when we go to the ninja school. Uchiha Ling also leaned over and smiled at Chiba, and stretched out her hand to squeeze Chiba's small face. Uchiha Ling, this is Uchiha Kwan's mother. I won't give Chiba brother to other girls, he will always be my Chiba brother. Uchiha Kwan immediately put down the bowls and chopsticks, and started a small temper, but she looked very cute when she looked angry. Well, I won't be fascinated by other girls, you will always be my Koizumi, I promise it. Chiba smiled and rubbed Uchiha Kwan's cerebellum. He didn't know what this little girl was thinking about. Okay, Chiba, Izumi, you will know more friends in the ninja school. Get along well with your classmates, especially you, Chiba. You are too lonely. You will not play with other children in the clan. You have to be like an uncle. As a ninja, teamwork is a very important practice. Uchiha Month started preaching. In comparison, in his impression, Chiba has never played with those children in the clan. In his impression, Chiba has nothing else but the inexplicable things that fiddled with him. By the way, after extracting Chakra, I started training again. Never play with other children. Well, I know. Chiba nodded. It's not that Chiba doesn't play with other children. In Chiba's view, it is better to do more practical things instead of dreaming ninja dreams all day. Soon, the next day came. Chiba Izumi got up early, and after washing up, he went to the ninja school under the leadership of Uchiha Yu to report to the ninja school. The ninja school was established by Konoha's second Hokage. It was during the war period. In order to ensure the continuous output of combat power, the ninja school was specially established and provided the most basic practice for teaching ninjas. Through basic training in ninja school, ninja will become genin after graduation and be assigned to different teachers for practice. Then perform tasks ranging from simple to difficult. Ninja school sends out a large number of outstanding ninjas every year. The main content of the course is theory, exercise, experience, history, and practice. In Chiba's view, what he values is theoretical knowledge. Others can't learn anything in the ninja school. Training and practice must be effective with real guns. According to Chiba's understanding, the cultivation process is mainly divided into 6 parts. Admission, basics, exercises, application, graduation, genin. After becoming genin, you can go out to perform missions and become a ninja on its own. Chapter 28 Uchiha Attack. The ninja school opens. Along the way, you can see many children who go to the ninja school to sign up. They are all accompanied by their parents. There are Uchiha clan, Hyuga clan, Yamanaka clan, Abarame clan, Inyazuka clan. But Chiba doesn't even know it. Not to mention other races, even his own Uchiha clan. He knows Uchiha Spring. Oh, by the way, there is a Uchiha Attack. Uchiha Yu took Chiba and Izumi to the door of the school. A sign was hung on the door with the words Konoha Shinobi School written in large characters. There is also a banner on it, which is the banner for the opening ceremony. The gate has a special teacher to do the reception work, and organize the ninja enrollment materials. After Uchiha Yu handed in the materials of Chiba and Izumi, he entered the school. Chiba looked around, but didn't see any familiar faces. I don't know if Uchiha Itachi is here. Huh? Brother Chiba also knows Uchiha Itachi. Hearing Chiba muttering to himself, Uchiha-kwan asked curiously. I have heard of him. Chiba nodded. Unexpectedly, Itachi's reputation spread so loudly, even Chiba brother, you know it? What do you mean, little Nizai? Chiba scolded with a smile. Isn't it? Brother Chiba is not in the clan all day long, and he still knows about Itachi. Uchiha Izumi's eyes rolled, paused, and then said with a smile. However, I still think Chiba brother is a bit more powerful. Don't worry, I won't change my heart. You will always be my Chiba brother. Hearing that, Chiba's face turned black suddenly. Damn it, the girls in Hokage really are precocious. This is precocious. You are less than 6 years old, okay. This is the beginning of flirting, and I will grow up. Welcome to all the families and students who came to the entrance ceremony of the ninja school today. Please be quiet now, and let our Lord Third Hokage come to the stage to give a speech. As soon as a ninja teacher finished speaking, the originally noisy scene fell silent. On the high platform of the playground, an old 6'y man with a white cloak marked with the word fire walked up. There is also a pipe in his mouth. He is Third Hokage, possesses and is proficient in the 5 attributes of ninjutsu, plus excellent coaching ability, enjoys the title of ninjutsu professor. The so-called speech on stage is the so-called will to inspire and blow a wave of fire. After brainwashing the students for a wave of the will of fire, it is the time to divide the class. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. The placement sheet is posted on the column at the gate of the school, so anyone can see it. Brother Chiba, we are in the same class. It's great. Seeing his and Chiba's names appear on the third class's name, Kwan jumped up with joy. Originally, Uchiha-kwan had been worried about this, but now he is finally relieved. Chiba smiled, did not speak, but fixed his gaze on one of the names of the third class. Uchiha Itachi. He was also in the same class as Chiba. Interesting, God Itachi is in the same class as me. Chiba smiled. As a traverser, and as a genius traverser, when he came to the ninja world, he naturally didn't want to lose to Uchiha Itachi. However, Chiba believes that with his current strength, Uchiha Itachi is definitely not his opponent. Chiba turned his head. Since the placement table is here, it means. Sure enough, not far to his left, I saw a child with black hair and obvious nasolabial folds on his face. Next to Uchiha Itachi, there was a serious face. Chiba had never seen the patriarch of the Uchiha clan with his other expressions. Uchiha Fugaku is also the captain of the Konoha Guard. Seeing Uchiha Itachi, Chiba smiled, then walked over and patted Itachi on the shoulder. Your name is in class 3. Uchiha Itachi turned his head and looked at Chiba in a daze. Uchiha Fugaku also looked down at Chiba, but his face was expressionless and did not say anything. After a while, Uchiha Itachi smiled and thanked him. Thank you, Chiba-san. You still know me? Chiba wondered, it's the first time he saw Uchiha Itachi today. Moreover, he had little contact with children in the clan. How did Uchiha Itachi know himself? Don't you know me too? Uchiha Itachi smiled and wanted to leave, but seemed to remember something, paused, and turned around and said. By the way, Chiba-kun is actually quite famous. I have seen it more than once, the explosion you caused. Hearing that, Chiba sweats profusely. FG, how stinky is his reputation. The impression given to Uchiha Itachi is only an explosion. Chiba looked up at Uchiha Fugaku. His face remained the same. After seeing Uchiha Itachi see the division, he left alone. At this time, Kwan ran over all the way. Brother Chiba, you really know Uchiha Itachi? How did you two meet? The black line on Chiba's face is because of the explosion? Ahem, well, this is an accident. An accident. Huh? Koizumi, you and I are in the same class, We are really destined. At this time, a third voice sounded between Chiba and Izumi. It was a male voice. After Uchiha Izumi followed the voice, his small brows were frowned. Uchiha-suke, why are you again? You can hear that Uchiha Spring hates this person. So Chiba asked in a low voice while being in the heat of Uchiha Spring. Listen to your tone, you hate him. Uchiha Izumi nodded and said with a disgusting expression on his face. Well, he is really annoying. What Uchiha Kwan did not explain is that because this Uchiha-suke often speaks ill of Chiba, Kwan hates him very much. Seeing Chiba and Uchiha Spring make such intimate actions, Uchiha-ji felt annoyed in his heart. Hey, you guy, don't get so close to Koizumi. While speaking, he just stretched out instinctively. Chiba frowned. It's up to you to get close to Koizumi. Therefore, when Uchiha-suke stretched out his hand, Chiba quietly shot, taking advantage of his strength, and followed the direction of Uchiha-suke's force. Uchiha-suke immediately fell into a shit. Chapter 29 Nozo no Dai. UBD, what are you doing? Uchiha-suke held his nose and got up from the ground very embarrassed. I should ask you the sentence, what did you just want to do? Chiba looked at Uchiha-suke indifferently. He didn't know this guy, but he felt hostile just now, which made Chiba very upset. I warn you, don't get too close to Koizumi. It's just a guy who was expelled. I really don't know what the patriarch thought. It really tarnished the name of the Uchiha clan. Because Chiba should have made some explosions when he was a child when he was doing research, so many people in the Uchiha clan are very disgusted with Chiba. Therefore, the Uchiha clan will expel Chiba and let him move out, so most of the younger generation of Uchiha clan look down on Chiba. And hearing Uchiha-suke's words, Chiba's expression immediately became extremely cold. Survive. Defile the Uchiha clan. Chiba's eyes narrowed slightly, and an unprecedented cold light was released in his eyes. Uchiha-suke's eyes were a little hairy in that look. Chiba calmly walked towards Uchiha, but the corner of his clothes was caught by a small hand. Looking back, Chiba happened to see Koizumi's worried gaze and shook his head. Brother Chiba. Koizumi didn't want Chiba to get into trouble. Originally, Chiba would not be seen in the Uchiha clan. If there is a conflict, it will be even more troublesome. Looking at Koizumi's gaze, Chiba sighed, then rubbed her little head. Okay, I see, I won't cause trouble. This kind of stupid is not worthy of me. After speaking, Chiba turned around, gave Uchiha a vicious look, and said calmly. I warn you once, don't mess with me. After speaking, Chiba took Koizumi's little hand and walked towards the classroom. This small episode did not attract too many people's attention, and the division has been completed, and the parents all went back. After Chiba turned and left, Uchiha realized that he was in a daze, because he was really frightened by Chiba's eyes just now. I really don't know, it's a kid who is almost the same size, where does Chiba come from that terrifying aura? However, the next moment, I watched Koizumi being pulled by Chiba. A strong sense of extremeness and shame suddenly emerged in Uchiha-suke's heart. Uchiha-suke's innermost anger was extremely angry, especially when he was holding Koizumi's hand, and the fact that he was about to leave, it made him very angry. Obviously it was a trash who was expelled by the Uchiha clan, so why should he fight with me? Such thoughts encroached on Uchiha-suke's brain in an instant. You damn trash, go to death for me. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Uchiha-suke roared, and immediately attracted the attention of a group of students. Seeing this situation, they were all a little stunned. What's going on? There was a conflict on the first day of school. Uchiha knows many of them. After all, the Uchiha clan is originally a clan of geniuses, not to mention Uchiha-suke is still one of the best, although it is not comparable to the genius of Uchiha Itachi. But the strength is not comparable to ordinary guys. Uchihase's small face was replaced by a fierce look, and when he gritted his teeth, he actually took out the shuriken and threw it behind Chiba without considering the consequences. 4 shurikens, saying that phantom flew to Chiba's back. If it hits, it will have to peel off without dying. Ah! Danger! Avoid it! As soon as the shuriken came out, many students exclaimed, showing a hint of shock and worry. Feeling the movement behind her, Chiba took Koizumi's little hand to protect her. It seems that you must understand a truth. If you don't die, you won't die. Chiba took out a kunao at an extremely fast speed and threw it out at the moment of turning around. Chiba's suffering is far faster than Uchiha's shuriken. Then, like a bolt of lightning, all 4 shurikens thrown by Uchihase were shot down. And after the shot down, he flew towards Uchihase's head unabated, and Uchihase peed in fright. At that moment, he felt the fear of death. With a bang, he was sitting on the ground, and the flying kunao turned abruptly when it was about to hit Uchihase's face and plunged into the ground. It is less than 1 centimeter away from Uchiha's crotch. Uchihase was completely stunned. At the same time, all the students who saw all this in their eyes were stunned. FK. What is that? After a long while, some students reacted and let out an exclamation. I am not wrong, right? Just now he shot down 4 shurikens at the same time. Then Kiwu has turned, that Kiwu must have turned. This is simply a hang-up. He's so amazing. Countless students were shocked, even some of the adults who stayed here were stunned. This shuriken throwing technique is definitely above Chunin. Perfect, shocking. Interesting, he is also a rival. Uchiha Itachi was also very shocked, looking at Chiba, his eyes flashed with shock, completely remembering him. In the beginning, Uchiha Itachi's impression of Chiba was nothing but weird things, but now, Uchiha Itachi regards Chiba as a rival. But before Uchiha Itachi was shocked. In everyone's eyes, Chiba calmly walked in front of Uchihase who was already shocked. There was no mercy under the cold appearance, and he kicked him in the face without hesitation. Peng's cry. There was a muffled sound, as if knocking in everyone's hearts. Under the strong impact, Uchihase wanted to fly out, but Chiba grabbed his arm when he was about to fly out. Then he twisted fiercely. With a click. Ah 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 ah. With a scream, Chiba took off Uchihase's arm. At this moment, looking at Chiba, 2 words appeared in everyone's mind. So cruel. Chapter 30 Admission. This moment. Chiba was known to almost all freshmen in an instant. Especially some new girls, looking at Chiba's attitude at this time, they can only use the word perfect to describe them. People who didn't know Chiba will keep Chiba in their minds. Such a ruthless role will not provoke subtleties in the future. People who knew Chiba were puzzled. Uchiha Chiba, who had nothing to do all day and did some strange things and was expelled by the Uchiha clan, was so strong. Incredible. Chiba looked at Uchihase screaming indifferently, then let go of his hand. Uchihase slammed to the ground under the influence of gravity. It twists like a lobster in a bow shape. He looked at Uchihase who was struggling with his arm and said without expression. I said before, it's best not to mess with me. Some people, you can't afford to mess with. I won't let you go, I will definitely kill you. You, the stain of being expelled by the Uchiha clan, dare to hurt me, I will definitely kill you. Chiba frowned. Unexpectedly, this Uchihase was more spineless than he thought, and he was still not convinced if he was beaten like this. If I changed to another child, I would have been scared a long time ago. It is worthy of being the elite of the Uchiha clan. Really, then I can't let you go so easily today. Chiba's complexion condensed, and then he stepped on Uchihase's chest, raised his fist and wanted to fall. But just as it was about to fall, one hand gently grabbed Chiba's arm. He has been taught a lesson, how about letting this happen like this? Chiba looked at the person smiling to stop him, tilted his head inexplicably, and then let go of his fist. You think I should just let him go? Itaka-san. Don't you think you've done too much, Chiba-kun? Chiba shook his head. Then he smiled and said to Uchiha Itaka. If it was in a place where there was no one, I would definitely kill him as soon as possible, because the shuriken he just threw had an obvious killing intent. Regardless of whether the other party is intentional or unintentional. The impulse is still calm, read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. But the killing intent that Chiba felt at that moment was real. If he didn't have such strength, was he just killed by Uchiha? Since the opponent is about to kill himself, Chiba is still polite to him. It's just that it's cheaper to remove one of his arms. If it weren't for the public, Chiba would definitely want him to look good. Forget it, since Itaka you have said that, then I will sell you a face goodbye. After Chiba bid farewell to Uchiha Moon, he took Koizumi's hand and left, and walked in the direction of Class 3. And seeing Chiba coming, all the boys gave up their way, looking at Chiba with fear, while the girls looked at Chiba with idiots. At the same time, he whispered something like so handsome he is also a genius of the Uchiha clan. Feeling the gaze of so many girls, Koizumi subconsciously squeezed Chiba's hand, stiffening his completely undeveloped chest. That expression seemed to be talking. Brother Chiba is mine, and none of you can take it away. The students in Class 3 soon arrived in their classrooms, and they were relatively free in the ninja school. The allocation of seats was all arranged by themselves. Chiba and Koizumi naturally sat together, and in another corner of the classroom, Chiba saw a familiar figure. Uchiha Itaka, a genius who has never met in a century. Of course, Chiba is the most noticed in the third class. The shock of just killing Uchiha seems to be echoing in my heart for a long time. Soon, the teacher came to the classroom, and he first asked all the students to introduce themselves. Uchiha Chiba, this name is destined to be extraordinary, everyone remembers Chiba, and will definitely be a super strong in the future. In the first class, nothing was said. In short, I talked about Konoha's history and ninja school, as well as inspiring students to study hard. At the same time, a wave of the will of fire was promoted, and Chiba was annoyed to hear it. This so-called will of fire, in Chiba's view, is completely brainwashing. After the first day of class, Koizumi did not go home, but followed Chiba to the cabin. Uchiha Yu said to let Chiba teach Koizumi to learn, so Uchiha Izumi was allowed to follow Chiba. And Koizumi's parents are also very relieved of Chiba, after all, they grew up watching Chiba and know Chiba very well. Besides, there is no danger in the village. Bang bang bang. A few shurikens flew out and hit the target hanging on the tree, but there were two swords in their hands that completely deviated from the bullseye. The accuracy of single shots is good, but the accuracy of plurals cannot be improved. Koizumi should practice well in this respect. Chiba is teaching Koizumi's shuriken technique. I have to say that the progress of the Uchiha clan is indeed fast. Chiba dials a little bit, Koizumi can be said to be advancing by leaps and bounds. Okay, that's the end of the shuriken. Koizumi, your progress is very impressive, you have also learned 3 body technique, what you lack now is body technique and control of chakra. Koizumi stood in front of Chiba respectfully, listening carefully to every word of Chiba. Physique cannot be improved in a day or two, so what you need now is the control of chakra, which is relatively easier for girls. After all, girls are more careful than boys. Control. What do I do? It's very simple, just climb a tree. This is the technique used by Kakashi in the original book to teach Naruto and Sasuke to control chakra. I have to say that Kakashi is a very good teacher. Otherwise, students like Naruto and Sasuke cannot be taught. Chiba made a seal, gathered chakra under his feet, and walked up to the trunk of the big tree with a look of consternation on Koizumi's face. Like this, when you can climb to the top of the tree, I can teach you shadow clone technique. Okay, I will work hard, Chiba brother. Koizumi nodded firmly. She didn't want to drag Chiba's hind legs. Chiba is so strong, she can't fall. Chiba nodded and waited for Koizumi to start climbing the tree before he was free. He has only one thing to do now, and that is to figure out the true face of that invisible armor. Chapter 31 The True Face of Invisible Armor. The Uchiha Clan. Uchiha-suke's hand was wrapped in a bandage, and he was sitting there with a look of resentment. He will never forget the expression of Chiba today. Obviously it was just a rubbish who had been expelled from the territory by a clan, and even dared to hurt him, and even held Koizumi's hand in front of him. It can't be forgiven. Okay, please. I have already connected your hand for you. What happened to you today? Who hurt you? Now that guy who doesn't have long eyes dares to challenge our Uchiha clan. What I said was that Uchiha's older brother, Uchiha Fei, is a genin, and I am afraid that he already has the strength of Chunin, as long as he waits for the next Chunin exam. He is sure that he can become Chunin. No, it's our family, a newcomer like me. Hearing that, Uchiha Fei raised his eyebrows. Is it Uchiha Itachi? All he can think of is Uchiha Itachi. Among Uchiha's classmates, it is estimated that Uchiha Itachi is the only abnormal genius who can hurt him. However, Uchiha-suke shook his head. No, if it were him, I would feel better. It is Uchiha Chiba, the stain that was expelled by the Uchiha clan. I was actually injured by him. Uchiha looked ashamed. Hearing that, Uchiha Fei frowned. This is not a good sign. If it was defeated by Itachi, it would be nothing. After all, people's talent and strength are there. But what is Chiba? And looking at Uchiha-suke's appearance, it seems that he cares very much about this. Considering this, if it continues, Uchiha-suke's self-confidence may be undermined. It seems necessary to teach that Uchiha Chiba a lesson. Don't worry, leave this to me to deal with. He removed one of your arms, I will help you remove his limbs. After speaking, Uchiha Fei turned and left. Seeing his brother leave, Uchiha-suke smiled. I said, I will make you dead and ugly, just wait and see, Uchiha Chiba. Although Uchiha-suke didn't know why Chiba became so strong, his brother made the shot this time. That's a real ninja, comparable to Chunin's strength. Winning a mere Chiba is not easy and happy. This side of the cabin. Uchiha-kwan listened to Chiba's suggestion and was doing tree climbing training. I have to say that girls are indeed very strong in controlling chakra. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. In less than an hour, Koizumi had climbed halfway. As for Chiba himself, sitting on the steps of the wooden house alone, studying his stomach. Invisible armor should be a highly stable substance. This kind of armor is extremely destructive to the impact of the explosion. The defense against sharp objects is relatively low. Intangible, it probably means that there is no fixed form. In other words, is it likely to be gaseous? So, this is not a new ability, but my chakra's automatic master protection function. Chiba has used his chakra to manipulate liquids, such as streams, and solids, such as soil. But never tried to manipulate gas. One is that there is a limit to the distance to manipulate the gas, which is very weak, and the other is that it feels useless to manipulate the gas. However, it seems that an incredible move has been discovered now. Chiba took a breath. He was definitely getting closer and closer to the answer, and he felt that this move would be very practical. That is to say, the true identity of the invisible armor is actually the highly compressed air gathered by chakra, compressing the air within a certain distance of one's skin, making it high density and defensive. This also explains why this invisible armor has abnormal defensive power against the impact of the explosion. But the attack on sharp objects is very weak. Because his real body is nothing but compressed air. Air armor. Chiba murmured, then released his chakra, and then gathered all the air within a few meters around him on his body. An invisible air armor is formed on the skin. Chiba converged and compressed the air to the limit, and finally found that it can form up to 5 centimeters thick air armor on the skin. Chiba didn't say anything, and Jain immediately separated a shadow clone out, and then let shadow clone make an air armor like him. After doing all this, Chiba took out a detonation talisman from the ninja bag and threw it at shadow clone. Burst. Peng's cry. The detonating talisman exploded around shadow clone, and the smoke and dust from the explosion engulfed shadow clone. After the smoke cleared, Chiba's pupils shrank. No injury. It turned out to be harmless. That's a detonating talisman that is almost zero distance. He was unscathed, no wonder he was hurt so little in that huge explosion that night. It is not without reason. This is simply perfect restraint against explosions. For some ninjas, it is simply a nightmare. For example, Deodara, who preached explosion is art. Chiba couldn't hide his inner joy. This time, a super powerful defensive move was discovered, and it was simply a dead end. Air armor. Speaking of this name, Chiba remembered the moves of a character in an anime. If the defensive power is reached. Thinking of this, Chiba took out his small black pistol from his waist, then pointed it at his shadow clone, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Peng's cry. The bullet from the pistol directly hit shadow clone's head, and the shadow clone instantly flew out under the huge impact of the pistol. Shadow clone lay on the ground and was not shot headshot. However, with blood dripping from his head, Chiba sighed slightly disappointed when he saw this scene. Sure enough, the compression strength is not enough, and the power of nitrogen armor is far from it. Nitrogen armor can defend even a shotgun. Chapter 32 Nitrogen Armor. What's wrong? What's wrong? Why did you hear an explosion just now? At this time, Koizumi hurried over when he heard the explosion and gunfire. Because of the training, she was still sweating on her forehead, looking at Chiba, her small eyes were full of worry. It's okay, Koizumi, I'm just trying my new move. New move? What is it? People also want to look at it. Upon hearing this, Chiba smiled, and then sat up on the steps of the wooden house. Of course, I'm just in the testing phase, so I have to experiment. While speaking, Chiba got up and walked to a big tree. Take a deep breath, then exhale slowly. He made a punch to the big tree. Then compress the air with high intensity at the place of your fist. This is the use of air armor in attack power. There is a saying, the strongest defensive power is also the strongest offensive power. If air armor is only used for defense, it would be too narrow. Aiming at the trunk of the big tree, Chiba snorted coldly and slammed into the big tree with his fist of air armor. Only a bang was heard. The distance between the big trees trembles, and the huge noise makes countless birds in the forest rise into the sky. The fist cuts 3 points into the wood, leaving a very obvious mark of the fist on the trunk of the big tree. Okay, amazing. Koizumi was dumbfounded, and quickly ran over, reaching out and touching the fist marks that Chiba punched out of him. For a while, he couldn't believe it. This is what Chiba brother you just typed? Are you okay with your hands? Koizumi took Chiba's hand and looked at it. There were no wounds, not even the redness and swelling. Brother Chiba, you are so strong, how did you do it? This kind of physical attack is not something a 5-year-old kid can use. To be honest, Chiba was also stunned by his own action, because it was just a test and all Chiba hadn't used all his strength yet. But the power is stronger than his full power in normal state. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. I used my own chakra compressed air to produce this. I didn't expect it to have such power. Hearing this, Koizumi looked blank and didn't understand what Chiba was explaining. Well, Koizumi, don't be idle, my move is still in the testing stage. I will show it to you when I finish it. Go and train yourself first. Oh. Koizumi replied, and he returned to the place where he trained with a bit of reluctance. After Koizumi was gone, Chiba couldn't hide his inner joy. Although this move is not a stunning big move, it is on the way for Chiba to become the strongest, especially on the road before becoming stronger. But it is very practical. Chiba's conjecture originated from the superpower of a capable person in the Magic Forbidden Book catalog. The favorite nitrogen armor of the Silk Flag. Like Chiba, she can freely manipulate the nitrogen of the air and then manipulate it. Nitrogen is compressed with high intensity within a distance of 5 cm on the skin to make it have high density and high defense. However, the application range is quite narrow, and the position a few centimeters away from the palm is already the limit. However, using this ability, a little girl of her can even perform actions that are completely unconventional, such as lifting the vehicle with her bare hands, bounce the bullets with her bare hands, and so on. In actual combat, her compressed fist of nitrogen is even more powerful than the Gatling machine gun. Now that he discovered this powerful move, Chiba now has only 2 things to do. First, make nitrogen armor instead of just air armor. Because the density of nitrogen is similar to that of air, there is not much difference in defense after compression, but nitrogen focuses on its stability. Air can make flames burn, but nitrogen has its own fire-extinguishing effect. In other words, if Chiba produces nitrogen armor, it will be immune to some fire-style attacks. Even if it is directly attacked by fire-style, the flame will be automatically extinguished at least within the range covered by nitrogen. Second, let nitrogen armor become an unconscious defense force. That is, automatic defense, just like Gaara's sand defense. For this, you have to adapt your nervous system to Chakra's manipulation of nitrogen. After all, your own Chakra has the function of automatic protection. Just attach Chakra to the nitrogen, and let Chakra not dissipate without knowing it. Although it sounds like a very simple job, it has to pass time, that is, let your nervous system form a kind of conditioned reflex. That is, no matter where you go, Chakra will be attached to the nitrogen regardless of Chiba's will. Well, now that you think of this, let's start to act. After speaking, Chiba got into the research room alone, and he wanted to find a way to make his Chakra attached to the pure nitrogen. It wasn't until late at night that Chiba walked out of the research room with an expression of excitement. He succeeded. After the nitrogen was separated, the nitrogen armor was successfully formed. And as long as it succeeds for the first time, there will be no trouble next time. Just release the Chakra directly and manipulate the nitrogen after remembering the nature of the nitrogen. However, due to the removal of other gases and the limitations of its own Chakra, it is impossible to achieve too strong nitrogen compression. So the nitrogen armor formed on the skin is only 3 centimeters away. However, Chiba was not disappointed. At least, this is a good start. Now that the nitrogen armor has been produced, the most important thing at this stage is to keep it unconscious. Form the nitrogen armor that automatically protects the owner. Imagine all excited. After Chiba came out, he saw Koizumi sitting alone on the steps of the wooden house. His face was blurred, and he looked pitiful. After seeing Chiba come out, Koizumi puffed up his mouth. "Brother Chiba, you still know how to come out?" "I'm hungry." "No problem, let's go." Chiba invites you to a big meal. Chapter 33 Find the difference. In the next half-month, Chiba did almost nothing, so he specially trained the unconscious nitrogen armor. He and Koizumi almost lived in this cabin. Although the environment is quite difficult, 2 people often talk and laugh together, which can be regarded as having a very happy life. At the same time, the 2 of them have to go home from time to time. And every time they go home, the strength of the 2 will increase a lot. These, Uchiha saw it all, and Koizumi's parents looked at Chiba, the more they liked it. Under Chiba's leadership, the strength of the 2 people improved rapidly in Tenten. Who could have imagined that the little devil who had used Tenten to do some weird things in the past would look like a different person when he tried his best? Not only has extraordinary talents, but also extraordinary perseverance, and it also drives Koizumi to train together. This is the best. Let Koizumi follow Chiba. Uchiha-yu is also very relieved. During this half-month, Chiba has been in a state of nervous tension all the time, in order to do this without consciousness nitrogen armor. He didn't relax his guard even when he went to bed. At the very beginning, the nitrogen armor will dissipate as soon as Chiba falls asleep, and will not be remade until Chiba wakes up the next morning. Later, after Chiba's own adaptation. When sleeping, it will not disappear immediately. For the first time, it lasted for a minute. Then, 5 minutes. Then 1 hour. Now, in the daytime, Chiba can almost completely maintain nitrogen armor unconsciously. At the same time, since going to school, Chiba no longer sleeps on the bed, but on the tree or on the steps to exercise his flexibility. Although it is hard, Chiba has always been like this and has long been used to it. For this reason, the progress made by the two people is also very impressive. After studying theoretical knowledge in school, Chiba had already learned all the ninjutsu his father had left him. While maintaining the nitrogen armor, I also did not forget the training of the falling body art. Of course, Koizumi has made the most progress. Her most chakra control is even better than Chiba imagined. It is easy to climb the tree in 1 day. However, Chiba did not teach her ninjutsu at first because of the limitation of Koizumi chakra's amount. Therefore, in the past half-month, Koizumi mainly trained the shuriken technique and physical skills. It can be said that every day, Koizumi's progress is considerable. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. At least, there is absolutely no problem in wanting to graduate. And as the physique became more and more exquisite, the amount of Koizumi's chakra was also rapidly increasing. Therefore, in the end, Chiba also taught shadow clone technique to Koizumi. As long as she learns the shadow clone technique, the two of them don't need Tenten to go to school, just let shadow clone go. However, what makes Chiba's egg painful is that his chakra volume has not increased at all in the past half-month. It is estimated that his body has reached full saturation when he absorbed 9 tails chakra last time. Chiba chakra has been slow to increase, and it is estimated that if you want to increase it, you must at least grow up a few years. It's okay, everything goes slowly, I still have time. Chiba murmured, continuing his training. However, at this moment, Chiba's pupils shrank and his small brows wrinkled. The shadow clone disappeared. And because the battle disappeared, Chiba didn't want to waste the necessary chakra, so the chakra for shadow clone only had to go to the ninja school to learn. Therefore, it is easily defeated now. Chiba's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a cold light. Is it here to find the difference? This is interesting, just to try my current skill. The next day, when he was going to school, Chiba did not use shadow clone, but went there. Just when Chiba was about to enter the ninja school, he was stopped. The person who stopped him was no one else, but the person who made his shadow clone disappear, and he was also a member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha-suke's elder brother, Uchiha-fei. The current students are really amazing, they used shadow clone to go to school at a young age. You are arrogant, Uchiha Chiba. Looking at the person who stopped him, and still sarcasm, Chiba's eyes were very calm, and he asked. We two don't seem to know each other. Why are we having trouble with me? Humph, he hurt my brother, and he even uttered wild words. You can go and apologize to my brother now, I can forget the blame. Hearing that, Chiba smiled. It turned out that it was the trash brother, and he moved to rescue the soldiers if he couldn't fight. At first, Chiba thought he was quite spine. Now retract the foreword. Oh. It turned out to be that trash brother. I had forgotten about it. Since you mentioned it, it's just right. Next time, I will beat him once when I see him. I will beat him until he dare not be a ninja. You. Uchiha frowned. He didn't expect that he was a ninja. The student Uchiha Chiba didn't pay attention at all. As expected, what he said to his brother was, "Damn it. Really, it seems that you really need to educate. Let me let you know, is it called a real ninja?" Uchiha took a look around. Fortunately, no one noticed this yet. He would teach Chiba a profound lesson in an instant. After all, he is a ninja who is about to be promoted to Chunin. If he comes to bully a student, he is known to be criticized. Let me know what a real ninja is. Don't laugh and be generous, just rely on you. Not worthy. I will make you regret it. In the next moment, Uchiha suddenly shot without mercy. Because he wants to eliminate Chiba in the shortest time, he has no time to hesitate. Huh? Isn't that a genius student, Chiba? Why are you fighting again? Now the whole school almost remembers Chiba. After all, it was the first time that Uchiha's genius was seriously injured as soon as school started. Chiba fighting guy, isn't that Uchiha flying? That's a real ninja. And it is said that he has the ability to promote Chunin. For a while, the students who went to school as well as the civilians in the past all had curious and strange gazes. Chiba and Uchiha fought together in an instant. There are no skills or moves. According to Uchiha, it is not necessary to deal with a small student. Rushing over at an extremely fast speed, Uchiha punched Chiba. In response, Chiba sneered and also threw a punch. Seeing this, Uchiha gave a mocking smile, and even competed with me in physical skills. Your teeth haven't even grown. No, Chiba is in danger, even head-to-head with a ninja, he's done. Everyone's hearts are hanging up. That's a ninja. Chiba is only 5 years old and a student. Everyone seemed to see the scene where Chiba was fisted by Uchiha. But the next moment, everyone showed shocked expressions. There was a boom. Chiba and Uchiha flew fists together. Chiba didn't move. But Uchiha flew out while clutching his arm. At this moment, everyone took a breath. Chapter 34 Roll Genin. Chiba didn't move. Did not suffer the slightest harm. On the other hand, Uchiha, who attacked him, flew upside down directly under a powerful force. And while flying out, I heard the sound of broken bones. At this moment, everyone who saw the scene was dumbfounded. What did they see? A 5-year-old kid who had just arrived at the Joninza school, actually sent a regular ninja into the air. Moreover, looking at the way Uchiha was holding his arm, it seemed that his right hand was hurt badly. How is this possible? Such an idea emerged from everyone's heart. This world is so ridiculous that Uchiha, a pure physical technique, lost. What did Chiba do? He flew Uchiha head-on? Am I wrong? Countless people were shocked and couldn't imagine. But the facts are in front of them, which is simply unbelievable. Uchiha clutched his right arm, got up from the ground with a horrified face, and looked at Chiba as if he had seen a ghost. Chiba looked at Uchiha with a mocking smile. How dare you compare physical skills with me? With Chiba's current physical fitness, coupled with the use of nitrogen armor, it is enough to fight against Might Guy. You are just a genin. Where does the confidence come from and fight against me? I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have this kind of weird power. Uchiha was shocked and said in disbelief. Could it be said that Uchiha Chiba, like Princess Tsunade, is born with strange powers? You just attacked, now it's my turn. What? In the face of a regular ninja, Chiba unexpectedly spoke of an active attack. This guy is crazy and can't. Before Uchiha flying was shocked, Chiba rushed in the direction of Uchiha flying at a very fast speed. Don't be too proud of me, you fellow. Uchiha gave a cold snort, and instantly took out 8 shurikens from his pocket, and threw them fiercely in Chiba's direction. Almost in the next instant, Chiba's body was directly hit. However, what is surprising is that at the moment of the hit, Chiba's body turned into a dead tree with peng sound. And the shurikens were all stuck in the dead wood. This is body replacement technique. When read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. Uchihafi. I was shocked. Chiba's timing of using body replacement technique was simply not perfect, even they didn't see through. What a fast speed. This is impossible for a freshly enrolled student to have. Watching Chiba's actions. It was not just Uchiha flying that was shocked. The students and some ninjas were equally shocked and unbelievable. The powerful physical skills, the perfectly used ninjutsu and the dazzling speed, in the eyes of others, this kind of battle is basically a battle between real ninjas. However, the fact is that the person who used the series of behaviors turned out to be just a student of a ninja school that had just entered. Leaf Hurricane. Chiba kicked out, Uchihafe's face condensed, and he raised his hand to block the blow. The other hand was holding Kunao. He planned to take Chiba's blow, then suppress him, and end the battle with Kunao. However, when Chiba's cross kick landed on his arm, the incredible pressure made him unprepared and kicked him out directly. This is simply a one-to-one battle. Using physical skills to kick a ninja forcibly, Chiba's talent. Another genius from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha, who was kicked out, was very embarrassed. Looking at Chiba's appearance, the indifferent eyes made him feel unbelievable. He was defeated. And it was lost to a student, and it was still physical skills. The FG partner is a 5-year-old kid who overturned himself with pure physical skills. This is simply a shame. If this matter spreads, he might become the laughing stock of everyone in the Uchiha clan. Damn it, you forced me. Uchiha stared at Chiba fiercely. He finally understood how his brother felt at that time, and he felt more strongly than his brother. Almost subconsciously, it began to seal at an extremely fast speed. Fire-style great fireball technique. Oh, is that guy Uchiha fly crazy? He actually uses ninjutsu here, and he uses it on a student in a ninja school. Seeing this scene, everyone present was angry. Originally, Uchiha was already bullying the small when he shot a student, but now he is using ninjutsu, which is simply bullying. Chunin was also present, and after seeing Uchiha using the great fireball technique, I wanted to stop it. But don't wait for them to make a move. Who. From Chiba's direction, there was the same sound of Jayu, which was exactly the same as Uchiha's. Could it be? The next moment, Chiba snorted coldly. Fire-style great fireball technique. Raging. The same ninjutsu, but Chiba's great fireball is 3 times the size of Uchiha. FK. This F***CK is great fireball. The ninjas who saw the scene were stunned. Chiba's ninjutsu refreshed their knowledge of great fireball technique. Peng's cry. 2 disproportionate great fireballs collided together without any suspense. They were completely unilaterally crushed. Regardless of size or quality, Chiba's great fireball is not comparable to Uchiha. Immediately after Uchiha's face was shocked and inconceivable, he was drawn into it by the flames of the great fireball. Uchiha immediately let out a scream, and his whole body was on fire. Chiba sneered when he saw this. He couldn't kill Uchiha. If no one saw it, then forget it. There are so many people here. Chiba rushed in front of Uchiha at an extremely fast speed. Then he slammed into the ground. In an instant, the earth cracked and swept up, and the lifted mud flooded Uchiha like a sea wave. That's right. Submerged, submerged, submerged. Chiba's behavior once again refreshed everyone's cognition. F***CK, Chiba is really a strange force. And it's a strange force no less than Tsunade. Chapter 35 I'm playing in mud. The battle was very short. Add up to less than 30 seconds. But it is exceptionally wonderful. Chiba's grasp of physique, ninjutsu, and battle timing is almost perfect. This simply cannot be the strength of a freshly enrolled student. Moreover, the last kick knocked the entire ground up. That kind of strange power was simply the second Princess Tsunade. Of course, only Chiba knows whether it's strange power. Making the illusion that he has strange powers is just to conceal the chakra that he can manipulate everything. The muddy waves were not due to the strange force, but because of the moment Chiba kicked the ground into the ground through his toes, and then manipulated it. It was very successful to confuse this group of people who eat melons. Of course, this is also for them. If someone observes with Sharingan, it will be exposed in an instant. However, it is impossible for the masters of the Uchiha clan to use Sharingan to watch a student fight with genin. That would be too funny. At this time, everyone looked at Chiba's figure and their eyes changed. They no longer think of Chiba as a freshman, but as a ninja. This is the real genius. Many people sighed and even saw the rise of the Uchiha clan. But what they don't know is that Chiba doesn't have much favor with Uchiha. What's the matter with the noise here? At this time, a scolding voice sounded. Immediately, Chiba saw a group of members dressed in Konoha guards approaching Chiba with serious faces. They are also members of the Uchiha clan, just equivalent to the security guards who manage the security of the village. They looked at Chiba, then at the crowd's onlookers, and then looked at Chiba with cold expressions and asked, "What's going on? How did I just see someone using fire-style ninjutsu? No, uncle of the guard, I'm just a student of the ninja school. How can I release fire-style ninjutsu? I'm just playing mud." While speaking, Chiba deliberately grabbed the soil where Uchiha was buried and played with it with a smile. "If you don't believe me, ask the uncle over there, they all know that I have been playing mud here." Read more at hotantillnovel.xyz. The topic was instantly drawn to those ninjas who were watching the battle. Hearing Uchiha Chiba's account, the corners of their mouths twitched. F***ck, play in the mud. UFG flipped a genin just now, and now you actually say you are playing in the mud. Just kidding internationally. The country owes you an Oscar. However, Uchiha Face shot Chiba alone and had already touched the anger of the crowd, so they did not dismantle Chiba, but just nodded in response. "Yes, we can testify." The guards looked at them strangely. "Thinking of playing in the mud? You have a ghost, you can play fire style by playing in the mud. Playing in the mud, Uchinin will be onlookers here." He looked at Chiba dubiously, but he really couldn't find anything suspicious. "En? Chiba, why are you here?" At this time, an unexpected voice sounded. Chiba raised his eyebrows and suddenly saw a person squeezing in from behind the guard. "Uncle you!" Chiba said in horror. "You also belong to the guard?" "I was originally from the guard, okay, but I went on a mission some time ago, haven't I been back recently?" "What are you doing here?" Chiba gave a wry smile, looked at the guard next to Uchiha Yu, and then at the pile of dirt next to him. "Play in the mud." The black lines on Uchiha Yu's face suggest that there is another moth in this little one. You know. Isn't it? He lives in my house." After listening to Uchiha Yu's words, the guard didn't say anything, and retreated straight away. Seeing that the matter was resolved, all the onlookers dispersed. When the people were almost gone, Uchiha Yu pulled Chiba aside suspiciously and asked, "What are you doing, boy? Let me tell you, don't mess around, this is the school. If you want to mess with your weird things to other places, if you blow up the school." Uchiha Yu's words made Chiba bitterly smiling. "You think too much, Uncle Yu, I just taught a guy who doesn't have long eyes." As soon as Chiba finished speaking, the soil that was buried in Uchiha Flying was suddenly lifted, revealing the embarrassed Uchiha Flying, a mouth, and a burst of black smoke suddenly appeared. Uchiha flew out. Chiba immediately kicked Uchiha with one kick, then stepped on his chest and said coldly, "This time is a warning, if you dare to mess with me again, I won't be merciful next time." Chiba is very decisive and pungent. Uchiha Fei has no doubt that if there were not so many people, he would have been killed by Chiba just now. Until now, Uchiha Fei's heart is still horrified and incredible. He felt like a dream. He was a genin, but he lost to a student, and he was so ugly that he even used ninjutsu, but he was crushed. Looking at Chiba's cold eyes, Uchiha Fei finally showed a trace of fear and nodded. "Get out." Chiba threw Uchiha aside and left. Seeing Chiba's behavior, Uchiha frowned. "What are you doing, Chiba? Didn't I tell you that you want to get along well with your classmates? How come you beat people like this?" Uchiha Fei was burned to the black by Chiba, and Uchiha didn't recognize it. He thought Chiba was fighting with a student. "He is not my classmate, he is a dignified genin, bullying me with a big bully, but he can find the wrong person, I let him off, it is considered cheap him. He is genin." Uchiha raised her eyebrows. Chiba can now defeat genin. Chapter 36 Battle Might Guy. Chiba nodded. "That's right, I beat his brother, and then he came to give his brother a shot. You said it was nothing, so, no way, I just took him away by the way." Hearing that, Uchiha has a black line on his face. "You of F***ck are still a fresh student. Pack him up by the way, if you don't pretend to be forced to die." "Forget it, this is something he provoked. Although we don't provoke others, if others bully us, we can't just let it go." Uchiha is also very reasonable. Moreover, he also knows Chiba's character. Don't look at him as a young man. If he decides things, he won't be able to pull back 10 cows. He has a typical temper. By the way, what about that girl Koizumi? I asked her to go to school first. How can such a dangerous thing involve her? She hides, I just carry it. This is the man, and if he can't handle this, Chiba will look down on himself. Hey, still a man. Okay, go to school soon, don't be so impulsive next time, if you get caught by the guard, you will feel better. Got it, Uncle Yu? I'm leaving. Chiba bid farewell to Uchiha and just wanted to go to school, but suddenly remembered, I went to school to dry my hair. Isn't there a shadow clone? So, he quickly came up with a shadow clone, let shadow clone go to class, and went to eat ramen for breakfast alone. After eating the ramen, Chiba is ready to return to his cabin. It seems that Koizumi is still training physique and shuriken technique alone there. Moreover, Koizumi's physical improvement is very impressive, almost ready for actual combat with Chiba. It was when Chiba revealed the training ground. But I heard the familiar voice again. Bang bang bang. A muffled sound hit the wooden golem used to train physical skills, attracting Chiba's attention. Training in the morning, first punch 10,000 punches, if you can't do it, run 500 laps around Konoha, and then go to Kakashi to challenge. It's Might Guy, he's making some strange rules for himself. Really hard work. Sure enough, the powerful strength does not come from nothing. Although the Uchiha Fei that Chiba defeated before was said to have the strength to impact Chunin, from Chiba's point of view, there is a lot of water. To talk about the true Chunin strength, Might Guy is the best one, training alone without arrogance or rashness. Only becoming stronger is the last word. At this time, an idea came to Chiba's mind, whether he can beat Guy now. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. In terms of physical skills, he has nitrogen armor, he doesn't think he will lose to Guy, and Chiba absolutely suppresses Guy. The rest is speed and responsiveness, but this is the strength of Guy, a physique expert, and it's a bit overwhelming. Forget it, don't worry. Try it first. Chiba didn't care about this, and immediately formed a transformation technique, which became Kakashi's appearance again, and then, just like Kakashi, walked out with half-opened eyes. The sudden movement made Guy immediately stop training. When he saw Kakashi, his face condensed. "Kakashi! You just came here. Come and have a youth duel." Chiba shook his head, making a look of no interest. "Really, Guy, you are so energetic early in the morning. I have no time to accompany you." While talking, Chiba was about to leave. Guy ran over and stopped Chiba. "Wait, don't be so disappointed. Kakashi youth is too lacking in passion, but it will grow old. Come to a duel." "Okay, come on." While speaking, Chiba is ready to fight at any time. Kakashi suddenly agreed. Guy hasn't reacted yet, but now that he agreed, Guy didn't think so much. "This game is up to me. The form is a duel. The person who is beaten to the back first will lose." "No problem, come on." Chiba can't wait. In the next moment, when Chiba blinked his eyes, when he opened his eyes again, Guy had disappeared in front of him. Chiba's pupils shrank suddenly. "It's so fast, it's totally incomparable to that trash Uchiha flying. It's done, Kakashi." Guy suddenly appeared behind Chiba, and then blasted out a punch, directly hitting the back. With a touch, Chiba's body turned into a dead wood. It is body replacement technique. Leaf Hurricane. After taking the stand, Chiba didn't plan to sit still, and immediately counterattacked with physical skills, wrapping his legs with nitrogen armor to increase his defense. "Very well, worthy of being my old enemy, Kakashi, Leaf Hurricane." Guy also responded with general moves. Peng's cry. The two kicked together, and the invisible impact spread between the two. The two flew out at the same time, and stabilized their figure after 2 steps back at the same time. "Awesome, Kakashi, your physical skills have improved." When fighting with Kakashi in the past, Guy knew that Kakashi was a ninja with a high level of technology, and it was the first time that Kakashi was fighting pure power with him. "You are not bad too, Guy." Although he said so, Chiba admired Guy a little in his heart. He used the nitrogen armor to the limit, and he used Leaf Hurricane with all his strength, fighting hard with Guy. Moreover, looking at Guy's ease, it seems that he hasn't used all his strength yet. Sure enough, Guy is very strong. However, Chiba can draw a tie with Guy with the help of nitrogen armor, and it is already very powerful. If Chiba has Guy's age, I am afraid that in terms of pure strength, Chiba can use nitrogen armor to kill Guy in a second. There is still a lot of room for improvement. Chiba nodded secretly, keeping all this in mind. "Kakashi, I want to go. Don't be distracted." Guy showed an expression of excitement, put his hands in front of his head. Chiba's pupils shrank when he saw this posture. Because, the white bandage tied on Guy's hands has been untied by him. This is, table lotusification. Chapter 37. Are you Kakashi? Kakashi, get ready to take the move. Guy raised his head and looked at Chiba with beastly eyes. That look is latent with strong self-confidence and hard work. "Really, Guy, do you want to use that trick? Then I can't play like this anymore." While talking, Chiba quietly lifted up his forehead protector, and walked out the eyes that had been covered with forehead protector. 3 Tomo Sherinan showing scarlet. Sherinan. It depends on whether you can keep up with me. After Guy finished speaking, he screamed. Just like a jet plane, after a lot of smoke and dust arose on the spot, Guy turned into an afterimage and disappeared in front of Chiba's eyes. Chiba's eyes immediately moved at an extremely fast speed. Although his eyes showed 3 Gojade at this time, in fact, he was only 1 Gojade Sherinan. So fast. Sherinan can barely keep up. Guy's speed is faster than before, at least 3 times the current Chiba's speed. Even using Sharingan, he can only see Guy's figure. That's great. It looks like I still have a lot to learn from you, Guy. Chiba murmured. He respects Guy very much. After all, getting such a powerful physical skill is inseparable from his hard work every day. Peng's cry. The air burst and Chiba's pupils shrank. When he reacted, Guy had already arrived in front of Chiba, and the strong wind lifted Chiba's white hair. Guy squatted in front of Chiba, like a humanoid beast. Then he supported the ground with both hands and kicked Chiba's chin backwards. Chiba was kicked head-on. But Guy frowned. Because Guy felt that his first foot was resisted by Chiba with both hands. Did Sharingan see through the action? As expected of Kakashi, but a confident smile appeared on Guy's face. Immediately snorted. Third gate, the gate open. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. Raging. A Guy suddenly seemed to burn chakra flames all over his body, which was particularly dazzling in front of Chiba's Sharingan. In the next moment, Guy kicked at a speed that Chiba's Sharingan couldn't react. This time, both speed and strength increased by a stage. Chiba was kicked into the air by Guy. A Guy moved and jumped to Chiba's back, and then the bandages untied by both hands trapped Chiba tightly. After Guy hugged Chiba, he turned his head down, spun at a very fast speed, and then fell suddenly. Lianlianization. Peng's cry. The ground exploded, and Chiba was directly slammed to the ground by Guy, head down. After the smoke dissipated, Chiba plunged into the ground, his head completely submerged in the mud, and there was no movement. Guy knows that it is impossible to kill Kakashi this time, it may even be Kakashi's shadow clone. After all, Kakashi's shadow clone was the first to test the enemy's situation, which is Kakashi's usual trick. But after a while, Chiba's body did not disappear. It's an entity. Guy rushed to Kakashi's back, and then attacked Kakashi's back. As long as he hit the back, Guy won. However, just when he was about to hit, Chiba suddenly reached out and grabbed Guy's fist. Then he leaped back and jumped up. It's okay not to jump, Guy frightens him to pee. Because, at this time, Chiba's neck has been twisted in an incredible way. This is an action that humans simply cannot do. Guy was taken aback, and before he could react, Chiba twisted his neck in front of him, his neck instantly returned to its original shape, and then suddenly hugged Guy. What's going on? Kakashi. Guy was shocked. He did see Kakashi's neck broken just now, but why did he connect it inexplicably? This is illusion. That's right, this is an illusion, I must have been hit by Kakashi's illusion. Guy thought so, and Jin. Solution. It doesn't have any effect. This is not an illusion, but a restriction. This time, Guy is even more damned. FK, this is not right? He had never thought that it was Shadow Clone. After suffering from that kind of injury, Shadow Clone died a long time ago, so how could it be possible to recover? At this time, behind Guy, Chiba's voice came. General. Guy. Raise Nan. Chiba's face showed a harmonious smile, his right hand fisted as a palm, and then the black chakra formed a substantial gathering in Chiba's right hand, and then rotated. It suddenly became a Raise Nan shape. Then it slammed into Guy's back. Raise Nan, this is not Teacher Minato, right? This is 4th generations. A black Raise Nan appeared on Chiba's right hand, and then rushed towards Guy's back. Guy realized that 2 Kakashi appeared, they must have been yin by Kakashi, although he didn't know what happened to the broken neck just now. But just ask Kakashi afterwards, and now it's still a duel. Although the body may not be able to bear it, Guy can't manage so much. 8 inner gates, 4th gate. A Guy, before he finished speaking, with a sigh, the black Raise Nan in Chiba's hand just exploded and disappeared. Guy was stunned, and Chiba was stunned. Damn it, which one is this acting? The black line on Chiba's face unexpectedly failed. In order to create the reality that he is Kakashi, Chiba used it deliberately. Because Chiba doesn't know Chidori, he used Raise-nan. He remembers that Kakashi also came with Raise-nan in the original book. I thought that in terms of his absolute manipulation of Chakra, it should not be difficult to use it, but it failed. This is so painful, the mystery is embarrassing. Ahem. Guy. It was an accident just now, don't worry about it. Guy narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Kakashi speechlessly. The scene fell into weird silence. After a while, Guy said silently. I said, you are not Kakashi. Chapter 38 Practice Raise-nan. Is it exposed? Chiba touched his head embarrassedly. It doesn't seem to be justified to treat others as the object of practice. Chiba immediately lifted the transformation technique, and Guy was as shocked as before. Because it has changed back to the main body, Chiba is a lot shorter than Kakashi's appearance before. Guy lowered his head and looked at Chiba with rounded eyes. What? It was you and me just now. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Chiba smiled. He still admired Guy quite a bit, and then he introduced himself. My name is Uchiha Chiba, might Guy, please advise. Oh, please advise. Guy looked at Chiba like a freak, wondering if he was hell. How old is this kid? I had a hard time fighting him just now, and even the 8 inner gates opened. Guy always thought he was playing against Kakashi, so he didn't show any mercy at all. Doesn't that mean that this kid who looks 5 or 6 years old is actually a Chunin no less than him? By the way, Chiba, how old are you? 5 years old. Guy took a breath. F***ck, you are only 5 years old, how come you are more alive and kicking than Chunin? Honestly, before meeting you, I always thought Kakashi was the most powerful genius I have ever seen, but I have changed my mind now. Damn it, is this just hanging up? Kakashi was not so perverted when he was 5 years old. It's ridiculous. I never think I have many talents. I only know that if I don't work hard, I will be surpassed by others. The so-called talent is just a basic condition. The worst thing in this world is a genius. If you have talent and don't work hard, it will be rubbish. I agree with you very much. I think hard work can surpass genius. However, the scary thing is that when someone is gifted, he works harder than you. Really, but we haven't finished the battle just now? Let's go on. Okay. Guy is eager to try. Chiba is also a little excited. He wants to test where his limits are. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. The two immediately looked at each other. Guy turned his side and raised his right hand, marking the movement of physique. Seeing this, Chiba grinned and put his hands in front of his head. That action was exactly what Guy had used before. Seeing this scene, Guy's pupils suddenly shrank. This is... The next moment, there was a scream. Chiba compressed all the nitrogen armor on his legs, and then released it in an instant. The acceleration produced at that moment is simply ridiculous. In shock, Guy reacted half a beat slowly. By the time Guy reacted, Chiba had already arrived in front of Guy, resting his hands on the ground, and then suddenly kicked Guy in the chin. Guy flew upside down immediately. This is the table lotionization that Guy used before, but it was copied by Sherry-nan, which had just been used by Chiba. With his hands spread out, Chiba used his chakra thread as a bandage, and then used it against Guy. The appearance of Lotus. With Peng's cry, the training ground made a terrifying explosion. Sharp dividing line. Until noon. Chiba just returned to the cabin. However, almost all his muscles are now groaning. Damn, Guy is a pervert, he really can't use his moves indiscriminately. After using it, Chiba almost broke his body. He decided that he would never imitate Guy again before his physical strength reached the standard. It was a suicidal move. However, what makes Chiba happy is that after this battle, he has a clear definition of his combat effectiveness. Almost at the same level as Guy. Although in the end, Guy didn't use 8 inner gates, Chiba also had his own hole cards that were not used. Chakra, which was absolutely manipulated, would be even worse than Gaara if he let go. Chiba is fairly satisfied with his current strength. At his age, being able to achieve such results is already appalling. Throughout the entire ninja history, I am afraid that no one can surpass the current Chiba. Okay, brother Chiba, don't move, I'll rub it for you. Well, Koizumi still loves me the most. Chiba was sitting on the steps, while Koizumi was sitting aside, his small hands gently pinching Chiba's sore muscles. I am afraid that after this experience, Chiba's physical fitness will be improved to another level. After all, the body is tired like this, and then at night under the tempering of chakra. I can't get weaker. However, the promotion will certainly not be too abnormal. After all, Chiba's body is still in the developmental stage. Now Chiba's physical fitness is estimated to have reached the limit of this age group. Therefore, if you want to make a leap of physical fitness, the most important thing is to increase your age, that is, grow up. However, the task now. Well, I have to try Raise Non tomorrow, but I failed today, so A-level ninjutsu is really extraordinary. Chiba wanted to try Raise Non a long time ago. At first, Chakra was not enough, but now it is enough. When I was fighting with Guy today, I remembered it, but I didn't expect to lose. No words for a night. By the next morning, Chiba got up early and moved his body. There is no discomfort. After Chakra's tempering all night, the pain has almost completely disappeared. As long as your chakra is not injured, muscle fatigue, you can usually recover in one night. Chiba didn't wake up Koizumi. After all, Raise Non is an A level, and God knows what power he uses. You must know that this heaven-defying chakra, even the Great Fireball technique, is several times the size of others. Chapter 39 Rasengan's Advancement. Chiba ran wild for several minutes before finding an open space in the back mountain. It should be fine in this place. Chiba nodded. When he first played with Guy, Chiba hadn't remembered yet. If he used Raise Non with his chakra, the power would definitely exceed the original Raise Non. Fortunately, I didn't use it when I played with Guy, otherwise Guy would be dead. This is not arrogance, but because of Chiba's trust in this high-quality chakra. Spiral is an A-level ninjutsu in the original work. It is a technique that gathers chakra in the hand and condenses it in a small area with the huge tearing force generated by high-speed rotation to destroy the enemy, forming a palm-sized chakra. Attack the opponent after the ball. It is powerful, does not require seals, and is a non-attribute ninjutsu. It can be said that Raise Non is a very practical ninjutsu in the entire ninja world. Didn't you see Naruto, the protagonist in the original book, will shadow clone and rubbing balls from beginning to end, and the rubbing balls are still rubbed in a similar way. But Rasengan's training is very difficult. The most difficult part of training Raise Non is in the control of his own chakra. However, this does not hurt Chiba at all. Because Chiba has absolute control over his chakra by nature, that is to say, the shape change of Chiba's chakra is full level from the beginning. So, it will not take much time to cultivate Raise Non. Chiba took a deep breath, recalling how Jiraiya taught Naruto Raise Non in the original book. First, we must first condense chakra in the palm of my hand. The black chakra, released from the palm of Chiba's right hand, surrounded the air like smoke. Then second, the steady and continuous release of chakra. None of these can be difficult for Chiba. After a few minutes, Chiba has done all this in a matter of seconds, and then the most critical point is the next step. Then the first stage of training, spin. Chiba's complexion condensed, and while continuously releasing Chakra, he also caused every trace of Chakra to rotate in an almost random manner. This does not seem to be a difficult point. Then there is power. Let the power of rotation increase to the limit. Make Chakra thinner and spin faster. There was even a roaring harsh sound. But, not enough, not fast enough. Chiba kept manipulating Chakra, so that every strand of Chakra that rotates became thinner, getting thinner and thinner, so small that you can't even see the actual Chakra. Moreover, every tiny Chakra becomes faster, accelerating and accelerating, and accelerating to the limit. Chiba's face changed. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Okay, so heavy. Chiba unexpectedly felt that he could not hold it up with his hands. In a hurry, Chiba quickly stretched out his other hand to hold the black high-intensity rotating Chakra ball. However, in the next moment, the black Chakra ball finally couldn't maintain its spherical shape under the extreme rotation. Peng's sound exploded in front of Chiba. The power of the explosion blasted Chiba out, until after hitting the big tree, Chiba fell heavily to the ground. Okay, it hurts. Chiba got up from the ground and rubbed his shoulders. Fortunately, he had nitrogen armor all over his body, so he was not injured. Humph, I still don't believe it today. Chiba continued to train again. Because of the particularity of Chiba Chakra, a Chakra that has failed training can return to the body. As long as it is not used as an attack, he can reclaim his Chakra to maintain his own Chakra amount. Peng. Chiba flew out again. Failed. Peng. It failed again. Come again. Peng failed again. Come again. Peng. Come again. Before I knew it, a few hours passed. Chiba Chakra didn't consume much, but he couldn't keep up with his physical strength. He sat on the ground, panting and sweating. Impossible, what went wrong? Chiba lay on the ground, looking at the white clouds in the sky, and muttered. In theory, with his complete control of Chakra, he should be able to learn Reis-nan soon. However, every time the rotation is accelerated, the spherical shape cannot be maintained. It seems that there is an illusion in the three-dimensional space. Because Chiba didn't use balloons to assist as in the original work, so the construction of the spherical shape was entirely based on his own imagination. Therefore, as long as a trace of Chakra runs out of the spherical range, ninjutsu is considered a failure. Chiba relied entirely on his own powerful theory to learn Reis-nan, while the ancestors relied on the feel of a lot of training. Chiba must simultaneously release, maintain, rotate, and accelerate and shape the Chakra. It is the last step that there is a problem with shaping the shape. In this case, focus on shaping the shape. Chiba sat cross-legged, his eyes closed tightly, and his brain power hides the most powerful mathematical knowledge in the previous world. Almost in an instant, a three-dimensional space coordinate system was constructed in my mind, and then a perfect spherical shape was constructed. Then, what Chiba has to do is to firmly engrave the sphere into his mind and into his soul. A few minutes later, Chiba opened his eyes and spread his hands. It was obvious that there was nothing in the palm of his hand, but his eyes seemed to have seen an invisible sphere. Very good, that's it, cast reality with imagination. Chiba instantly released the black Chakra, stable and continuous release, and then infinite differentiation, 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 to the limit of acceleration, 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 rotation, rotation, and rotation. Buzzing. A shrill blast sounded from Chiba's palm, and a spherical black energy body with a diameter of less than 10 centimeters suddenly appeared in Chiba's palm. Finished. But when Chiba saw the Reis-nan he had made, his pupils shrank. This is Chapter 40 Big Reis-nan will you? Finished. Chiba couldn't help exclaiming when he heard the buzzing whirling sound of Reis-nan in his hand. Sure enough, there was a problem in the final shaping, and it was only necessary to construct a three-dimensional spatial configuration to solve it perfectly. This is entirely based on Chiba's powerful mathematical rational thinking and powerful three-dimensional space imagination. This is also a training method that only a genius like Chiba can use. For other people, you can only rely on balloons to let your body remember the feeling of space. The raise-non in Chiba's hand is less than 10 centimeters in diameter. Pure black. If you don't look closely, it's like a solid black sphere. Similar to tailed beast bomb. However, if you look closely, you will find that in this black sphere, there are tens of millions of chakras that cannot be recognized by the eyes, rotating irregularly at an incredible speed. That's something raise-non in the original set absolutely can't reach. Chiba's raise-non spins each strand of chakra thinner and spins faster. Moreover, it is more irregular. Its power is absolutely far beyond the original raise-non. Moreover, around this black raise-non, there are also several strands of ring-shaped invisible chakras that are generally irregularly surrounded by the Buddha planet. This shape, how does it always feel like I've seen it somewhere? From the appearance, this raise-non of my own seems to be different from the one used by Naruto 4th generation. Is it because I have strengthened the power of rotation? No matter what, let's try the power of this raise-non first. Chiba's raise-non is different from Naruto's. They must be placed in the palm of their hands to maintain Rasengan's form. But Chiba is different. Because of his absolute control of chakra, he doesn't have to worry about maintenance at all, so he can also throw the spiral. Whoops! Chiba threw the black raise-non in his hand toward the ground at a very fast speed. As soon as raise-non touched the ground, it was like a wild horse running out of steam, and it instantly expanded into a huge whirlwind. I saw the whirlwind spread out in front of Chiba at an overwhelming speed, and the air continued to make a roar of rotation. Then, with the black raise-non as the center, it exploded suddenly, and the violent flash swallowed everything around. The expanding whirlwind instantly tore the surrounding trees and land and then swept into the air. After being stirred into fragments in the center of the whirlwind, it was lifted off again. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. FK, this is raise-non. Chiba was taken aback by seeing the disaster scene that his raise-non had caused like a tornado. Leaving aside the power, the spectacle that was caused simply cannot be caused by the traditional raise-non. It's not raise-non at all, it's the big raise-non. The raise-non is another ninjutsu used by Naruto in the Naruto movie version. Its power and range are absolutely no less than the super god Luo Tianzheng of Tiandao Pain, and it is more practical, and its single attack power is also stronger. Another Naruto used this trick to destroy the entire Konoha shinobi village, and its power was incredible. It looks like this is a huge change in quantity that has triggered a qualitative leap. This is simply the advanced version of raise-non. Raise-non, created by 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, is a practice of applying chakra's morphological changes to the extreme. The raise-non used by Chiba himself is a practice of chakra's transformation beyond the limit. It can be said that the big raise-non is the final form of raise-non. When I think of this, if I add chakra's nature change to my own big raise-non will. Chiba couldn't imagine it anymore. What a devastating sight it was. I am afraid that the tailed beast bomb is no less than the tailed beast bomb. Chiba looked at the huge pit with a diameter of more than a few hundred meters that he made in front of him. The trees in the forest were swept away, and a huge spiral mark was left in the air. It looks like I have to leave here soon. Such a big noise is likely to attract Umbu's attention. This is not a good phenomenon. When thinking of this, Chiba quickly left the open space. As he left, Chiba checked his chakra and used almost 30% of the chakra. Not much consumption, but incredible power. This is probably due to the high quality of his chakra. It is definitely not as exaggerated as Chiba when used by ordinary people. Just after Chiba, almost 3 minutes passed. 3 Umbu members wearing white masks came to the explosion site. They were also shocked when they saw the huge pit with a diameter of more than a few hundred meters. What just happened here? Not only is there a huge pit of several hundred meters, the trees and soil within a kilometer of a radius are all uprooted. They checked it a little and found something surprising. This is a ninja blasted out with a single blow. What a powerful ninjutsu and chakra! No, this matter must be reported to Lord Third Generation. After speaking, the three umbus were just one instantaneous technique and left this open space, leaving only a mess of ruins. Immediately after, Chiba ran to Yul Ramen to eat a bowl of ramen. It's noon now, and he hasn't eaten breakfast yet, and he is already starving. However, he developed a super ninjutsu, which made him feel a little excited, so he could barely be regarded as his own creation. After all, in this world, no one can get raised on to that level. It's just that Chiba is still afraid to use this ninjutsu at this stage. The reason is simple. This thing is too powerful and you will be involved. His nitrogen armor is not yet able to completely defend against this move. Therefore, to complete this trick, he must wait until his nitrogen armor is strengthened again, otherwise, this trick can only be used as a long-range attack. And so, at this stage, in close combat, using Raise-Non, Chiba can only reduce the power of chakra refinement and rotation. This is hard to beat Chiba. After all, the difficult ones have been done, and it is not easy to weaken them. Chapter 41 Challenge from Itaka. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, 1 year passed. Chiba and Koizumi trained with each other, and their strength grew rapidly. At this stage, Koizumi had already reached the level that he could graduate, and he was still a good genin. And Chiba is advancing by leaps and bounds. First of all, the strength of the body is already several times what it was a year ago, because both speed and strength have doubled several times. Nitrogen armor has also increased to a thickness of 5 centimeters, the degree of compression has also increased, and the defense and attack power have been improved again. Perhaps the smallest change in Chiba is the amount of chakra. The amount of Chiba's chakra has stabilized at the level of Chunin, and there is hardly a big change. Even if he is 1 year older, he still does. The devouring of Nine Tails chakra a year ago still made his chakra volume reach the most saturated state. It was unrealistic for a 6-year-old kid to reach Chunin's chakra, not to mention Chiba, a perverted chakra of such high quality. There is no change in the amount of chakra, but Chiba expected it. Therefore, after Chiba's consideration, an application for early graduation was handed over to the teacher. Do you want to apply for graduation in advance? Uchiha Chiba. The teacher accepted Chiba's application and said calmly. He does not deny that Chiba's talent is very strong, and he has injured the genius of the same family since the beginning of school, showing good strength. However, how long is this time before I applied for early graduation? N? That's right. I don't think I have learned anything at school, so I want to graduate early. It is time for Chiba to say that Chiba has mastered the most basic theoretical knowledge, and he has kept in mind the nature, application, and changes of chakra. This kind of knowledge will only be taught in the first semester. The next few semesters are basically the practical application and actual combat of this basic knowledge. In Chiba's view, practicing in school is simply a waste of time. Only the training of life and death can truly evolve. Really, I know, I'll report this to Master Third Generation, so let's go to class now. Yep. Chiba nodded, then returned to his seat. Chiba's approach undoubtedly caused shock to the entire classroom. Those girls have long regarded Chiba as an idol. Now I am driving to Chiba to apply for early graduation, and each one whispers below, so handsome Chiba is really a genius. Of course, Chiba, who is a public enemy of boys, naturally falls into the title of pretending to be forced. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. For these, Chiba didn't care about it, he was not interested, and he didn't have time to care about it with some little kids. On the contrary, Uchiha Itachi, who was sitting aside, didn't look at Chiba intently, and showed a firm look as if he had decided something. After class, Chiba was about to leave, but was stopped by Uchiha Itachi. Chiba looked the same as Uchiha Itachi, and said with a smile, "Itachi? Anything? There is actual combat training this afternoon. You applied for early graduation. I'm afraid this is your last time. I want to fight you." "Oh? Fight with me?" Chiba raised his eyebrows. Seeing Itachi's fighting spirit, he didn't refuse. "Yes, I want to see how much I am now." In fact, Itachi is very strong, really very talented, but because of Chiba's existence, it has been putting a lot of pressure on Itachi, unable to make Itachi recognize himself correctly. So, he wanted to try, which one is stronger, himself or Chiba? Well, if that's the case, then Shadow Clone will end here. I will come in person this afternoon. After speaking, Chiba was peng and turned into smoke, and it was Shadow Clone technique. At the cabin, Chiba stopped training and research. "Uchiha Itachi, the battle between genius and genius, I will not be merciful, Mr. Itachi. Brother Chiba, brother Chiba." At this time, Koizumi trot all the way to Chiba's front. "What's wrong, Koizumi?" As time goes by, the relationship between Chiba and Koizumi gets better and better, and this girl sticks to Chiba almost every day. "I also want to participate in early graduation. I want to graduate with Chiba, brother." "No, you just study honestly at school, you are still young, wait until you grow up to graduate." "But brother Chiba, you all graduated." Koizumi took Chiba's hand with a look of dismay. "It's not a farewell to life, I just changed a place to train. If you think too much, I won't leave you." During the words, Chiba touched Koizumi's little head. "Oh." Koizumi lowered her head and responded, she herself could not graduate early, let alone Chiba would not agree, even her parents would not agree. A girl who became a ninja at the age of 6 and went out to perform tasks, neither Chiba nor her parents would rest assured, even if she had the ability to become a genin. In the afternoon, Chiba and Koizumi returned to the ninja school, but this time they did not use Shadow Clone, but came from the real body. Because this should be Chiba's last actual combat training. Now I start to assign a list of actual combat training. In the first game, Yamanaka will fight Harano Nozomi. In the second game, Inyazuka Knight vs Uchiha Heisuke. The third game, Uchiha Izumi vs Abarame Yang. The last game, Uchiha Chiba vs Uchiha Itachi. When chanting the names of the two, everyone's eyes focused on Chiba and Itachi. Both are recognized geniuses in the school, and the two geniuses of the ninja school are now fighting together. Chiba's madness, pride, and decisiveness are even now remembered by all students. After all, this grandfather went to Uchiha as soon as school started, and he also cleaned up his genin brother by the way. Itachi is much more low-key, but in school, whether it is physique, shuriken technique or ninjutsu, they tend to be perfect. No one really knows who is great. And now, these two will inevitably have a victory or defeat. Everyone looked at them with great anticipation. These two geniuses finally met together. Chapter 42 Chiba vs Muscla. In Chiba, Itachi and Koizumi's eyes are no different from fighting with children. At most one transformation technique or body replacement technique is almost the same, and a slightly more advanced ninjutsu will hardly appear. As for physical skills, it seemed to them to be slow. What's more interesting is the actual combat training of Uchiha Heisuke and Koizumi. Uchiha is also one of the geniuses of the Uchiha clan. Judging from his appearance, his strength is far superior to other ordinary students. It's just that the progress is very limited. It seems that Chiba was hit by Chiba at the beginning of school, so the progress is very slow. And Koizumi amazed everyone. Normally this little girl who looks so cute and shouts Chiba brother and Chiba brother behind Chiba's all day is so strong. Physical skills and speed are already Genin's level. The training match is almost the rhythm of the spike, and ninjutsu has not been used. That's amazing, Koizumi. Unexpectedly, she is also a genius. No wonder you got so close to Chiba-kun. I envy her so that Tenten can be with Chiba-kun. Countless people cast shocked eyes at Koizumi. Girls are envious and jealous. The boys completely regarded Koizumi as a goddess. Not only beautiful but also powerful. Brother Chiba, am I doing pretty well? Good. Only in front of Chiba, Koizumi would show such a cute side like a little girl. He said that he was still a cold goddess just now. The next game, Uchiha Chiba vs Uchiha Itachi. Finally came the last battle most anticipated. Chiba and Itachi, two geniuses recognized in the ninja school, finally came together today. But between the two, one must win and one lose. Brother Chiba, come on. Don't lose to him. Koizumi encouraged Chiba. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. At the same time, the students boiled up again, and they were all cheering for themselves Chiba and Itachi. However, most girls are biased towards Chiba. After all, Chiba's strength is seen by them, and Itachi is much lower key compared to Chiba. Most of the boys are biased towards Itachi. After all, almost all boys in the class regard Chiba as a public enemy. After all, Chiba not only occupies the goddess Koizumi, but also the idol of most girls. Damn it. Even the teacher was very concerned about this battle. Some teachers from other classes even took their students to the training ground to observe the battle between these two little geniuses. After all, it is said that Chiba and Itachi have the ability to defeat Genin. The geniuses of the same Uchiha clan, but the two have completely different treatment. One was Uchiha Chiba, who was almost expelled and had a bad reputation. One is the son of the patriarch, who has been talented since he was a child. I am afraid that the clan gave him some ninjutsu that Chiba had never had before. From the teacher's point of view, I'm afraid Itachi's victory will be greater. After all, the resources of others are there. Chiba and Itachi, who wins and loses? Who is the strongest? Everyone looked forward with great expectation. In the training ground, Chiba and Itachi stood at each other, and Itachi spoke a moment later. I won't lose to you, Chiba, please advise. Me too, please advise. The two bowed to each other, forming a seal of friendship. In this ninja school, Chiba is the only one that Itachi sees as an opponent. His knowledge of Chiba has ranged from the tribe who caused the explosion to the last genius, and even Shisui mentioned it to Itachi in the end. Chiba is a super genius who is no less talented than him. As a genius, he naturally has the pride of genius, so he wants to know who is stronger between himself and Chiba. Moreover, if it wasn't for Itachi's father, that is, Uchiha Fugaku, Itachi would not be used for ninja school at all. Even though he is only 6 years old, as the eldest son of the Uchiha patriarch, he has received strict elite education from the patriarch from birth. Having seen the cruelty of the 3 world wars, and possessing the talent and genius far beyond others, coming to the ninja school is just to consolidate the foundation and learn interpersonal relationships. In this boring school, the only opponent is Chiba. Then, I'm going to FK, Chiba, be careful. Uchiha Itachi rushed towards Chiba at an extremely fast speed. That kind of speed, at least Genin's level, is not a problem to deal with the ninja school kid, but if it is dealing with Chiba, it is not enough. Uchiha Itachi took out Kunao, and the moment Uchiha Itachi approached Chiba, he suddenly accelerated. Chiba's pupils shrank, and Uchiha Itachi wanted to take advantage of instant explosive power. However, this is too small to look down on Chiba. As soon as Uchiha Itachi approached, Chiba also shot. Peng peng. The two kunao hit each other, making a clicking sound. It looks evenly matched. At this moment, Itaka clenched his fist with his other hand and hit Chiba in the face. Chiba smiled and dared to punch me. The same fists were facing up, and seeing Chiba's fist coming, Uchiha Itaka looked calm, split and retracted his fist, and hit with his elbow. Chiba's fist and Uchiha Itaka's elbow hit hard. With Peng's cry, it was Uchiha Itaka who flew out. What a powerful force! Uchiha Itaka was shocked secretly. He knew Uchiha Chiba's physical skills were very strong, so he didn't dare to punch him and use the hardest elbow to meet him, but he was still beaten up. It can be seen that Chiba's physical skills are strong. It seems that the strategy has to be changed. Perceiving the disadvantages of close combat, Uchiha Itaka immediately mobilized for 12 points. As he flew out, his hands spread out, and 8 shurikens appeared on both hands in an instant. Then with a wave of both hands, the 8 shurikens flew towards Chiba from an extremely tricky angle. What an exquisite shuriken technique! Some students were amazed. If they were replaced by him, I am afraid that this shuriken would kill them in seconds. At the same time, the Chunin teachers who watched the game were also amazed. This throwing technique is almost the same as theirs. No, it's better than them. Chapter 43 Rolling. 8-shot shuriken flying in the air. The angle is extremely tricky, and some shurikens are clearly not the target of Chiba, but after hitting other shurikens, they change their trajectory and fly towards Chiba's direction. This kind of shuriken technique could not be predicted at all. Really deserves to be a genius of the Uchiha clan, and this shuriken technique alone is amazing. Moreover, Uchiha Itaka was still used when he was hit by Chiba. These shurikens may not be able to resist some experienced genin. Is this the shuriken technique you are proficient in? Unfortunately, shuriken technique, I am also very good at it. Instead of taking out the shuriken, Chiba drew out a kunai, and shot it casually in front of the shuriken flying from all directions. Bang bang bang. It was just a kunai that knocked down all 8 shurikens. After a year, I finally saw it again. As soon as Chiba shot, countless girls began to commit nympho again. Although Koizumi has matured a lot, she doesn't want to lose to them when she sees such a girl cheering on Chiba. So he shouted loudly, "Brother Chiba, you are awesome." Uchiha Itaka fell to the ground, looking at the shuriken falling on the ground, with a slightly numb elbow. Sure enough, Chiba-san. It's not bad for you, knowing that you can't go head-to-head with me. No one knows his own nitrogen armor. Uchiha Itaka probably saw the scene where he flew with Uchiha. So I also know that my physical skills are very strong, so I dare not go head-to-head with Chiba. Both the physique and the shuriken technique are useless, and Uchiha Itaka didn't panic. He calmly looked at Chiba, and immediately closed the seal. Ninjutsu, this is a legend for the students of the ninja school. After all, in the ninja school, the students have also been exposed to 3-body technique, and this is still an auxiliary use. I can't learn attacking ninjutsu at all, and now Uchiha Itaka uses the fire style attacking ninjutsu, which is the signature fire style of the Uchiha clan. Seeing this, the teachers around watching the battle became vigilant. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Obviously it was the actual combat training of 2 students. I didn't expect even ninjutsu to run out, but they didn't stop it because they knew that both of them were very talented. However, there will inevitably be accidents, so as long as there is an accident, they will shoot as soon as possible. After all, this belongs to the Uchiha clan, and it is also a gifted existence. If anything goes wrong, their little teacher can't bear Uchiha's anger. Fire style great fireball technique. Itaka took a deep breath, and then exhaled it. A huge fireball flew towards Chiba. The next moment, Uchiha Itaka immediately drew out 8 shurikens again. He knew that Chiba would do this ninjutsu, and it was not as powerful as usual, so he seized this opportunity for Chiba to use ninjutsu. However, to everyone's surprise, facing Uchiha Itake's great fireball, Chiba didn't have any signs of sealing. Instead, he raised his hands, put his fists in front of his head, and made a sprint movement. Chiba grinned and raised his head to look at Uchiha Itake. "Itake, you are very smart. You are reappearing the battle of Uchiha Fei. Do you think I will use the same moves? I will end the battle in the next move, take it?" Chiba has seen through Uchiha Itake's plan, since Uchiha Itake has seen Chiba and Uchiha fly, and he also knows that he can't go head-to-head with Chiba. So naturally, we also know that Chiba's great fireball is extremely powerful. But now Uchiha Itake uses great fireball. Obviously he has some plans. Chiba will not let Itake succeed. Peng's cry. In the next second, Chiba compressed the nitrogen armor under his feet to the extreme, and then released it in an instant. Chiba's body accelerated to its limit in an instant, and then rushed into the flames while everyone was stunned. Ah! What is Chiba going to do? How can he run into the fire? Seeing Chiba's behavior, all the students were shocked, and they were shocked and worried. "No, stop him. The teacher in the class is also scared to pee. FK, you are committing suicide. You said that you have seen through Itake's behavior, but you have avoided it. How stupid to jump into the fire pit." For a while, all the Chunin teachers moved into action. But before they could take a shot, Chiba passed through the flames at an extremely fast speed, without any damage. A flame channel is left in the flame. When the flame passed through Chiba's body, it was automatically extinguished. At this moment, Chiba seemed to be the king of flames. What unscathed, the flames, are all extinguished. No one knew what was going on. He was clearly thrown into the sea of fire, but the flames couldn't hurt Chiba at all. It was weird. Uchiha Itake was also shocked. He also considered his plan to be seen through by Chiba, and he also thought about a lot of Chiba dealing with his great fireball situation. But Chiba used the least possible one. Actually rushed directly from the flames. In other words, Chiba has the effect of immunity to fire. Chiba's speed is extremely fast. Although this speed can only be maintained for a few seconds, it is enough. With a scream, Chiba came to Uchiha Itake in an instant, squatted at Itake's feet, and grinned. The appearance of Lotus. Then, supporting the ground with both hands, he suddenly kicked Uchiha Itake in the chin, kicking it away. At this moment, the whole world was shocked. The students present had no idea what Chiba had done. As soon as they saw it, Chiba came to Itake, and then Itake flew out. Only the Chunin teachers knew what had happened and said in a deep voice with shock. Fast speed, Chiba's physical skills are terrible, the acceleration at that instant even reached Chunin's level. Chapter 44 Apply for Early Graduation. Bang bang bang. Chiba's hands suddenly energized, and then he kicked Uchiha Itake's body again, kicking Itake completely into the air. Then release the black chakra line. Uchiha Itake was tied tightly, head facing, and the two of them instantly revolved at extremely fast speed. Then, under the incredible expressions of everyone, he fell suddenly. Lianization. With Peng's cry, Uchiha Itake's body suddenly fell. Hit the ground at a very fast speed. Accompanied by a violent explosion, the smoke swallowed their bodies. Shoo! After Chiba's body rotated in the air for a few weeks, it quietly fell to the ground. At this moment, everyone present was stunned. What the hell is this? Is this really a ninja student in the same class as them? This is basically a ninja, this is basically a battle between ninjas. Everyone was silent, and even the Chunin teachers were frightened by Chiba's move. Now they know how enchanting the two geniuses in their school are, let alone Chiba. Even Uchiha Itake, they may not be able to play. Itake's exquisite shuriken technique and calm judgment. Not to mention going to Chiba. Chiba shows 2 words from beginning to end. Strong. After a while, the Chunin teachers reacted and their expressions changed. Let alone a student with this trick, even a true ninja would be seriously injured, if Uchiha Itachi had a long way to go. They couldn't imagine that Uchiha's anger, they couldn't bear it. Chiba seemed to see the teacher's thoughts and said calmly. Don't worry, teacher, I was merciful at the last minute. Itachi and the others did not receive much harm. Sure enough, as soon as Chiba's words were finished, Uchiha Itachi crawled out of the huge hole caused by the impact. Although he looked tattered, he didn't actually receive much damage. That's because at the last moment, Chiba protected Uchiha Itachi with his nitrogen armor. After all, this is only actual training, not a life and death duel. If Uchiha Itachi is really crippled, FK. Uchiha Fugaku won't shave him. Read more at hotantillnovel.xyz. Uchiha Itachi patted the dust on his face, revealing a small face, and then looked at Chiba responsibly. I lost, Chiba. I didn't expect the gap between us to be so big. Thank you for your mercy. Nothing. We are classmates and not enemies. Chiba smiled, and then the two took the seal of friendship again. Wait until all this is done. There was a burst of cheers all around. Okay, so awesome. Chiba-san, you are so handsome. Are the two of them really students just like us? They are just ninjas on their own. The actual combat training is over here. Looking at Chiba and Itachi, the teachers also sighed slightly. It looks like there will be 2 peerless geniuses in the Uchiha clan. And, more importantly, they noticed that from beginning to end, Uchiha Itachi used a great fireball technique, while Chiba was a ninjutsu and it was useless. Is it that they can't? Wrong. It's not that they won't, but the pace of battle is too fast, and there is no chance to use ninjutsu. And the person who brought out this fast-paced is no one else, it is Chiba, which also shows that what is shown today is definitely not Chiba's strength. At night, Konoha, the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku was sitting quietly on the tatami, drinking black tea. In front of him, a Uchiha tribe was kneeling in front of him, reporting something. After a while, Uchiha Fugaku's hand holding the black tea cup paused and placed it on the low table. Oh! That kid applied for early graduation, and defeated Itachi. Yes, and, judging by his strength, it seems that he hasn't used all his strength. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku smiled. Interestingly, the kid who had been forced to move out after doing some weird things all day did not expect to be such a genius. Bring him here. I want to see him. If I refuse, I can use force appropriately. Yes, I understand. After this tribe left, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes flashed with a rush. Unexpectedly, that kid Chiba was so talented, he was buried in the beginning, now he shines. Now their Uchiha clan is repelled by Konoha. It is precisely when they need this kind of super genius, otherwise it will not be easy for their Uchiha clan to gain a foothold in Konoha. Moreover, Uchiha Fugaku also has a bit of regret, knowing that Chiba would not have moved out because of this. Now that Chiba has applied for early graduation, he may be poached by the old man of 3rd generation. Uchiha Fugaku certainly doesn't want to see this scene. Chiba's best to stay in the Uchiha clan to do things for Uchiha is the best. After all, Uchiha Chiba's blood can flow through the Uchiha clan. Konoha Underground, Root Headquarters. Danzo was in the darkness, and there was a hint of joy in his eyes when he listened to the report given to him. Interesting, the super genius abandoned by Uchiha. Moreover, his talent is still higher than Itachi. For Itachi, Danzo is still quite concerned. After all, he is the son of the Uchiha patriarch or a genius who has never met in a century. As for Chiba, it is easy to be overlooked. He had no status and was expelled by Uchiha for some strange reason. And now it turns out that Chiba is a stronger genius than Itachi. Since I was abandoned by Uchiha, I must have resentment towards Uchiha. Maybe we can take advantage of this. Danzo smiled sinisterly in the dark. Furthermore, Uchiha, these days, Konoha's high-level leaders are getting less and less in the eyes. You still need a knock, and Chiba that kid. If there is a chance, you can let him join the roots. The worst, I can't let him run to Uchiha's side. And this time, Konoha's Hokage office. On third Hokage's desk, an application was also received. It is Chiba's early graduation application. Chapter 45 Bullet. Graduate early. Uchiha Chiba. Third Hokage had a pipe in his mouth, and thick smoke was rising from the pipe. Uchiha Chiba, this name is no stranger to him. The matter of the Uchiha clan has always been the focus of the attention of third generation, Danzo, and others. Therefore, whenever something happens to the Uchiha clan, as long as the Uchiha clan does not deliberately conceal it, it will not escape the eyes of third generation and Danzo. When I saw the name again, third generation took a fierce puff, and then slowly exhaled it. His thoughts seemed to have been drawn to a time more than a year ago. At that time, a teenager of the Uchiha clan who was almost 5 years old, because he often engaged in some weird things in the Uchiha clan, and often caused explosions. Therefore, after receiving a complaint from the majority of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Chiba was expelled from Uchiha and forced to live in the forest on the edge of the village. In other words, to a certain extent, Uchiha Chiba is an existence rejected by the Uchiha clan. It would be fine if Uchiha Chiba was so plain, but the problem is that now Uchiha Chiba has shown such a strong talent. This is the problem. The Uchiha clan will definitely find ways to get Uchiha Chiba back. On the other hand, Danzo will find ways to seize the gap between the Uchiha clan and Chiba, so that Chiba can completely separate from the Uchiha clan. This is a fuse at all. Danzo originally had opinions about the Uchiha clan, but if he didn't give up his mind, Konoha might be messed up. And this fuse seems to be Uchiha Chiba now. Third Hokage frowned, stood up, walked to the window, looked at the moon in the sky, and looked a little bit painful. Tonight, if you let it go, something big might happen. Come here. As soon as the words of third generation were finished, 3 members of Umbu appeared on one knee and knelt on the ground. Master third generation. Go and warn me, Uchiha Fugaku and Danzo, and let them do nothing, otherwise I won't be merciful. The peace that has finally been exchanged for now, if Konoha breaks down, it will inevitably not invite war. Therefore, as Hokage, he must prevent such things from happening. As Hokage, he must be responsible to Konoha Shinobi Village. Whether it's Danzo or Uchiha, how strong it is. As long as his Hokage is still a day, they will never be allowed to mess around. Also, let them know that Uchiha Chiba's early graduation assessment will be tomorrow. What Chiba will do in the future is up to him. No one can interfere, let alone threaten. Let them both come during the assessment. Come on. Yes, we know, Lord Third Generation. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. After receiving the order, Umbu disappeared in front of Third Generation. Outside the cabin, Chiba and Koizumi were sitting in front of the campfire, holding a small notebook and writing and drawing on it. And beside Chiba, there was still a dark thing, and Koizumi was carefully wiping it with a small handkerchief. Brother Chiba, what the hell is this thing? Koizumi tapped twice curiously, and a very textured voice suddenly came out, and Koizumi took it, which was not heavy. It didn't look like a tolerant. Koizumi had no idea what this iron lump was for. It's called bullet. How can I say it? It can be regarded as a kind of ultra-long-range lethal weapon. This is a weapon. Koizumi tilted her head, seeming to be a little suspicious. She took a close look at it, and it looked like a weapon. Let's not talk about how to use it for attack, this will definitely affect the speed. You don't care about this. I only made it yesterday. I have time to try his power. Chiba said with a smile, then took out the stored scroll, and sealed bullet in the scroll, continuing to write something in his small notebook. Koizumi poked his head and found that Chiba's notebook was densely packed, but there was nothing he could understand. It was all strange symbols and numbers that Koizumi had never seen before. Brother Chiba, are you studying any secret codes? This thing is so much better than a secret signal. Koizumi can't understand it and it is excusable. After all, this is the mathematical and physical formula of Chiba's predecessor. Well, I have made both firearms and missiles. This time I want to make a bigger guy to see if the atomic bomb can be reproduced in this world. Atomic bomb. Koizumi was dizzy. Sorry, Koizumi, you haven't seen this. This is a very, very powerful ninjutsu. In order to make Koizumi understand, Chiba also specially used 3 emphatic points. Really? Then Chiba brother, if you learn it, you have to teach me then. Chiba was startled, and suddenly touched Koizumi's head somewhat dumbfounded. Okay, I will teach you then. At this moment, Chiba closed the notebook with a snap. Who is it? With a squeak, Chiba shot instantly, and the 8-shot shuriken flew in one direction, but there was no feeling of hitting. Koizumi was taken aback by Chiba's suddenness. What's wrong, Chiba brother? Chiba quickly hugged Koizumi in his arms. Don't worry, I am here. In the forest, the small wooden house is within a radius of 100 meters. Every night, Chiba will use his chakra like a spider web to spread all around. It is to detect the situation and avoid danger. Although it is in the village, who can tell? And now, someone is really approaching sneakily. Who is it? I asked one last time. If you don't come out, don't blame me for being rude. No one responded, and the person was still in the forest, moving at an extremely fast speed. Chiba's chakra felt very clear. Chiba snorted coldly. Since he didn't come out, Chiba didn't show mercy under his hands. He immediately took out the bullet previously placed in the reel, and instantly placed it on the ground. Peng's cry. The gunfire filled with fantasy resounded throughout the forest. Chapter 46 Graduation Exam, against Hyagachinan. Konoha, the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the man lying on the ground with an ugly expression. The ground is covered with blood. The man lying on the ground is not someone else, but the Uchiha who was sent by Uchiha Fugaku to bring Chiba back. He was lying on the ground dying. A huge hole was opened on his right shoulder, and the wound was scorched. It was a blessing to be able to run back like this. Uchiha Fugaku immediately called the medical ninja in the clan to give him emergency treatment. After stopping the blood, Uchiha Fugaku asked with an ugly face. What happened? Why did you become like this? Didn't I ask you to take Chiba? Hearing that, the man still had a trace of panic on his face. He had no idea what had happened. He was seriously injured in the darkness in an instant. I went, but he found out before Chiba was near. I found it? What are you kidding? He is just a student who is still in school. You are a jonin. He actually found you. Uchiha Fugaku's tone was angry, and a jonin approached secretly, and was discovered by a ninja who was not a kid. In Uchiha Fugaku's view, it's not that Chiba is too good, and the people he sent are too useless. I don't know what's going on, I haven't figured out why I was discovered until now. Well, this is not the point, how did you get hurt? Originally I was discovered, and listening to his tone, I would certainly not compromise obediently, so I planned to use some force to bring him back, but before I got closer, I heard a loud noise, and I became this looks like it. Hearing that, Uchiha Fugaku's head was violent with blue veins. Not only did this waste not bring Chiba back, he didn't even know how to make it like this. Well, this matter. Before Uchiha Fugaku's words were finished, an Umbu officer appeared at the door. That is Umbu directly under 3rd Hokage. Master Uchiha Fugaku, the 3rd generation ordered that you do nothing to Uchiha Chiba. Please come and participate in Uchiha Chiba's early graduation assessment tomorrow. Otherwise, you will be at your own risk. After speaking, the members of Umbu disappeared. At the same time, on Danzo's whole card, the same news reached Danzo's ears. The next day, Chiba received the notice and arrived at the assessment site early. When Chiba entered the venue, he was taken aback. Because he saw 3 big people. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. 3rd Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku, Danzo. Come in, Chiba. 3rd generation held the pipe in his mouth and said with a smile, looking like a kind middle-aged man, and now 3rd generation is not too old. Yes. After Chiba entered, he said respectfully. I have seen Lord 3rd generation, Lord Patriarch, Lord Danzo. Oh? You know me. Danzo looked at Chiba with a strange light in his eyes. Konoha's darkness, not even some ninjas, Chiba this kid actually knows. Slightly heard. Chiba didn't elaborate. He doesn't like Danzo, an old fox, and doesn't want to have too much contact with him. However, if Danzo wants to do anything to him, Chiba will make him unable to eat. Really, I have an organization called Root, I don't know if you have. Danzo. 3rd generation coughed, expressing a warning to Danzo. Chiba's complexion was calm. Danzo really had any plans, he was really a guy who couldn't be idle. Chiba, you applied for graduation in just 1 year, are you ready to become a ninja? 3rd Hokage put down the pipe. Chiba's talent reminds 3rd generation of Orochimaru and Kakashi. No, even the 2 of them did not reach this level at Chiba's age. I'm ready. N. That's good. Then let's proceed with the pre-graduation assessment. Your opponent will be tested by a Chunin. Your task is to hold on to him for 10 minutes. At this time, a man wearing a Chunin waistcoat walked out. He was the opponent of Chiba, and he was still a member of the Hyuga family who owns Byakugan. The test begins. Chiba and Chunin of Hyuga stood at each other, bowed to each other, and then assumed a fighting pose. Although I don't know why Lord 3rd generation arranged me to be your opponent for graduation early, but 3rd generation is too dear to you, I will not be merciful. It is too late for you to admit defeat, let alone 10 minutes. You can't hold on for even a minute. After all, he is Chunin who has experienced 3 wars. How could such a cruel person who graduated early and never saw a war be entangled with him for 10 minutes? It's simply a fantasy. Stop talking nonsense, I don't need 10 minutes, 30 seconds will do. Chiba said calmly, an overwhelming confidence flashing throughout his body. 30 seconds. You heard it wrong, the content of the assessment is to make you hold on for 10 minutes. Hyuga Chunin frowned and said. Forget it, it will be over soon anyway. Chiba touched his head, looking a little lazy, and then drew out kunao and shuriken. Hyuga Chunin felt that he was underestimated by Chiba, and at the same time he took out kunao. I will teach you well, you are too arrogant. You have too much nonsense, I don't know how much the villain died of words. As soon as the voice fell, Chiba threw 8 shurikens. I've heard that the freshman in this grade examination is very good at shuriken, but he was unlucky when he faced the Hyuga clan. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Hyuga Chunin gripped the kunao and spun at an extremely fast speed, and the released chakra formed a whirlwind, knocking down Chiba's shuriken. Huh? This is 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. It's a good move. Chiba smiled and said, no one knew that his Shurinan had already remembered the running route of chakra held by 8 trigrams revolving heaven. But no one knew that he turned on Shurinan because he was wearing cosmetic contact lenses. Chapter 47 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven is the secret technique of the Hokage clan. At the moment of an attack, a large amount of chakra is released from the chakra appointment in the body, and then it makes a circular rotation like a top, which can rebound all physical attacks. Coupled with his own rotation and Byakugan's strong observation ability, it has become an alternative absolute defense. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven can become the secret technique of the Hokage clan. There are two main reasons. The first is to release a large amount of gentle fist chakra from the chakra points in the body. The second is the Byakugan they have. However, for others, this may be the secret technique of the Hokage clan, but in Chiba's eyes, 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven is not impossible for him to use. The infinite possibilities are hidden in his own chakra. Chiba uses his powerful memory ability to cooperate with Sharingan, and the moment Hyogakunin releases chakra, he remembers all the running route and release location of chakra. Coupled with Chiba's absolute manipulation of chakra, chakra can be released from anywhere in the body according to his own will. Chiba's chakra, with his mind, is not difficult to restore this trick. The only thing that needs attention is power. Chiba releases anything with his chakra, no matter what ninjutsu, its power is bound to increase exponentially. It's useless, your shuriken technique does not stand up to the secret techniques of our Hokage clan. Our Hokage clan is Konoha's strongest clan. The Hyogakunin gave a cold snort, then attacked again. After hearing Hyogakunin's words, Uchiha Fugaku, who was watching the game, frowned. The Hokage clan is Konoha's strongest clan, and these words sounded very uncomfortable for him. He glanced at third generation and found that third generation did not show any performance, just watched the assessment game quietly. Uchiha Fugaku's complexion was calm. It seems that the third generation was dissatisfied when he went back last night. This time, the Chunin of the Hyoga clan was used for the assessment to give a warning to the Uchiha clan. This seems to be a demonstration to Uchiha Fugaku. As long as my Hokage is in Konoha, your Uchiha clan is strong and don't want to make trouble for me. Uchiha Fugaku remained silent and continued to watch the game. Both he and Danzo want Chiba, but the mountain of third Hokage is in front of them and cannot act rashly. It's over, Uchiha kid, you are already in my 8 trigrams realm. Appeared in front of Chiba at an extremely fast speed, and then assumed an 8 trigrams palms posture. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Chiba's complexion condensed, and the chakra released by the other party seemed to cover the two of them as an invisible field. Although they were invisible, they could be felt. At the feet of the two of them, there seemed to be a formed circular 8 trigrams array. Gentle fist method 8 trigrams 64 palms. When chakra was released from his palms, Hyogakunin's eyes immediately burst into blue veins, and he turned on Byakugan. 2 palms. As soon as Hyogakunin attacked, Chiba let out a sneer. Sorry, it is indeed over, but, you have also entered my attack range. You are good at gentle fist, and I am also good at physical skills. After hearing Chiba's words, Hyogakunin sneered. Is it comparable to gentle fist? It's as if stones and diamonds are more noble than anyone else. Don't be ashamed. Hyogakunin slapped 2 palms fiercely, but Chiba's speed was faster, and the 2 punches hit Hyogakunin's palm directly. Sure enough, he was just a student with some strength, and he dared to fight gentle fist. The most powerful thing about gentle fist is not power, but acupuncture. There are countless acupuncture points in the whole body. The Hyoga clan is the most proficient, and gentle fist is used to acupuncture points and attack internal organs. Fighting against gentle fist is no different from giving up your hands. However, in the next instant, everything happened between the electric light and flint. Hyogakunin was still laughing at Chiba's innocence just now, and the next second, an incredible force came from his hands. His 64 palms were interrupted by Chiba just at the beginning, and Hyogakunin was directly blown out by Chiba. The brute force was simply ridiculous. How is this possible? Gentle fist is useless. Chiba sneered. If you want to acupuncture, you have to touch my acupointment. His nitrogen armor is 5 centimeters thick, and the opponent can't even touch Chiba's body, let alone acupuncture. It's simply a fantasy. Hayagachinen looked shocked, and, after being blown away, his palms had already started to tremble, and he fisted directly with Chiba, which almost made him lose his palms. I said, it's over. The Hyaga clan is Konoha's strongest clan? Uchiha didn't speak. You never speak. With a squeak, Chiba rushed to the shocked Hayagachinen as quickly as possible, and then kicked it out. At this moment, Chiba was almost at the extreme, and the other party had no time to react, and the pain in his palms had not yet reacted. With Peng's cry, Hayagachinen was kicked into the air. Chiba grinned, and instantly took out a kunao and made exactly the same movements as Hayagachinen before. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Fugaku, 3rd generation, and Danzo couldn't help but shrink their pupils. That posture is... Could it be that? Chiba snorted coldly, and the next moment, he released his chakra all over his body, and then his body was spinning like a top at an extremely fast speed. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven big tornado. In an instant, a semicircular chakra shield that was several times larger than Hayagachinen just covered Chiba. The huge tornado instantly blasted directly behind Hayagachinen, who was on Chiba's head. With Peng's sound, a huge tornado blasted through the entire ceiling. Hayagachinen's body was instantly blasted to an altitude of several hundred meters. At this time, an UMBU member immediately rescued Hayagachinen, which was originally used to protect Chiba at a critical time, but the reverse was unexpected. Graduation assessment in advance, the end is perfect. Uchiha Chiba victory. Chapter 48 Scramble for Chiba. It looks like I overestimated you, this is only 20 seconds. After UMBU rescued Hayagachinen, Chiba nailed Kiwa to the ground and announced the victory of the battle. Although Chiba acted an understatement, the spectators were completely shocked by Chiba's fight just now. Oh my god, he actually took 20 seconds to defeat a Chunin, and he is still a Chunin of the Hyaga clan. Chunin who was watching the game exclaimed, although he is also Chunin, he is definitely not the opponent of the Hyaga clan. It's too exaggerated, is he really a student who just graduated? Sure enough, the Uchiha clan are all geniuses, but, in other words, Chiba just used the Hyaga clan's secret art, right? Even Uchiha Fugaku, 3rd Hokage, and Danzo were shocked by Chiba's battle. Killing a Chunin in 20 seconds, and the Chunin of the Hyaga clan, this kind of talent, is simply unprecedented. For a while, both Uchiha Fugaku and Danzo couldn't sit still. They had already planned that even if they collided with 3rd generation, they would have to get Chiba. A genius like Chiba can be used as an ace. No matter which party gets Chiba, then that party's strength will inevitably increase. 3rd generation looked at Chiba calmly. That's revolving heaven of the Hyaga clan. Why would the Uchiha clan use this? Is it because I learned the Hayagachinen just after seeing the same thing? However, it is almost impossible for non-Hyaga people to learn revolving heaven. However, Chiba did it, and it was just the same. Thinking of this, 3rd generation took a deep breath. Such a talent was unheard of. Master 3rd generation, Master Patriarch, Master Danzo. My assessment is complete. Well, very good. You are better than we thought, and you are an out-and-out genius. Unexpectedly, you have reached the point where you can beat Chunin. 3rd generation couldn't hide the joy in his heart, and then stood up from his seat. Congratulations, Uchiha Chiba, you are a qualified genin from now on. With that, he took out a ninja's forehead protector and handed it to Chiba. This is your ninja forehead protector. You are the most gifted student I have ever seen in my life. I hope you will always remember and pass on the will of fire. Where Konoha dances, fire will burn, it's Konoha's hope. Thank you, Lord Third Generation. Read more at hotantillnovel.xyz. Chiba took the ninja forward protector, but he was complaining in his heart. Damn, this third generation is still brainwashing, and the will of fire blows as soon as he sees the students. However, Chiba remained calm and put on the forward protector on his head, officially becoming a genin of Konoha. Chiba wants to express his thoughts. He originally planned to join Umbu, but at this time, both old foxes, Uchiha Fugaku and Danzo, were ready to move. Chiba immediately gave up the idea. He didn't want to be in trouble at this time. This kind of black pot is better for the old man of third generation. After getting the forward protector, Chiba left the assessment venue. Originally, in order to keep Konoha's power from turmoil, third generation was going to let Chiba choose how to go his own way. However, after seeing Chiba's battle today, he gave up this idea. Chiba, the future achievements are definitely above fourth generation, and this kind of talent, even surpassing first generation, is not a dream. And, more importantly, Chiba is still young. As long as he is well educated, this is simply the future Naruto candidate, so even the third generation can't sit still. After waiting for Chiba to go, Uchiha Fugaku stood up first. Uchiha Chiba is a member of our Uchiha clan, so, he should let us teach, and our Uchiha clan will try our best to cultivate him. What the Uchiha clan? He has been expelled by the Uchiha clan, and he doesn't even live in the Uchiha clan now. At this time, Danzo stood up with a gloomy expression. Uchiha Chiba, he was determined to win. Give Uchiha Chiba to me, with Ingen, I am fully capable of teaching him. I believe in the abilities of the two of you, but I'm sorry, I have already planned to let him join Umbu. I believe that his growth in Umbu will never be worse than that of you. Third generation said faintly, and in one sentence, both of them were gagged. Sure enough, third generation still focused on Chiba. No way. Uchiha Fugaku and Danzo said at the same time. Do you have to fight with me? Danzo snorted. There is nothing indisputable, this is my decision. Third generation's face was calm, without the slightest concession. Furthermore, Fugaku, you did expel Chiba before. It is inevitable that there will be a gap. Besides, your son is no less than Chiba's genius. This time Chiba will be handed over to me. Third generation, Chiba is a member of my Uchiha clan. Don't you think it's wrong for you to steal people from here so blatantly? Hearing that, third generation took a deep breath and said lightly. After all, I am Hokage. In a word, all the reasons for Uchiha Fugaku are destroyed. That's right, he is Konoha's Hokage, and he is the most powerful person. What do you mean? Sarutobi. Kakashi is already with you. Why do you have to grab Uchiha Chiba with me? Before Danzo finished speaking, third generation interrupted him and said in a deep voice. Danzo, I said, I am Naruto. The title of Naruto is like a big mountain, pressing on Uchiha Fugaku and Danzo, making them impossible to resist. Uchiha Fugaku and Danzo gritted their teeth. This time, third generation is determined not to let go. This is excusable. After all, Chiba's talent is so outstanding. Whoever stands in the position of third generation will not let it go. Danzo, there are many outstanding talents in this year. You can choose from them all. Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi are no less talented than Chiba. The two of them ignored third generation's words and chose to walk outside the door, and their eyes became colder. Hey! Looking at the backs of the two people, third generation sighed heavily. What happened to Chiba really caused a contradiction. I only hope that this contradiction will not intensify. Moments later, third generation gave Umbu an order. Bring Chiba to me. Chapter 49 Enter Umbu. Within 2 minutes, Chiba followed Umbu to the Naruto office building. After going up, Umbu knocked on the door. Come in. Master third generation, Uchiha Chiba is here. After entering the door, knelt on one knee and said respectfully. Third generation beckoned. Thanks for your hard work, let's go down. Then his gaze fell on Chiba. The battle you just assessed was very exciting. I am very pleased that the village can cultivate a ninja as gifted as you. Third generation looked at Chiba with a smile and said, his eyes were full of kindness. I am calling you here now to ask you about your future affairs. I don't know if you would like to join EPUB and accept Hokage's orders directly. After 3 world wars, Sunin's departure, and Nine-Tails' attack on the village, Konoha is currently suffering from a serious lack of combat power. Therefore, third generation has to count on these talented young generations to grow up quickly. For this reason, he even had conflicts with the Uchiha clan and Danzo. After listening to third generation's words, Chiba was silent for a while, and third generation directly said to join EPUB, and did not even say to join the ninja team, which shows how much he hopes Chiba will join. Seeing Chiba's silence, third generation might feel a little wrong, and added. Of course, you can also choose to join the ninja squad. Join the ninja squad to accept missions, and the leading teacher will guide you to practice while performing the missions. If you choose to join the ninja squad, I will choose an excellent teacher for you. Chiba smiled, choosing a good teacher, I am afraid it is also from the third generation faction. Of course, Chiba didn't care about this, and said with a smile. I want to join EPUB so that I can improve my actual combat experience. Okay. I agree with you to join EPUB. Chiba's answer made third generation very happy. After the decision, third generation expressed his thoughts. Before you join, I want to test your abilities, that is, simulate EPUB's tasks, so as to assign EPUB's tasks to you. The task of simulating EPUB is to test Chiba's adaptability and task execution ability. Although Chiba has the strength, he is still a 6-year-old child after all. Perhaps not mature enough in thought, EPUB is a dangerous job, and third generation wants to use the simulated assessment to judge Chiba. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. If Chiba satisfies third generation, you can practice life and death. Only in this way can Chiba improve. If the assessment is not satisfactory, you can take the lead in doing some relatively safe tasks in EPUB to hone your experience. Third generation will be so careful or not want to let Chiba's talent go to waste, and must develop Chiba's talent to the maximum. Okay, Lord third generation, I know. When is the mock assessment? In 3 days, you go back and get ready, and you will be notified at that time. 3 days passed quietly. After being notified, Chiba came to the assessment site. However, when Chiba arrived, he was taken aback, because he saw a character that made him wary. Orochimaru. Are Uchiha's genius afraid of being targeted by snakes? They are more sensitive than ordinary people. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue often, looking strange and disgusting. Chiba frowned and touched the kunao in his ninja bag. After all, Orochimaru is not a good fellow. Moreover, in the original plot, the current Orochimaru is doing research on some Chunin who are catching Konoha, and Chiba has to guard against it. Don't be so nervous, I won't do anything to you. I am your invigilator for this mock test, Orochimaru, please advise, Uchiha's little genius, Uchiha Chiba. Invigilator. Chiba paused, then let go back without suffering. Next, I will explain to you the content of the assessment. This forest is called Death Forest. There are 8 Chunin and 15 genin in it. They are your opponents in this assessment. They are playing the role of a hijacker, taking an important hostage, and your task is to rescue the hostage from their hands and retreat. The tower in the middle of the forest is the final task. You can use any means. As long as you can enter the tower with the hostage, you will pass the level and the time limit is 1 day. However, if you are caught or the hostage dies, you will lose. Of course, that hostage is a shadow clone. It won't attack or defend. If attacked, it will disappear on its own. Then, good luck to you. Upon seeing this, Chiba took the rules of the assessment in mind, and immediately entered the Death Forest. This was originally the place for the Chunin exam in the future, but I didn't expect it to become a mock exam site now. Entering the Death Forest, Chiba did not act immediately. Rescue the hostages, and 8 Chunin and 15 genin, it seems to be to test my ability to hide, assassinate, and rescue. Concealment, assassination, and rescue are also tasks that EPUB often conducts, and they are indeed used for simulation tests. Moreover, in their opinion, this assessment is already very difficult. If Chiba really completes it, it will definitely shine in EPUB. After all, Chiba is only 6 years old and his age is here. But do you really need to do this? 8 genin and 15 genin are really choking, but for Chiba, there is no need to hide. Since you want to test, I'll let you see it. In fact, for this task, it's better not to follow the usual route. The corner of Chiba's mouth formed an indifferent arc, as if he didn't pay attention to this task at all. In the next moment, Chiba swaggered towards the direction where the hostages were being held, without doing any hiding, and then rushed all the way. At this moment, in the central tower, there are several ninjas watching the assessment. Third Hokage, Danzo, Orochimaru are also there. The three of them are silently watching Chiba's assessment. This student this time, I am very interested. He is very special. If possible, you can give him to me and let me be his guide Jonin. Orochimaru looked at Chiba and said suddenly. No, I have decided to let him join EPUB. Third generation said without changing his face, and it is not a good thing to let Orochimaru teach. Although third generation recognizes Orochimaru's talent, he also has darkness in his heart. After saying this sentence, the three of them all had a stunned expression. Huh? This kid, don't you know the content of the assessment? Just rushed straight up. Chapter 50 Mock Assessment. Third generation, Orochi, and Danzo, all three of them were a little startled. Seeing that it was in the Death Forest, Chiba was stunned, not knowing that the hiding rushed towards the hostage. This test is obviously concealed, and running over so swaggering will only startle the snake. Third generation frowned and arranged this assessment, because considering Chiba's talent, third generation also deliberately increased the difficulty. What's the matter, isn't it a rescue mission? What is he going to do? Third generation murmured. The so-called geniuses have their own arrogance. Too arrogant has always been a common problem of geniuses. Perhaps in Chiba's view, rescuing hostages does not need to be hidden. At this time, Danzo walked in front of third generation with a gloomy expression. You will ruin this genius like this. This assessment will hit his self-confidence. Maybe the talent will stop here. It's better to hand it to Root. I said, I will not consider this matter, and Chiba is not the kind of impulsive person, he should have his own plan to do this. Third generation held the pipe in his mouth and believed Chiba's words very much, but it was a little worried in his heart. Because Danzo is telling the truth. Third generation has seen many geniuses, none of them is not arrogant, but such geniuses are often hit after hitting a wall. And there are talents who are not arrogant or impetuous, such people are rare. Orochimaru stared at Chiba's figure below, with a strange arc drawn at the corner of his mouth. Interesting with his stealth means, quietly rescuing the hostages may be able to complete the task, but, he just wants to swagger in. Chiba's appearance was so unintelligible to everyone present. I don't understand what Chiba sang. Therefore, Chiba avoided all test sites in this assessment, and then chose the most unacceptable way to rescue the hostages. Chiba, it can be said that he ignored all the rules, and then challenged this mock assessment. Chiba ran towards the destination at an extremely fast speed. After a while, we came to a clearing, and Chiba's appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. In the clearing of the forest, there were more than 20 ninjas scattered. Chiba counted them, 8 genin, 15 genin, and a lot of them. And they are in a circular arrangement, and in the center of the circle is a young girl tied up with a wooden stake, which should be the shadow clone hostage. Seeing this, Chiba smiled, and pointed at everyone in an expressive voice from the second. The girl let go, let me read. More at hotentillnovel.xyz. Everyone was silent. Chiba was startled. It shouldn't be, why is this reaction? Then do it again. The girl let go, let me. Everyone's face turned dark, and this line was enough to get a second in the first place. He actually said it twice, and even said it twice. Of course, it is not here that is even more shocked, but that Chiba himself has run into such a stupid rampage. Didn't he know that this is a hidden hostage rescue mission? It seems that Master Third Generation has taken a second look this time, and arranged such an assessment for such an idiot. For a moment, everyone looked at Chiba as if they were looking at a fool. It's so courageous. Unexpectedly, you rushed over, are you stupid? Hearing that, Chiba smiled and hooked his fingers at them. Are you an idiot? You'll know right away. Chiba immediately began to seal. Fire-style great fireball technique. Seeing Chiba using fire-style ninjutsu, someone immediately reflected it. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. The great fireball and the water dragon slammed together, and with a scream, the water dragon was completely evaporated, but the great fireball became smaller in a circle. FK, what a freak. They were shocked. This TM is great fireball technique. Are you kidding me? Didn't it mean that water overpowered fire? Because the hair water dragon is evaporated. All the ninjas were stunned, and Chiba directly shocked everyone with one move. Everyone immediately avoided where great fireball had skipped. With Peng's sound, the flames spread and disrupted their formation. Shit, don't force him, this kid is a little weird. One of them, Chinin, reprimanded in a deep voice, then immediately took out a handful of kunao and put it on the neck of the hostage. Surrender immediately, or I will kill her. Chiba didn't dare to act rashly. Two ninjas ran over, grabbed Chiba, and punched Chiba's stomach with 2 punches. Well, it's not shadow clone, it's the body, sorry, you failed this test. The ninja sneered at them, this was a fool at all, with a powerful body but running rampant like a fool. They don't understand why Third Generation would arrange such an assessment for them. And just when they think the assessment is over, it's the moment when they relax. Boom, the earth swelled instantly. The mud lifted up from the ground like a huge wave, and at the same time, the real Chiba also rushed out from the ground, grabbing everyone's momentary negligence, and holding the hostages in his arms. Excuse me, it looks like you are idiots. Under the impact of huge mud waves, Chiba flew to an altitude of tens of meters in an instant. The ninjas below stared at each other with big eyes, and then their gazes fell on the Chiba that they had grasped. Isn't he caught? And it's not shadow clone, why is it here? They just thought of this when Chiba Peng, who was caught, turned into a puff of white smoke and disappeared. FK, it's really shadow clone. They were all stunned. Why didn't they disappear when they attacked shadow clone just now? It's so weird. Chiba held the hostages and looked at all the ninjas on the ground with a smile. Very good, that's right. It's all gathered together. Chiba nodded in satisfaction, and then suddenly shot. He slowly raised the palm of his right hand, and there was a roar of humming, and a black ball appeared in Chiba's hand. Chiba just reversed his right hand, gently letting Ray's non fall slowly under the action of gravity, and the corners of his mouth moved lightly. Big spiral, will you?